Lei Yishuan was slightly stunned.
It's not that she is nostalgic for this city. Just follow the other person? Where can I go? What can I do in the future? She was a little confused. And most importantly, Master? I have something very important to do. Oh? What? Thump!
The girl knelt on the ground with a thud, looking extremely serious. She didn't know how to salute, so she just cowed out hard. Master, please teach me some punches and kicks.
Suddenly there's something else to do.
Sumu looked at the other person deeply. He had noticed some new bruises on the girl's body before, and it seemed to be related to this.
But it's better this way.
Since the other party is willing to learn something, it is also beneficial for Sumu. Since the other party has the fragment of destiny, he must practice cultivation.
Only practice can truly stimulate the effect of destiny fragments.
Moreover, Sumu will take away the favor of heaven from the other party in the future, so he must give something back to the other party.
Things like fragments of destiny are both great opportunities and great causes and effects.
This is also why Sumu has always insisted on trading instead of directly snatching.
In that case, I'll teach you a few tricks. Thank you, Master.
Lei Yishuan looked serious and listened carefully to Sumu's next words with a little excitement. Sumu actually looked a little strange. He didn't expect that a half-baked person like him would have to teach others. Ahem, since I said I would give you an opportunity, I will teach you how to practice first.
When it comes to cultivation, the most important thing is to breathe in and out vital energy.
When you can breathe in and out vital energy freely, you will enter the first realm of cultivation, Xianqi.
Master, is that so? Lei Yishuan was a little at a loss.
She saw that a faint white aura had been lingering around her without her knowing, and was flowing into her body on its own.
Sumu was slightly surprised and nodded.
It's just this kind of.
Chapter 269, Ending the Earthly Relationship.
Lei Yishuan looked at the aura lingering around her in disbelief, her eyes widened. So I'm really a genius. Master really didn't lie to me.
Master is so kind.
The girl was touched, but Sumu was not too surprised by this situation. Instead, he felt it was very reasonable. After all, I just gave him a pill, which is almost a third-grade pill. The main thing is that lower-grade pills are hard to find, so it shouldn't be difficult to lead him into cultivation.
Sumu nodded slightly. And in Lei Yishuan's eyes, this had a little more affirmation.
The girl was touched for a moment. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever been so kind to her.
I've made up my mind. Lei Yishuan swore secretly in her heart.
When I have achieved success in my cultivation, my master will surely be old by then, and I will definitely repay him well. As a result, her expression became more serious and she listened carefully to Sumu's next words. Sumu actually didn't know what to say, so he just talked about whatever came to his mind, and also gave the other party a brief introduction to the cultivation structure of the mainland.
Yishuan, you have just started practicing, but you have already shown extraordinary talent. I was right about you. You are already at the first level of the mysterious Qi realm, and you can be called a cultivator to the outside world. As for the subsequent realm of cultivation, Shenqi, Ningdan, Hunti, Nahai, Tianyuan, these are the 5 realms of mortals. When you reach the Tianyuan realm, you can fly in the air. That's right.
Sumu suddenly thought of it and a slight smile appeared on his face. If you can reach the soul body realm before you are 100 years old, you may be able to try to participate in the Holy Land selection and join the 3 major Holy Lands.
Holy Land. Lei Yishuan looked confused. Master, what is the Holy Land?
That is the cultivation center of the entire Shenyuan Continent. It has the world's top resources and the most powerful people. Master, have you ever been to the Holy Land?
Well, I have been there, I guess. I stayed there for a while. For a while.
The girl looked a little confused, and then suddenly thought of something. By the way, Master, you just mentioned that there are 3 holy places.
Which 3 are they? Which one did you go to?
The 3 holy places are Yaofeng Holy Land, Tinglong Holy Land, and Miaoying Holy Land.
I went to the first one.
Then I will also go to the Yaofeng Holy Land in the future. The girl looked determined, as if she had made some great decision. Sumu smiled softly. You know what, after the other person gradually adapts to the changes in his body, he is actually quite cute. Lei Yixuan had already changed into a brand new dress, which looked like it belonged to Yun Susu. The style was a little big, but it was still wearable. The girl's dress is light pink and looks quite playful. As Sumu chattered on, most of the day passed quickly, and Lei Yixuan finally learned her first martial arts technique. Although I haven't gotten started yet, at least I can show the way. Master! My disciple is gone. The little girl looked serious, and Sumu managed to hold back his laughter and touched her head. Go ahead. Watching the other person's back gradually going away, Sumu sat cross-legged here. His perception could now easily cover the entire city. He could see every move of the other person, so there was no need to worry about his safety. By the way, Sumu can continue to gain insights. What if he can sense new fragments of destiny? Of course, Sumu did not put all his energy on the vague sensation. He also sent out many people to collect information everywhere. This is destined to be a protracted battle. The other side of the city. Lei Yixuan, who has a brand new look, has now cornered a group of half-grown children. This group of children were generally older than him. The oldest one looked to be 17 or 18 years old. They were all boys. You again. What are you going to do again? Most of these people were injured, and many had bruised faces and noses. They looked at Lei Yixuan with fear. Why is this female devil here again? We finally managed to repel the enemy yesterday, but he comes again today? Don't let people rest. The most important thing is Lei Yixuan is completely different now. When they first saw her, the group of people didn't even dare to step forward to recognize her. They thought she was a young lady from a wealthy family and chose to hide far away. I didn't expect to be blocked by the other party at the door. What on earth happened to you? Where did you steal these things from? A young man frowned and spoke. Lei Yixuan looked disdainful. Steal? Do I need to steal? I have never stolen once in all these years. These are all given to me by my master. From today on, I am a practitioner. Practitioner! A group of little beggars opened their eyes wide, their faces filled with fear. They felt uneasy when they thought about the gang fight they had inflicted on the other party yesterday. Is the female devil here for revenge today? She is a cultivator now, is she going to kill us? Everyone was extremely frightened and huddled in the corner, as if they wanted to get right in. Although Lei Yixuan's expression was exaggerated, her eyes were calm. She slowly glanced at everyone present and found that no one dared to look her in the eye. The girl snorted softly. From today on, you all have to call me boss. Do you hear me? Ah. I asked you if you heard me. I heard it. Hello, boss. A group of people knelt down in unison, and Lei Yixuan raised her head proudly. Humph. Since you all call me boss, I have to protect you. Take this. Lei Yixuan casually threw a small bag over. It was not a storage bag, but an ordinary rag bag. The things inside were borrowed by her from Yun Susu, and he didn't have the courage to ask Sumu for them. I always feel that asking a great man like my master to borrow money is a bit difficult to say. I know you have a piece of wasteland nearby. With these things, you don't have to beg anymore. Since you are all my brothers, you can't do such a shameful thing. Hearing this, the dozen or so children opposite were stunned. Especially the oldest ones. Female devil you. No, boss. Why are you so nice to us? We were just yesterday. Cut. Lei Yixuan snorted disdainfully. I'm fighting a dozen of you by myself, and you can only inflict some superficial injuries on me. I certainly won't take it to heart. The main reason why the girl didn't say it was because she knew that these people had once protected her. Begging also requires dividing up territory. When Lei Yixuan first arrived, she was always driven away from various places, but only stayed here. It's just that she has a weird temper and doesn't want to live with others. As the sun sets, Lei Yixuan is also walking on the way back, with her head down and not saying a word. She didn't know why, even though it was a rare opportunity for her to feel proud, she couldn't feel happy. It was not until the girl gradually walked to the entrance of the dilapidated temple and saw the friendly figure that she smiled.
Master. Chapter 270 Immortal Emperor's Methods.
Shenyuan Continent, Eastern Region. Very close to the southern mountains. A huge luxurious flying boat was moving slowly. On the deck at the bow of the boat, a handsome young man was sitting cross-legged on a bench with an ancient book in his hand. Not far from him, a small figure was constantly making various poses, making humming and hawing sounds, and looked quite serious.
Master, am I practicing this correctly?
The seventh chi path is a little crooked.
It should be the acupuncture point on the left. Please pay attention to it.
Oh. Lei Yixuan quietly raised her head and glanced at Su Mu, and found that the other party could actually sense the qi circulation in his body without even raising his head.
Is this the high-ranking monk? Just at this moment, the girl suddenly thought of it.
Master can sense the condition of my body from such a distance.
Then what about the clothes I am wearing? No.
The girl shook her head quickly. She felt that her master was not such a person. Sumu didn't know what the other person was thinking, but he could feel that there was something strange in the girl's expression, but he didn't have the mind to ask. Instead, he focused his main energy on the book in his hands.
2 months have passed since Lei Yixuan followed him.
During these 2 months, Sumu, on the one hand, piloted the flying boat to search for traces of the fragments of destiny, and on the other hand, he was constantly inquiring about the news of the Su family. The Su family has recently dispatched a lot of manpower, and under the leadership of Su Ningye, a large group of immortal kings have rushed to the front line. It is said that the location of the crack in the boundary wall should be in the central region, but it is at an extremely high place and cannot be reached by ordinary people. There is no news on the specific situation yet. As for the book in Su Mu's hand, it was brought to him by Qian Zi, and it contained some information about the fragments of destiny. This was also something Su Mu had never understood before. So this is the origin of the fragment of destiny.
Su Mu nodded slightly, as if thinking about something.
In ancient times, the shape of the Shenyuan continent seemed to be completely different from what it is now. The human race was not very powerful at that time and was instead in a difficult situation to survive.
Until the first immortal emperor was born among humans.
This immortal emperor is called the ancestral immortal emperor. His specific name is no longer traceable, but he created the first fragment of destiny in history.
That is favored by heaven.
It was also from this time that the human race began to truly come into contact with the great Tao of heaven and earth, and countless cultivators were born. According to the information Sumu has obtained so far, it seems that every immortal emperor can only create one fragment of destiny in his lifetime, and the characteristics of this fragment of destiny are mostly related to themselves. This means from ancient times to the present, a total of 49 immortal emperors have been born.
So many. Sumu was a little surprised, because the number of destiny fragments was exactly 49.
The most common saying is that there are 50 great ways, 49 are derived from heaven, and one is missing. It suddenly occurred to him.
What would happen if another immortal emperor was born at this time?
Would it be considered the state of perfection?
It seems something is wrong again. Sumu frowned and thought.
The current environment of heaven and earth was already very bad, and it was becoming more severe day by day. According to this development trend, it is impossible for the 50th immortal emperor to be born. If I remember correctly, the Forbidden Land seems to be related to the immortal emperor.
How many forbidden lands are there on the Shenyuan Continent? Sumu couldn't figure it out for a moment. Forbidden areas are something that few people have ever set foot in.
Some of the forbidden areas are even within the sphere of certain forces, and the news about them has never been leaked. The reason why he thought of the forbidden area was that he considered that the forbidden area and the fragment of destiny both came from the hands of the immortal emperor, so would there be some connection between the two? Just as he was thinking, a rumbling thunder suddenly came from not far away. The sound was deafening, and it seemed that the whole world was shaking, and it also retracted his consciousness. Sumu put the book away, stood up, and looked into the distance. I saw that the sky in the distance was pure black, but when I looked carefully, I found that those were actually dark blue clouds. Fiery white lightning flashed on every cloud, jumping wildly every moment, exuding a breath of destruction.
Master, what is this place?
Lei Xuan's face turned pale and she subconsciously hid beside Sumu, looking a little scared.
This is the realm. Sumu spoke slowly.
In fact, it was the first time he had seen such a thing. He had only heard of it before.
Plain. The girl didn't understand what he meant.
After all, she had just started practicing and didn't understand many things.
Do you remember?
I told you that the land under our feet is called Shenyuan Continent.
This continent is actually divided into 5 regions.
East, west, south, north and center are separated from each other by boundaries, and this thing is different from the boundary wall outside the continent. The boundary wall of Shenyuan Continent was man-made, but these thunderclouds in front of us were formed naturally. The girl was stunned when she heard this and nodded repeatedly, while trying hard to remember all these things in her mind. Although Sumu is easy to talk to, she doesn't want to cause the other party too much trouble, so she works very hard every moment. Sumu glanced at the people behind him and spoke softly.
Let's get through quickly.
As long as they cross this boundary, they can go to the southern region of Shenyuan Continent. In the past 2 months, Sumu could no longer capture that kind of vague perception in the eastern region, so he prepared to go to the next place. His goals were not chosen randomly, but with the help of intuition. Although it sounds a bit unreliable, he has the favor of heaven in this fragment of destiny, clear observation, so this is actually the most efficient way.
Lei Xuan kept looking at the thunderclouds not far away.
For some reason, the girl always felt that her heart was beating extremely fast, as if it was about to jump out of her body. So much so that her face turned red. The flying boat moved slowly, and when it approached the thundercloud, a faint golden light rose all around.
At the same time, countless thunders struck them. Boom!
The sound was deafening, but the flying boat only vibrated slightly and there was no further reaction. Sumu stood at the bow, constantly looking around. All he saw was blazing white. Countless thunders pierced through the sky and earth. He felt that some changes had taken place in the vital energy in the air.
The properties of the vitality here seem to be a little different. It's too violent.
If someone were to practice here, they would probably be chopped to pieces without leaving any residue. It was at this moment that Sumu suddenly heard a muffled groan coming from his side.
Snort. Lei Xuan's face flushed red as she grasped the corner of Sumu's clothes tightly. Sumu frowned slightly. What's wrong? Chapter 271, Breath of Death. Master. I'm not feeling well.
Lei Xuan frowned, tightly grasping the fabric on the corner of Sumu's clothes, a little timid, not daring to look at the dazzling thunder around her. Looking closely, even the girl's hair stood up. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. The flying boat under his feet is his exclusive means of transportation, and it is impossible for external forces to be transmitted into it.
The other person's hair actually stands up? Is it because of fear? What's wrong with you?
Master, I don't know why, but after getting close to this place, I felt particularly panicked. As if to confirm the girl's guess, the thunder around suddenly became violent, the crackling sound became more and more intense, and all hit the flying boat where Sumu was. Sumu also noticed this change and couldn't help feeling a little surprised.
What on earth is going on? Is this going to cause any trouble? Sumu seemed to be thinking about something.
I thought that the other party was worthy of being the one chosen by the fragments of heaven's favor, and he really had some secrets. I just didn't know how the situation would develop.
Don't worry.
Sumu comforted the other person softly and patted the girl's shoulder.
Feel it carefully. Remember the meditation I taught you? Try to feel it. I will protect you. Yes, I will listen to Master.
Lei Xuan suppressed the fear in her heart, sat down cross-legged tremblingly, and slowly closed her eyes.
her aura gradually calmed down. At this moment, the thunder in the surroundings became even more violent. As if it was offended, it was filled with a violent aura. From the girl's perspective, Lei Yixuan had fallen into deep meditation. She felt as if she had come to a space of pure darkness. There was nothing around her, and even the touch of her feet was soft. It was extremely quiet, yet there was also a sense of pressure as if one was being scrutinized. Where is this? Why am I here? Am I not with my master? Boom! A blazing bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating half of the world. The girl was frightened and screamed. It's not because of the lightning, but because of the surrounding scenery. Blood, scarlet, and broken limbs everywhere. The stench, the oppression, countless lives died with their eyes wide open. They were roaring, and they were constantly calling the girl's name. Thunder! Return! Return! It hurts! It hurts! Ah! The shadow of a skeleton flashed before her eyes. The girl was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, her face pale, and she quickly buried her head. I can't hear. Stop calling me! Stop calling me! So noisy! A great sense of fear suddenly swept over the girl's body. She was the only living thing in this lonely world. The resentment of countless dead people began to converge on her, as if wanting to damn her to eternal damnation. Yixuan! A gentle cry seemed to be heard from the distant sky. The girl didn't hear or respond. The shouts in the sky became louder and louder. Yixuan! Wake up! Lei Yixuan suddenly opened her eyes. How is it? I just found some unusual auras on you. What did you sense? Sumu frowned slightly. He didn't expect that so many changes would happen to the other party just by asking him to meditate. Yun Susu on the other side was also filled with fear at this moment. Just now, Lei Yixuan had just sat down cross-legged for a while, and countless scarlet auras suddenly rose from her body. Some of the auras even vaguely condensed into human figures, roaring silently at the surroundings. Sumu had never felt such a strong breath of death before, so he could only quickly suppress it and wake the girl up again. Master! Lei Yixuan's face was pale. When she saw Sumu's cheek, she slowly came to her senses. Then she pounced on him and hugged Sumu's thighs. Master, I'm so scared. I just saw. The girl told Sumu about her previous experiences, and Sumu frowned as he listened. He is now a celestial being after all, and he has a lot of senses about the laws of nature between heaven and earth. He clearly sensed the breath of death from the girl just now. Combined with the other party's account of the experience, Sumu couldn't help but begin to doubt. Could it be that there is a world after death on Shenyuan Continent? Why can she feel it? Sumu subconsciously used the fragment of destiny clear observation. In order to avoid embarrassment, she had never used this ability to carefully observe anyone before. But I can't care about that now. As Sumu's gaze penetrated the other person's body surface, he soon discovered some unusual places inside the other person's body. That is where the other person's heart is. In the center of Lei Yixuan's heart, there is a small purple fragment. This is a fragment favored by heaven, which is not surprising. But the key is, right next to this fragment, there is another light red fragment, and the two even seem to be merging into one another. What the hell? What the hell is this? Sumu was slightly stunned. This piece of light red fragment has a very familiar smell to it, it is clearly the smell of destiny. But this is not a fragment of destiny. All the destiny fragments are purple, without exception, so what is this red one? Sumu suddenly seemed to understand something. The problem occurred only after the other party arrived at the realm. Does that mean that there is something here that can resonate with the other party? Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. He gave an order to the two brothers Su Jin and Su Tai behind him. You two stay here first. I'm going to go out for a while. Young master. The two brothers' eyes widened immediately. This is a realm.
Once you leave, you won't be able to borrow the vitality between heaven and earth, and even your own principles will be severely suppressed. This is not a place to stay for long. These two brothers, whose cultivation has reached the level of immortal king, do not dare to say that they can travel freely in the realm.
Why does Sumu want to go out?
Just wait here, don't worry about me. Sumu took out a small formation plate from his arms, and a faint purple smoke began to cover his entire body, and he flew outside.
Just left the range of the flying boat.
The violent thunder around him seemed to be attracted to him and rushed towards him with crackling sounds. The shouts of the two brothers Su Jin and Su Tai had been left behind, and Sumu also noticed something different at this moment.
Is this the direction?
Sumu frowned slightly and continued to fly in the direction he sensed. Along the way, countless thunders submerged him, as if preventing him from getting closer. Looking around, Sumu looked like a ball of light submerged in thunder, moving slowly in the sea of thunder.
Chapter 272 Forging Destiny.
As Sumu walked further and further into the sea of thunder, he could feel that breath getting closer and closer. The thunder around him became more and more violent, but with the protection of the formation, Sumu himself did not feel much.
And then suddenly, why did you end up in a place like this?
A voice suddenly sounded in Sumu's ears, almost scaring him, and then he realized that the voice was so familiar.
Shang? You actually woke up.
Yes, I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time. Shang looked serious, a faint shadow floating beside Sumu, with white hair, white eyes, and an expressionless face. Sumu was stunned for a moment, then he reacted. The other party was obviously not fully awake yet and was in the grumpy stage, and he had gotten used to it.
Why? You know this place.
Well, there are very few places on Shenyuan Continent that I don't know about.
I have been to almost all of them.
What about the forbidden area?
I've been there.
Sumu was slightly startled. Before he could ask, the other party spoke first.
Why did you come to a place like the realm? You probably can't use the resources here right now, right?
Resource? Sumu was slightly stunned.
You mean, there are treasures in a place like this?
Of course, it's very important.
Shang frowned slightly. You haven't answered my question yet.
Oh. Sumu reacted immediately, and then slowly explained the whole cause and effect, including everything that had happened recently. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Shang's face turned a little ugly.
Humph. I knew those things were restless. It's only been a few years, and they're back again.
Sumu actually felt that Shang seemed to particularly hate things from outside the domain, to an extent that was a little abnormal. But now the other party was obviously in a bad mood, so he planned to find an opportunity to ask next time.
Speaking of which, Sister Shang, what's in this?
There are the raw materials for the fragments of destiny in here.
What?
Sumu was simply dumbfounded.
The raw materials of the fragment of destiny? Does this thing need materials to be made? How else do you think it came from?
Shang glanced at Sumu with a strange look. The fragments of destiny are the manifestation of the Tao principles of the immortal emperor. They are the transfer of a part of his authority, so they naturally need external objects to stabilize them.
And the most critical material is in this realm. You are now in this place. Shang paused slightly. Is this the boundary surrounding the southern region?
I remember the material here is life and death chi. The other party seemed to know that Sumu knew nothing about this, so he simply explained everything to Sumu. Actually, it's a little early to tell you these things, but since you're the chosen one, it doesn't hurt to tell you in advance. Ignoring Sumu's confused look, Shang spoke slowly.
Actually, you are not the first person I taught.
Before this, you actually had 13 senior brothers and sisters. More than half of them have reached the immortal emperor realm, and I have brought them here before. And it's not just this place, but the 5 regions of Shenyuan Continent. We have traces of us in the boundaries of the 5 regions. The reason why I am running around with them is very simple. It is to lead them to collect materials, forge a fragment of destiny that belongs to them, and then pass it on. Originally, this kind of thing should be done after reaching the immortal emperor realm,
but now that I'm here I guess the time is about right. What time is it?
Sumu had not yet fully recovered from the shock. It was the first time that he understood Shang's identity so clearly.
The other party has trained nearly 10 immortal emperors? Who is she? And Sumu still remembered one detail.
A long time ago, when Sumu learned the white sky flame puppet from the other party gave him some basic knowledge about the levels of magical powers. The skills used by immortal level cultivators are called supernatural powers. The other party said at the time that the highest level of magical power he had ever seen was the 6th level. According to the earthly immortal realm, it is the 1st grade. The highest realm in Shenyuan Continent is the Immortal Emperor, which is only the 5th level.
What realm is above the Immortal Emperor?
That should no longer be within the scope of Shenyuan Continent.
Could it be that Shang is actually an alien?
Sumu looked strange, and Shang frowned slightly.
Are you thinking about something weird? I said no, do you believe me?
Forget it, just give me your body first.
Since we are here now, I will take you to get your things first, so you don't have to make another trip later.
Shang raised his head and looked into the deepest part of the thundercloud in a tone that did not allow for negotiation.
Anyway, you have to make one of your own in the future.
She didn't say the last sentence, but she believed that Sumu could see it from her behavior. Shang also learned that Sumu was searching for fragments of destiny everywhere, so naturally he would go to all 5 domains and take this opportunity to collect all the materials.
Sumu was silent for a moment and didn't say much.
He just released control of his body and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the gentle temperament that was unique to Sumu had completely disappeared, replaced by indifference and coldness.
It was obvious that Shang's bad mood after waking up had not completely dissipated.
The formation plate above his head trembled slightly, and the original purple smoke gradually turned into platinum, and the aura permeating it also became completely different. The thunders all around seemed to have hit something terrifying, and even turned halfway and struck other places.
Sumu's mouth twitched when he saw this. When Shang is in a bad mood, even Lei Ting, who is as thick as a bucket, has to avoid the limelight. What a terrifying woman.
She did not delay too much, and her body disappeared in an instant. This was because she used the fragment of destiny breaking the boundary and chasing the clouds.
Shang has been to that place.
Moreover, that place would not have changed much even after several eras, so she could teleport directly. Sumu's eyes suddenly blurred, and when he could see the scenery clearly again, he found that everything around him had changed.
This is...
Sumu was slightly stunned because the scene around him was so familiar.
Scarlet. Scarlet everywhere.
Everywhere you look there are corpses. Some had heads as big as mountains, covered with densely packed eyes, but now they were all broken. Some of them have 6 arms, and each arm holds a strangely shaped weapon, but the weapons are all broken.
And some.
Sumu had seen creatures that he had never seen in his life, and he couldn't help but feel curious.
Who are they?
Natives.
What?
The original inhabitants of Shenyuan Continent. Shang seemed to have gotten used to it and spoke softly. Before humans came to the Abyss Continent, they were the natural life forms here, but now they are all dead. Sumu's heart trembled.
Chapter 273 Golden Mother Tree.
Sumu suddenly realized something. It seemed that his understanding of the Shenyuan Continent had always been too one-sided. Although he knew that it was a real world, he had never truly experienced it. And now, this sense of reality gradually began to unfold before his eyes. Sumu looked at the scarlet world around him, feeling an indescribable shock in his heart.
He lowered his head.
The land under his feet was not real soil, but layers of clouds. However, these clouds were all soaked in blood, gradually turning red and black. So, we are above the clouds now.
That's right. Shang nodded slightly and looked in a certain direction, as if looking for something. Sumu couldn't help but ask.
Are all the 5 domain boundaries like this? Not entirely, Shang seemed to be pondering. In fact, although the continent is divided into 5 regions, at certain special moments, they are actually connected together, at least that was the case in the past.
Anyway, you'll understand when you see it later. You'll go there anyway. Good. Sumu didn't ask any more questions, but looked around carefully.
There were huge corpses everywhere, but one could sense the strong Tao principles on these corpses, the concrete Tao principles. It was like
fragments of destiny.
Sumu suddenly realized that perhaps the special ability to condense the fragments of destiny was inherited from these indigenous people, or developed from them. These natives were undoubtedly extremely powerful, but they are all dead.
Why did they die? Because of heaven and earth.
Sumu was slightly stunned.
Not outside the domain.
No, they simply cannot adapt to the changes in this world. The rules of the avenue have changed, and their existence has been fundamentally wiped out. Shang had a blank expression on his face and glanced around calmly.
Actually, if you think about it carefully, we are similar to them. At least in their era, we have never heard of such things as enemies from outside the domain.
Sumu understood what the other party wanted to express, and for a moment he couldn't help feeling a little dazed.
What is going on in this world?
So many creatures were born one after another, but they died one after another.
Is it really just a change in the external environment? And it's just too much of a coincidence.
The former indigenous people died in the face of the changes in the world, and now the human cultivators have a seemingly destined enemy, the creatures from outside the domain.
Is this the way of heaven? Sumu fell silent for a moment.
He stopped talking and just followed Shang's figure and looked around. The other party was moving very fast, passing through a large area on the road, and Sumu also saw many amazing sights.
However, as the body continued to go deeper, some thick tree roots gradually appeared around it.
These roots were rooted in the dark blood soil.
The deeper they went inside, the larger they became. Until Shang's flying speed slowed down.
Sumu's heart was lifted. He looked up, and saw an extremely tall tree appeared in front of him without him knowing. The trees were completely black and exuded a rotten smell. The leaves on them had long since turned gray and black, and would occasionally fall down and turn into pure ashes. The breath of death was overwhelming, and Sumu was stunned for a moment.
What's this? Mother Tree.
Shang spoke softly. At least that's what the natives used to call her. It was the source of their life, and also the cause of their end. Shang didn't say anything more, as if there were some things he didn't want to mention about that period of history. He just controlled his body and kept getting closer. It was at this time that Sumu saw that there was a huge hole at the root of the tree, and the hole was filled with a light red light, which was completely different from the aura of other places.
It's almost there. Shang nodded slightly and controlled his body to fly into the cave.
The scenery around him changed suddenly, as if he had entered a thick fog and nothing was real anymore.
An inexplicable wave spread out from Sumu as the center, and Sumu gradually caught some familiar breath. This is...
Sumu's eyes widened as he saw countless tiny red fragments gathering towards his hands.
Under Shang's exquisite control, these fragments finally condensed into a small bead.
The red beads are extremely round and crystal clear, but there is a small blood-red bud in the center.
What is this?
There were so many strange things encountered today that Sumu always felt like he was asking questions all the time. The origin of the mother tree is full of the rich energy of life and death. It is a very important thing.
You will definitely need it in the future. Shang spoke softly and solemnly put the red bead into his own formation plate.
It was the first time that Sumu saw the other party being so attentive. Before, even if it was a fragment of destiny, Shang's attitude was not very serious.
But things are different now.
He also vaguely guessed that this so-called origin of the mother tree might have an inseparable relationship with the fragments of destiny.
Moreover, he also thought of the light red fragment in Lei Yishuan's heart before.
The aura of the two was obviously exactly the same.
But why is there something like the origin of the motherless tree in the other person's body?
Sumu began to doubt the other party's origins.
Really?
It is impossible for a person who does not have the slightest abnormality to be chosen by heaven for no reason.
The other person may also have secrets. Ask again when you get back.
Sumu secretly took note of this matter. Shang stayed here for a while and did not leave immediately, but his eyes were always looking into the depths of the fog.
Is there anything in there? Some acquaintances. Is there anyone? What the hell? Sumu was shocked. Is there anyone living in such a place? And is he an acquaintance of the other party? After a moment's hesitation, he asked tentatively. Why don't you go in and take a look? But to be honest, the depths of the red fog gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Now is not the time. Shang shook his head slightly. I just stayed out there a little longer. I'll go eventually, and so will everyone. It didn't seem like she was talking to Sumu, but more like she was talking to herself. After Shang said this, he immediately flew away and retreated to the periphery, leaving even faster than when he came. Sumu released his perception and glanced at the tall ancient tree behind him. In fact, there was one thing he didn't say. From the first time he saw the ancient tree, he had a feeling. He had seen the tree. It can even be said that he has a very similar one in his body. Now, in his fairyland, the dazzling golden ancient trees swayed in all directions, and the rushing water flowed under their roots, running endlessly. Chapter 274 Electricity Flies. Sumu knew that Shang had many secrets. What he understood now was just one of them. He was just a little curious. By the way, how long have you lived? Are you trying to find out my age? Shang seemed to find it a bit funny and had already released his control over Sumu's body. Only a faint spirit floated beside him. It's a bit rude to ask a girl's age without permission. The other party looked a little playful. However, Sumu's mouth twitched. The other person is probably older than his entire family put together, and yet he is still acting like a spoiled brat and acting cute? Although he felt contempt in his heart, Sumu didn't want to say it directly. If he angered the other party, Shang might really hit him. Some things are not worth the effort. So he turned to ask about other things, which he would be exposed to in a while. My father asked me to prepare some retreat plans. He said I need to make some arrangements outside the starry sky. Any suggestions? That day will never come. Shang's tone suddenly became serious. As long as I am here, this continent will belong to us. Sumu was slightly stunned. In a trance, he suddenly found that Shang's temperament had changed. The other party has a supreme attitude, as if he looks down on the past and present, suppressing thousands of races, and enduring the worship of all living beings for countless years. Sumu suddenly spoke softly. You seem a little different. Yeah, did you notice that too? Shang suddenly laughed softly, his translucent spirit body turned in the air, his long white hair fluttering in the wind, making people feel excited. After this hibernation, my consciousness has become clearer and I can use more of my strength. Weren't you very strong before? No, the same. Shang shook his head slowly. My awakening process is different from others. I am half asleep and half awake, so I can always follow you. During this process, my strength has also been gradually unlocked. The last time I helped you deal with those 3 immortal lords was actually the limit of what I can do at the moment. Sumu nodded slightly, a look of sudden enlightenment appearing on his face. What about now? What's your level of strength? It's still the immortal lord, but a little bit stronger than before. Shang pinched 2 beautiful fingers and made a very small arc in the air. A little bit? Sumu suddenly fell silent, because he remembered that someone had deceived him with these words before. That is the system that has been lying dead for a long time. The system really screwed him over at that time, which led to Sumu now never believing anything little said by others, no matter who comes to help. Sumu was not in a hurry to leave here, but flew around in the air and had a clearer understanding of the indigenous people mentioned by Shang. Gradually, some rules were summarized. For example, these indigenous people are all extremely huge, without exception, and their organs are completely different from those of humans, which can be seen from the structural details. If you must say it, it is cruder than humans. Is this evolution? Or is it? Sumu thought in his heart. Shang said some time ago that before humans, these indigenous people were the masters of the Shenyuan Continent. So where did humans come from? Sumu looked up at the sky and was silent for a long time without saying a word. On the flying boat.
Lei Yixuan stood at the bow at a loss, her eyes fixed on the blazing thunderstorm in the distance, even though she could not see anything clearly and even her eyes were painful from the flashes. But the girl was still very stubborn and wanted to stand here. And right beside her, Yun Susu was also standing there quietly. She believed that there would be absolutely no problem with Sumu. From the first time she saw Sumu, she had never seen him suffer any loss, no matter when. Yun Susu was not worried about Sumu, but was worried about Lei Yixuan. "Sister, why don't we go downstairs and wait? Brother Sumu is very strong, much stronger than you think. There will be no problem. But I want to wait for Master here." Lei Yixuan lowered her head slightly. She didn't know why, but ever since she followed Sumu, she would feel uneasy in her heart if she didn't see Sumu for a quarter of an hour. "I can't tell why." Lei Yixuan could only force herself to divert her attention and quietly asked Yun Susu, who was standing beside her. "Sister Susu, what is the level of Master's cultivation? Who is Master?" Yun Susu's red lips slightly pursed, but she said nothing in the end, just shook her head gently. "If you really want to know, just go ask Brother Sumu yourself." "I asked." Lei Yixuan looked a little aggrieved, "but Master didn't tell me, and even he still hasn't acknowledged that I'm his disciple." The girl's mood was obviously much lower and she looked quite pitiful. "Sister Susu, do you think I'm too stupid? Master doesn't think highly of me." "You're not stupid, you're smarter than many people." Yun Susu has been practicing for much longer than Lei Yixuan, and what she has been exposed to is incomparable to the other party, and she has a general understanding of the situation. "Your cultivation talent is actually already top-notch, at least better than most people. As for Brother Sumu..." Yun Susu suddenly felt helpless. After all, Sumu is not them, and everything he has been exposed to since childhood is hard for them to imagine. "It's not your problem, sister, it's just that he is too good." Lei Yixuan lowered her head and was silent for a while, and couldn't help but think of the Holy Land that Sumu had once told her about. "Master said that this is where the continent's top geniuses practice. Is it true that as long as I enter the Holy Land in the future, Master will be able to see my talent?" The girl lowered her head, and her originally gleaming expression gradually became firm, and she had her own goal in mind. She wanted to become even stronger until she could stand beside her master with dignity and make the other party proud of her. Suddenly, the girl raised her head from the deck, her eyes looking into the depths of the thunderstorm, a look of joy flashing across her face. She sensed a familiar scent. As if in response to her perception, the thunder around her suddenly became more violent, crackling sounds were endless, and the power of heaven was raging. A young figure slowly walked out from the blazing white lightning, with a leisurely look and a slight smile on his lips. "Why are you standing here all the time?" "Master." Lei Yixuan looked surprised. Sumu had just stood on the deck when the girl rushed over and was bounced away in an instant. Sizzle. A slight electric current flashed through the girl. Sumu's mouth twitched. "It's over, I almost forgot that I still have a little bit of strength left." Chapter 275 Their Secrets. Although there were some minor errors, fortunately the person was not seriously injured, except that his hair was electrocuted into a big afro. Sumu had a strange expression on his face, and when he rubbed the other person's head, he couldn't help feeling a little itchy. "I have already checked it out. Let's leave this place first. I will talk to you slowly on the way." "Okay, thank you, Master." Lei Yixuan looked depressed and a little unhappy. He was clearly filled with joy and wanted to give his master a hug, but ended up getting electrocuted and flew away, making a huge fool of himself. If it was just this, it would be fine, but the master saw it. "I don't want to live anymore." Lei Yixuan hung his head and suddenly thought. Everyone will die anyway, so it's okay once they die. Yun Susu's shoulders twitched. She wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, for fear of hurting the little sister's feelings. She could only bury her head deeply and stare at her toes. Sumu looked helpless. He rubbed the little girl's head and comforted her softly. "It's my fault. I forgot that there was still some external force remaining in my body. How about this? I'll give you some compensation." As he spoke, Sumu began to search in his storage ring. Lei Yixuan quickly raised her hand to stop him.
No, master.
It's my fault, it has nothing to do with you, I don't want any compensation.
Take it if you give it to me. Sumu looked indifferent.
You can use it to improve your strength and protect yourself as soon as possible. When she heard that she could improve her abilities, Lei Yixuan suddenly paused. Thinking of the ambition she had just set not long ago, she was unable to say no for a moment. I could only lower my head with a red face and speak softly.
Thank you, master.
The other party's voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, but Sumu didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he handed the other party a small long sword. This sword is called Purple Lightning, it is a magical weapon, it should be enough for you to use for the time being. Sumu looked at the other person as he took it with a puzzled look on his face. For a moment, he looked a little dazed and couldn't help but recall the past. When he first met Meng Xiaoxiao, he also gave her a long sword, and she seemed to still be carrying that sword with her.
It's really fate.
Sumu nodded with satisfaction.
Lei Yixuan thanked him with a bewildered look on her face.
She had just started practicing cultivation not long ago and could not understand the concept of a magic weapon.
She only knew that it was a very precious thing. Most importantly,
this thing was given to her by her master, so she must cherish it. Sumu was suddenly stunned at this moment, and remembered something that happened a long time ago.
Etc. I remember in this life, when I just came back, those so-called heroines all showed very abnormal attitudes.
But many things are exactly the same as what happened last time. It was at this time that Sumu suddenly remembered that when he gave Meng Xiaoxiao the long sword in the Holy Land, the other party looked surprised but not surprised.
There was even a hint of nostalgia in his expression.
Sumu suddenly remembered that when the system confronted him before, it also mentioned things related to these heroines. Although the system denied that they had memories of their previous lives at the time, something was not right no matter how you looked at it.
Why did I not notice until now? Sumu frowned slightly.
Regardless of whether this matter is true or not, since they are all mine now, I have to test them or ask them a few questions.
What if we can get some clues? Sumu had already thought about it.
Since these heroines had experienced the entire world in the previous life, according to the system, they even lived until the world collapsed.
Would the other party know anything related to the fragments of destiny? Or will I know the ending of this world? What was the outcome of the previous life?
Sumu's mind raced. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was feasible, so he quickly called someone over.
Young master, you are looking for me. This was a skinny figure wrapped in a black robe.
He knelt respectfully in front of Sumu, but the aura he exuded was frightening. He is actually a powerful immortal king. This was the last immortal king that Sumu had always kept by his side, and now was the time for him to play a role.
I need you to do something for me. Young master, please speak.
Take my letter back to the Su family and be sure to hand it over to Zhang Haining in person. Sumu paused when he said this, as if he felt something was wrong, so he waved his hand, and a few more jade slips appeared in the air.
Not just Zhang Haining, you have to deliver these letters to their respective owners. On each letter, Sumu marked the name of the corresponding owner.
Among them are Qing Jingru, the Nangong sisters, Mo Xuanxing, and the four sisters Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu. In order to avoid omissions, Sumu simply included all the heroines in the previous life's Shenyuan Continent that he could think of.
Yes. My subordinates will definitely complete the task.
The black-robed figure bowed respectfully, took the jade slip, and then quickly disappeared. Now, all the communication jade tablets and teleportation arrays on the Shenyuan continent are broken, and the only way to transmit messages is by this primitive method. This is also why Sumu wants to bring a messenger at the Immortal King level with him.
Only those at the Immortal King level could cross the continent quickly.
Although it is a bit extravagant, it is the most efficient way. Sumu looked leisurely and raised his head to look at the sky. I hope there will be good news. Right beside him, Lei Yixuan was playing with the rapier in her hand with great joy. After all, it was her first time. Received such a valuable gift.
Boom!
The deafening sound of thunder gradually faded away, and Su Mu's flying boat finally left the range of the boundary wall. The surrounding environment was changing. On the way, Su Mu also told Lei Yixuan some of the truth he had discovered. What Shang discovered is the same as what he discovered. Nothing wrong. Lei Yixuan now roughly knows the condition of her body, and can't help feeling a little uneasy. But it is understandable. No matter who it is, after knowing that there are two foreign objects in their heart, they probably won't be able to calm down. Su Mu was not worried. Things like destiny fragments are only beneficial to their owners. The only disadvantage is that they will attract the covetousness of others. As for the other party's background, Lei Yixuan said that she couldn't remember it. She only remembered that she had a grandfather when she was a child, but her grandfather disappeared later and she became an orphan. He even became a beggar. Lei Yixuan looked a little sad, so Su Mu didn't ask any more questions and just kept the matter in mind. Moreover, he secretly sent people back to the previous city to prepare for a secret investigation. It was at this moment that the scene in front of Fei Zhou finally became clear. The hot breath hits you in the face, making your heart sink. Chapter 276 Southern Region Specialties. Hot. An indescribable feeling of stuffiness hit me in the face. It was like putting people in an oven, with overwhelming heat waves, causing everyone's eyes to widen instantly. Those with higher cultivation levels are fine as they can use their vital energy to protect themselves, but the two little ones are in a terrible situation. Yun Susu and Lei Yixuan are still mortals, so naturally they have no resistance to this kind of power between heaven and earth. Especially Lei Yixuan, she felt like she was about to faint from the heat. Master, is this the southern region? That's right. Su Mu lowered his eyes and glanced at the miserable state of the two little ones. While trying hard to suppress his smile, he took out 2 pieces of ice blue jade from his storage ring and handed them to them respectively. You didn't hold this thing properly. It can keep you cooler. Then he looked at the surrounding environment. Behind him was a realm filled with thunder, but now the thunder was very scarce, while in front of him was a blazing red color. The towering volcano exudes an explosive breath, and from time to time it sprays out large amounts of magma, which is extremely hideous. There is not much vegetation on the ground, basically all kinds of exposed volcanic rocks. There is also magma bubbling. This is the southern region. Su Mu had never been to this place before, so he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. With the help of the Destiny Fragment clear observation, he could feel some details in the surrounding environment. These volcanoes here are probably very old. Their characteristics have even changed the rules of the surrounding heaven and earth, and their vitality has turned into a faint fiery red. These volcanoes are not only dangerous, they also contain rich resources. If we establish a family here, we can probably gain continuous benefits from these volcanoes and support many monks. Su Mu nodded slowly. The two little ones beside him were happily holding the Binglanyu in their hands, with a very comfortable expression on their faces. But Su Mu thought of other things. The Shenyuan Continent is divided into 5 domains, and the 10 great immortal clans are distributed in each of the 5 domains, and the southern domain is no exception. However, Su Mu was not very familiar with the 2 immortal clans in the southern region, namely the Shang family and the Shanren clan. Unlike other families, these 2 families are unusually low-key among the 10 great immortal clans. Many people can only think of these 2 families when listing the 10 great immortal clans. This is also related to the customs of the southern region. Su Mu's flying boat moved slowly forward, and his thoughts drifted along with it. Logically speaking, in a place like Nanyu with a harsh natural environment, people who survive should be violent, brave, and radical. But somehow, the opposite is true. If we use one word to summarize the style of the southern domain family, it would be scoundrel. It's so shameless. The southern region not only has 2 major immortal clans, but is also the place with the most hidden families among the 5 regions. The Meng family, the Tsong family, the Yin family. Even the Tianhe Palace, which had many dealings with Su Mu, was jointly founded by several major hidden families in the southern region. That's right. It is rumored that the continent's #1 assassin organization, Fingyu Tower, also has its roots in the southern region. So some people said that the biggest specialty of the southern region was the old cunts that contributed 99% of the continents.
Sudden clang.
An inexplicable sound came from the bow, and then the entire flying boat suddenly trembled and stopped in midair. Suddenly, there was a flow of vital energy all around.
Sumu's eyes widened instantly. Oh no! There's an ambush.
Just as he finished speaking, dense golden threads suddenly emerged from the air around him. These threads intertwined and outlined in the air, eventually turning into an exquisite and intricate cocoon. The flying boat where Sumu was located was tightly wrapped inside.
Sumu frowned slightly.
I have just arrived in the southern region and it is impossible for me to offend anyone for no reason, not to mention that I am not familiar with this place.
May I ask who you are? I hope you can come out and see me. This might be a misunderstanding.
Although Sumu said this verbally, he secretly sent a message to the two brothers Su Jin and Su Tai, asking them to find a way to break through. At the same time, Su Dai was asked to make preparations just in case. Sumu himself was not idle either.
He directly woke up the little red formation spirit in the formation plate. The opponent must be the best at dealing with formations.
Although the little guy still cursed after getting up, he worked much more diligently than before. On the bow, Sumu looked around with a serious expression, while Yunsusu and Leishuan were confused and didn't understand what was going on. In a fiery red world, two figures suddenly appeared slowly in the air not far away.
Who are you? Why are you trespassing into the Washin clan's territory? Mr. Ariyama. Sumu frowned slightly.
He had never heard of this surname, so he bowed slightly.
I think this must be a misunderstanding. After all, I just arrived in the southern region. I don't know the distribution of forces here. I am just passing by.
You farted. The two people in front of him spoke very impolitely, even with a hint of gnashing of teeth. In the past, they would generally not be too wary of such passers-by, but now it is different. There are many hidden families in the Southern Territory, but they are more or less connected to each other, and their relationships can be described as complicated. And just recently, among all the hidden families, there was one family with the most special status, the Tsong family.
It was reduced to ashes overnight. Everyone was shocked, and the entire southern region fell into unprecedented panic. They sent people to the scene to analyze the traces. An immortal has taken action. The entire Tsung family was wiped out, and the immortal emperor-level semi-sacred artifact in the family was destroyed.
The result was that all the communication jade tokens in the entire continent became waste.
How could this not alert others?
Moreover, the teleportation array was broken during this period. This made them even more frightened.
Divide and conquer each one? This tactic is so classic. Someone must be trying to get them. It must be like this.
Therefore, during this period of time, all the major families in the southern region have been extremely vigilant against all unknown external factors.
Sumu was just one of the people they met.
However, the slight difference is that the strength of Sumu and his group is a little too strong, beyond the normal range.
The leader among them is actually a celestial being?
And he is driving such a luxurious flying boat, his identity must be extraordinary. Maybe they are spies sent by other forces, or vanguards.
We must hold them back.
And quickly call for help. The two of them made up their minds almost instantly, which led to the scene just now.
Passing by? How come you happened to pass by our sphere of influence? Why didn't you pass by somewhere else? Hurry up and open the protective formation so we can go in and search thoroughly. Otherwise, humph. Hearing this, Sumu frowned. The people here are a bit impolite. Chapter 277. Do you dare to come in? Sumu frowned.
While stalling for time, he spoke softly.
You want to search my flying boat? Can't you see the symbol on my flying boat and understand my origins? The Su family's flying boat has very distinct features and it is unlikely to be unrecognizable. But who knows?
The two figures just sneered when they heard that, and even crossed their hands in front of their chests with a proud attitude on their faces.
Who knows whether this thing of yours is real or fake? I don't understand, and I don't want to understand. Let us search it carefully, and we will let you go. Search?
Sumu sneered in his heart.
That's easy to say.
It's like you are driving on the road and suddenly a group of people show up and block you, saying they want to see if there is anything in your car that can threaten them.
What's the difference between this and banditry? Sumu even began to doubt whether this Yushan clan was made up by these two people out of thin air.
By now, Sumu had already realized that the two figures were just clones, and the real bodies were hiding farther away.
Acting so secretly, it's hard to believe that they are good people. It was at this time.
The voice of the little formation spirit suddenly came into Sumu's mind.
All right. This formation is so broken, it can't stop me at all. These people are quite cautious.
They set up formations within formations, and actually set up 17 layers.
I am really exhausted.
Sumu nodded slightly, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he spoke softly to the two figures in front of him.
After thinking it over, I changed my mind. You guys want to search, so come on. I have a clear conscience.
The two men were obviously stunned when they heard this.
Me? Really make people search? Did they really misunderstand? No, this must be the enemy's delaying tactic. They want to delay them and take the opportunity to escape. Humph. Little did they know that the enemy's plan had already been seen through by the two brothers. They were not called the twin heroes of the mountain for nothing. Why, you don't dare to come in. As Sumu spoke, he even released the flying boat's protective formation and put on an attitude of welcoming guests. Humph. Search then, who's afraid of who? One of them snorted coldly with an arrogant attitude. Anyway, the two of them are just clones now, so it doesn't matter even if they rush in and get ambushed, as long as they can get some information. As for their true bodies, they dare to guarantee today that even if the immortal king comes, he may not be able to find them. They are absolutely safe. What's more, they have their own formation outside. This is no ordinary formation. It is inherited from their ancestors and has many nested layers. With double insurance, it's worth a try. The two brothers made up their minds, so they slowly passed through the formation they had set up and gradually approached the flying boat where Sumu was. Sumu smiled slightly in his heart. At the same time, the two brothers Sujin and Sychus Revolut quietly left and headed towards a distant direction, believing that they would soon reap the rewards. The two Yushan brothers landed on the deck, looked up and carefully observed their surroundings, and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Wow, this decoration! This pattern, this material so exquisite. Only when they actually landed on the flying boat did the two brothers realize something was wrong. What a luxurious flying boat! Even better than our clan leaders. The two brothers felt a pang in their hearts and vaguely had some bad guesses. If he really is a person with ulterior motives, why would he take such a flying boat when traveling? Could it be that what he just said was true? Are they really from the Su family? The Su family is one of the most powerful families among the 10 immortal clans, and even they have heard of it. The two brothers stood on the deck for a long time without moving, just looking around. At this moment, a slender figure suddenly appeared from the void, and then slowly stood behind Sumu. The two brothers were even more shocked. Oh my god! So beautiful. Although Su Dai's appearance was not shocking, it definitely crushed most people. What's more, she had the cultivation level of Immortal King and basically had no physical defects. The two brothers were shocked by each other for a moment, but then they quickly reacted. How did this person appear just now? I didn't even see him clearly. I didn't even sense her presence. And look at this woman, she is so respectful to this young man, as if she is still a servant. No way this woman's realm is at least at the peak of the celestial realm. Is there a servant at this level? The celestial immortal realm is the most advanced cultivation level in the Yushan clan. In the entire clan, only the two brothers and the clan leader have reached this realm. As a result, the other party actually has a servant of such a realm. The brothers' faces became increasingly ugly. Sumu laughed instead. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to search? Why are you not moving now?
It was only then that the two brothers discovered that Sumu was also at the celestial realm, and was still so young.
It seems like I'm in trouble.
The two looked unhappy.
The stone. I have to observe the environment first?
How can I search without observing it well? One of them spoke with his neck stiffened, and he had already thought of backing out in his heart, as it seemed that the two of them had really provoked the wrong person.
If you can run, you'd better run. It's not easy to train this clone.
Sumu was about to continue speaking when the expressions of the two people in front of him suddenly changed drastically.
Oh no! My real body! The two said in unison.
The feeling from the human body startled them, and then they understood instantly, and at the same time looked at Sumu, who was standing aside with a leisurely attitude.
You're setting a trap for us.
Sumu smiled slightly. It seemed that Su Jin's psycat had already succeeded, so he didn't need to pretend anymore.
Frame you? I didn't.
The young man shook his head leisurely, and a wicked smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. He approached the two clones unscrupulously. Su Dai no longer concealed herself at this moment. Her cultivation at the Immortal King level directly pinned the two clones down in place, making them unable to move at all.
You were the first to be rude, you can't blame me.
Sumu looks very beautiful when she smiles. But in the eyes of these two brothers, his smile at this moment was more evil than the devil. The two of them trembled slightly, and had a vague bad feeling.
You! Who on earth are you? Could it be that we have encountered the real culprit who destroyed the Tsong family? Are we really that unlucky?
The two of them originally just wanted to take advantage of the situation, but who could have thought that they would find the real owner? Sumu had no intention of explaining, he just stood on the deck and waited quietly.
Soon,
two small black dots appeared on the horizon and quickly enlarged, then soon landed on the deck.
Su Jin and Psychus bowed at the same time.
Young master, fortunately I have fulfilled my mission and have captured them.
Very good.
Sumu chuckled and nodded, then looked at the two brothers who looked as pale as death not far away. Unlike their clones, the expressions of the two original bodies were obviously more vivid, and at this moment they were filled with fear.
Chapter 278. Something is wrong. On the flying boat.
Sumu had an amused look on his face as he looked at the two people tied up and lying in front of him, and spoke softly.
Tell me, who are you? Why did you attack me? Snort.
One of them snorted coldly, turned his head away and leaned against the deck without answering.
The other person had a similar attitude. Sumu was not polite either.
After all, these two people were the first to attack him.
He had never heard of the Yushan family, and he estimated that it was not even a first-class family.
Then there is nothing to worry about. So he took out a long sword from his storage ring, a very ordinary one, and walked up to the man without saying a word.
What are you doing?
The man looked terrified and didn't even have time to finish his words.
Puff.
The long sword penetrated the man's chest directly, and a large amount of blood spilled out on the spot.
Younger brother.
The other person's eyes were bloodshot and he began to squirm madly on the splint with a ferocious look on his face.
Don't worry, you won't die. Sumu's expression was calm.
Even though the cultivation of these two people was sealed, they were still cultivators in the heavenly immortal realm, so these injuries would not kill them.
But that may not be the case in a while.
Sumu smiled slightly, and the long sword in his hand pierced the opponent's chest back and forth, and the sound of puffing was endless. A large amount of blood dyed the deck red. The other man was in tears and kept hitting the ground with his head. Sumu did learn some things during this period. For example, the torture method he is using now was learned by accident from the elder of the Xingfa family. It's a pity that Qinshu doesn't have any brothers or sisters, so this trick can't be used. When the Xingfa family elder said this, his tone was quite regretful. Sumu remembered it very clearly. The sword kept piercing the opponent's chest, and the man's face became paler and paler. He even fell to the deck, and he didn't even have the strength to struggle or speak. The other one was even more miserable because the two brothers grew up together and were blood brothers.
How can I see such a scene?
I'll tell you.
I'll tell you everything. Please let my brother go. As long as you can let my brother go, I will tell you everything. Please.
Hearing this, Sumu nodded with satisfaction, then slowly pulled out the sword in his hand, bringing out a large amount of blood again. He didn't do anything disgusting like licking the sword with his tongue, he just casually swung the sword at the opponent's face. Seeing his brother's blood so close before his eyes, the man's eyes became even redder, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Sumu.
Go ahead. Yes. A moment later. Sumu finally figured out the situation of these two people. The Arisan clan is just a second-rate family nearby. There are many forces on the Shenyuan Continent. The 10 great immortal clans in the 3 holy places are high above everyone else and are the most powerful forces in the world, undisputed. Except for some secretive organizations, the remaining forces have a unified division. A clan with an immortal king cultivator can be called a first-rate force, and the Qing family where Qing Jingru belongs is one of such families. The second-rate forces are those that only have celestial immortal cultivators within the clan. A third-rate force with only earthly immortals inside. As for the rest, there is not even a single immortal-level cultivator inside, so such things will not be counted as they are not important. No matter how many mortals there are, they cannot compare to an earthly immortal. The Yushan clan's sphere of influence is the eastern side of the southern region, and the volcanoes that Sumu had seen before are also assets of the other clan. Both of them are celestial beings from the Shan clan. They were originally just patrolling nearby today, but unexpectedly they discovered Sumu and his group. A group of people were driving a flying boat on the road in a swaggering manner, which was a very abnormal behavior in the southern region. Aren't you afraid of being ambushed? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Aren't you afraid of attracting the covetousness of others? Something is wrong. But the other party still did this, which means they are definitely not from the southern region. A few outsiders suddenly appeared? And at this extremely tense moment, there is something strange. That's why the two brothers started fighting each other. Sumu's mouth twitched when he heard that. What do you mean? I'm walking down the street in a swagger, and that's wrong? Is there something wrong with the atmosphere in the southern region? I didn't expect that just because I was in a hurry, I would encounter such a thing. Sumu was speechless. Then he turned to ask another question. You just said that there was something special recently. What happened? After hearing this, the other party's originally fluent sentences became hesitant and his expression was a little dazed. Sumu frowned slightly, and his tone became even more sinister. You have to think carefully about the consequences of not telling. The man's heart trembled at once, and he quickly explained the whole cause and effect. In fact, there are some connections between the major families in the southern region, but some time ago this connection was suddenly severed. Among the hidden families, the Tsong family, which was responsible for connecting the various families, was destroyed overnight. Song family? Sumu frowned slightly. In the past 2 months, he had made up a lot of knowledge, including some about the Tsong family. Although the Tsong family is not one of the top 10 immortal clans, it has a very special position among the major families. That is the contact between each other. Although the Tsong family is not a clan of immortals, they once gave birth to a half-immortal emperor. That immortal emperor practiced the way of cause and effect, and later established something like a communication jade token. That's right. It's such basic stuff. However, this thing allows people to transmit information to each other across the continent instantly. If you think carefully about how big the Shenyuan Continent is, it will be enough to understand the achievements of this half-step immortal emperor. And that's not all, this small piece of jade can even overcome most of the secret environments. It can also be used outside the forbidden area. Sumu suddenly realized. No wonder the communication jade tokens I used a while ago are no longer usable. There must be something wrong here. As early as when the problem with the communication jade token first occurred, the major families actually had some vague speculations, but they had never been confirmed. That's not right. Sumu suddenly thought of something. It's fine that our Su family didn't get any news, but what about the Shang family and the Shanren clan who are also in the south region? Why haven't they gotten any news at all? The 10 great immortal clans have mutual emergency communications.
Although it is only a one-time communication, it is enough for the other party to pass on the message.
Why is there no news?
Sumu gradually had a bad feeling in his heart.
Where are the immortals from your southern region? Where are the Shang family and the Shenyuan clan?
The man lying on the ground was slightly stunned when he heard this, and his expression suddenly became extremely strange. These two great immortal clans have long since closed themselves off from each other.
It has been many years since then. Don't you people outside know? Sumu? Chapter 279. What a weird place. On deck.
After hearing what this person said, Sumu stood there in a daze for a moment.
Isolated in self-isolation? The whole clan. He really doesn't know this news yet. So Sumu frowned. When did it happen? This has actually been going on for many years. It's been about 6,000 years. Have you people outside never known about this? Sumu frowned even deeper. Something's wrong.
If these two families have really been self-isolating for 6,000 years, then he should have heard about it a long time ago from the outside world. At least there is no way his father would not have told him about it.
But this kind of news is commonplace to people in the southern region.
Who has been in charge of the southern region in the past period of time?
It's the Tsung family.
The man spoke in a lower voice because he obviously caught Sumu's increasingly ugly expression, and he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Looking at the alert look on the face of the man in front of him, Sumu suddenly reacted.
Yes.
This kind of news could not be passed on, which would be extremely abnormal if it happened anywhere else, but it was so reasonable when it happened in the southern region. How could such news be spread so widely in a place where there are so many old people?
But this is too good to hide.
The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched.
In 6,000 years, no one had let the secret slip? As for the Tsung family, it has been destroyed now. What the hell happened?
It would be fine if it was any other time, but it had to happen now, when things outside the domain are so restless.
Sumu couldn't help but think of his own teleportation array. What happened was so similar.
He would never believe it if you said it was a coincidence. So Sumu made a decision quickly. It seems that this trip is not only to search for the fragments of destiny, but also to visit the locations of these three families.
This is so abnormal. Sumu glanced at the two people still lying on the ground and asked softly, "Do you know where these three are located?" "I don't know. How would I know this kind of news?"
The man's expression suddenly tensed up, and then he pretended to be relaxed, his eyes wandering around. If Sumu didn't have clear observation, which increased his perception countless times, he probably wouldn't have been able to notice the details on this person.
He simply sneered.
"I see. If that's the case, then you two are of no use to me." He pretended to wave his hand and gestured to the Sujin Saikad.
"Get rid of these two people."
Yes.
The two brothers carried out Sumu's orders unwaveringly and were about to drag the man away. The person from before finally panicked.
He struggled like a loach, looked panicked, and suddenly changed the subject.
Wait. What's wrong?" Sumu asked knowingly.
"Actually, I was just joking with you just now, hee. The man smiled awkwardly, and his rather rough face seemed quite honest at this moment. "I really don't know about the Shang family and the Shanren clan, but the ruins of the Tsung family are no longer a secret, so I can take you there."
"Didn't you just say you didn't know?"
Sumu looked amused as he sized the other person up and down. He was indeed the sixth guy from the southern region.
It was really difficult to deal with him. The man smiled awkwardly.
So, after Sumu ordered his men to seal the two men's cultivation, he also loosened the restraints on their bodies and learned their names. These two people are elders of the Yushan clan. They are considered geniuses in their own family, and they are brothers. One of them was called Yushanza, the older brother, and the other was called Yushanbua. After treating Yushanbua's injuries, the flying boat that Sumu and his group were on began to sail away into the distance. As a result, not long after they left, the two brothers immediately raised their opinions.
"Wait, sir, we can't travel this fast." Yushanza looked extremely terrified. He kept looking around and seemed very alert. What's wrong? Sumu was slightly stunned. Could there be some problem nearby? This lord, it is like this. In our southern region, your way of traveling is actually a bit too conspicuous. Even though you are still within the scope of our clan, it is bound to attract the attention of those who are interested. Yushanza had a smile on his face. Would you like to deploy some concealment formations? If not, I can do it for you. Sumu. It is indeed a place where Laolu is produced in abundance, and the cautious style is everywhere. After thinking about it for a while, Sumu decided to follow the local customs and directly activated the flying boat's concealment formation to hide all the aura. The two brothers immediately felt relieved, and the expressions on their faces relaxed a lot, as if this situation was their normal state. Sumu didn't say anything more, but went straight in the direction indicated by the other party. He didn't want to waste too much time on the road. There was only one thing he had to do now. That is to find out what happened to the Tsong family as soon as possible. After all, this timing is too coincidental. The Shenyuan Continent is vast and boundless. Even the southern region alone is actually not small in area. Even though Sumu and his group were riding on a flying boat, the journey still took nearly half a month. During this period, the two Yushan brothers became particularly cooperative. After half a month of getting along, the two of them had actually gradually figured out Sumu's character and gradually confirmed the identities of the people around them. They are really from the Su family. The two brothers couldn't help feeling a little panic when they thought about how they had offended their ancestors, not to mention that other people still called Sumu young master. They couldn't help but start to wonder if Sumu was the one in the legend. This day, Sumu lay leisurely in his room, a pair of small hands constantly pressing on the back of his head. The movements were gentle but just right. Master, how is my cooking? Sumu closed his eyes slightly and nodded calmly. Not bad. Who did you learn this from? Why did you suddenly think of giving me a head massage? Sister Susu taught me this. Besides, you are my master, so I am showing respect to you. It is all my duty. Sumu smiled helplessly. This little girl has been coming up with some weird ideas from time to time lately, and he has gotten used to it. However, Sumu did not stop the other party's thoughts. After all, she was just a little girl and it was normal for her to be a little playful. So he let her be. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door from outside. Master! We are almost there. Su Dai's voice came from outside. Hearing this, Sumu was suddenly alert and quickly climbed up from the recliner. Okay. Take me to see it. Chapter 280. Isn't this a coincidence? Sumu and a group of people quickly came to the deck at the bow. He looked down over the guardrail in front of him and then stood there in a daze. It is surrounded by vast dense forests, countless towering trees growing wildly, and continuous mountains surrounding it. If there wasn't someone leading the way, Sumu probably wouldn't have been able to find this place at all. What's more, there are still traces of formations around. Just from these traces, we can tell that a powerful force once lived here. But now everything has turned to ashes. Sumu looked down and the original terrain was no longer visible. Only a huge deep pit could be seen. The deep pit was extremely smooth, with no trace of buildings inside. On the edge of the deep pit, there were even trees that were half melted. The other half is still growing well. This shows that the person who took action at the time had achieved a very sophisticated level of control over his strength. That's right, it was the immortal venerable who did it. Su Dai spoke softly. She herself was the immortal king and thought she could not do such a thing. What's more, this place should have been the clanland of a hidden family. The other party is not dough that can be manipulated by you. Faced with the pressure from the immortal lord, the family was eventually destroyed. Not every family is like the Su family, which has an extremely strong foundation. Sumu actually still had some doubts. Is there no immortal lord in this family? Why didn't they resist? The immortal venerable will not wake up so quickly. In Sumu's mind, Shang spoke softly.
It will take at least half a year for the immortal venerable to wake up, and the cost will not be small. During this period, even an ordinary immortal king, as long as he can get to the opponent's side, I'm afraid he can directly attack.
Shang's tone was indifferent.
He was actually observing the environment below, and then suddenly frowned. Wait, the power fluctuations here seem a little familiar. Sumu was slightly stunned when he heard this.
You don't know him, do you? After a long silence, Shang's voice finally sounded in his mind again. It seems like I really know him. Sumu was stunned. A moment later,
Sumu sent some people to explore below, and at the same time he returned to the room alone and took out the formation plate that had been stored on his chest, with a strange expression on his face.
You mean, the two people who took action were actually captured by you a long time ago?
They are here, just like Gang Jiao Xianzuan.
The scent can't be wrong, it's inside.
Sumu felt an indescribable sense of weirdness in his heart. He had just arrived and had not yet started the investigation.
How come the murderer was caught several months ago?
And he has always kept her by his side. His mind sank into the formation, and under Shang's guidance, Sumu quickly captured the two entangled auras.
These two auras were suppressed by the power of the formation and were now extremely weak. They could only survive in this way. Sumu looked inside.
In the dark space, a man and a woman stood with their palms facing each other, with a strange aura entwined around them. As if sensing Sumu's gaze, the man opened his eyes first and looked up at the sky.
It's you! Shang! What are you going to do?
To Sumu's surprise, although he was an immortal from outside the domain, this person was not arrogant at all. His attitude was completely different from when they first met. Instead, he looked a little scared. Sumu looked strange.
What did you do to them?
Why are they so scared of you?
Don't look at me. Shang pouted helplessly.
I just captured them and sealed them here. As for why they are so scared, maybe they knew me before.
Shang's tone was very relaxed, but Sumu could sense the strength behind his words.
Just a reputation can scare the other party, a dignified immortal, into this state.
What kind of person was Shang in the past?
And judging from the other person's expression, his grumpiness after waking up should have dissipated a lot.
Sumu pondered for a moment.
In his memory, Shang was not a difficult person to get along with, except when he was in a bad mood when waking up. At other times, the other person's personality is actually more like that of a little girl, and sometimes like a reliable older sister.
As for the ancient times, that is unknown.
Sumu put away his idle thoughts and did not waste any more words with the two men. Instead, he followed Shang's instructions and tried to extract the memories of the two men. In an instant, it seemed as if the heaven and earth were spinning, and the two immortals in the center naturally felt something unusual.
Kuei-Yan's face changed immediately, and even his voice trembled slightly. Shang, what are you going to do?
Actually, we can still discuss this.
What do you want to know?
I can tell you about the outside world. As the power of the formation disk descended, the opponent immediately held his head and screamed, as if he was experiencing something extremely painful. Sumu didn't want to waste time talking to these people from outside the domain. He already knew what they did.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to cut them into pieces.
The relationship between the two sides was a life and death one.
Why should we be polite to our enemies?
Although people from outside the realm have human bodies, they are not the same species as humans, and there is no such thing as a soul. Therefore, it is necessary to use the power of the array to check the other party's memory. Sumu searched frantically in the other person's mind, but most of the time he could only see some scattered fragments, so he was not in a hurry. As time went by, Sumu saw more and more fragments, and many places began to be connected together. Soon he found what he wanted.
Did these two really do it? Sumu frowned slightly. He saw that in the other party's memory, this alien immortal named Kuei-Yang and the woman beside him, Jiamei, had joined forces to massacre the Tsong family. Then he destroyed the opponent's clan's sacred weapon. Sumu frowned slightly. Is it really that simple?
Is the other party's plan just to cut off communications? Sumu continued to search reluctantly, and then saw some strange memories.
Ha! Someone from the Tsong family actually escaped. At the same time,
Suddenly, several faint auras quietly emerged around Sumu's flying boat, and then looked around quietly in the dark.
flying boat? Who is it? Why did you come here at this time?
The aura of these people is obviously not from the southern region.
How about we catch him? Following one person's sudden proposal, the rest of the people nodded one after another, and then they dispersed and quietly planned. Until
On the deck, Sujin seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with the surroundings. He was about to quietly plan a move when a dazzling light flashed before his eyes.
Enemy attack. Chapter 281 Enemy attack. The distant Su family.
Zhang Hanying finally finished writing the letter in his hand and handed it to the person in front of him with a solemn look on his face.
It must be handed over to Sumu. Yes.
The black-robed figure in front of him took it respectfully and placed it solemnly in his arms. In his arms was not only this letter, but also letters from several other people. Watching the other person gradually go away, Zhang Hanying sighed.
It is impossible to keep the abnormality in her body secret forever.
Sumu will find out one day, and Zhang Hanying doesn't want to deceive him all her life.
As for the news Sumu wanted? Although Zhang Hanying did not say it explicitly, she still used some hints in the letter. You should be able to understand, Sumu.
The girl murmured softly, and then she heard someone else's report outside the house.
Miss. There's a problem with the master of the family again. New.
Zhang Hanying suddenly frowned, then put on his armor and walked slowly outside. In the past few months, they finally pushed the front line to the crack in the boundary wall far outside the central region. And he also contacted 3 other families along the way. Among them was the Luo family, which was originally in the eastern region. The people in charge of the Luo family now are a group of elders. It is said that the other party's direct descendants are in seclusion at the moment, of course, including the Luo Yi brothers and sisters from Luo High City. In addition, there are 2 major immortal clans in the central region. However, the attitudes of these 2 great immortal clans are somewhat subtle. Just because they are the Chen family and the Wang family. Needless to say, the relationship between the Chen family and the Su family has deteriorated to the extreme. Even when facing threats from outside the domain, the Su family is still on guard against the other side. Not to mention whether the other party can be an ally, it is still uncertain whether the Chen family is an accomplice from outside the domain. How dare they let the other party be a teammate? As for the Wang family, they are also in the central region, and they were in cahoots with the Chen family some time ago. Naturally, the Su family members did not dare to turn their backs to them. So far, the main forces on the front line are actually the Su family and the Luo family. Although the other 2 companies also sent people to station there, showing an attitude of fighting to the end, their attitudes were somewhat subtle. When Zhang Hanying thought of this, her face couldn't help but look a little ugly. It's a matter of life and death, and the attitudes of these 2 families are really intriguing. Zhang Hanying actually also learned some information from Sumu, which was that there was probably some problem with the Wang family's ancestral hall. What she needs to do is not only to guard against the other party, but also to see whether the other party fully understands the interests involved. If it is forced, Sumu will help the other party solve the problem in the future. If it is proactive, then everyone in the Su family should prepare for the imperial examination in advance. But there is good news. It was during these few days that reinforcements from other families also began to arrive. Boom! A loud explosion was heard from outside, and then the entire flying boat began to shake violently. Sumu's consciousness was also forced to be pulled back from the formation. His face looked a little ugly at the moment. What happens? He had clearly just seen the key point. The purpose of these 2 people is indeed not that simple. They even found traces of the fragments of destiny. There are even. But he was interrupted at this moment. Master. Lei Yixuan ran in from outside in a panic, her face full of anxiety. It seems like someone is attacking us outside. Sister Su Dai has already led some people to fight against them.
There are so many of them. Sumu frowned immediately and pulled the other person into the house. You stay here well. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu took the initiative to move to the outer deck, and then looked up at the sky. All of you die. A large group of monks in uniform with ferocious looks surrounded the flying boat where Sumu was, and started to attack without any hesitation. The flying boat's protective formation continued to flash with fragile light, enduring attacks from everyone. As for the three immortal kings Su, Dai, they had already started fighting with others. There are also immortal kings. Sumu's face looked a little ugly. He didn't expect that there was also a master at the immortal king level among the enemies, and the opponent's cultivation was obviously stronger than Su Dai and the other two. At this moment, one person was beating three people. Sumu noticed that the other person's face was that of an old man with a white beard. At this moment, the other person obviously also noticed him and immediately narrowed his eyes. Are you the leader of this group? Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack? Humph. I'm going to hit you. This person obviously didn't want to say anything more, and even raised his hand and slapped Sumu. Sumu's face looked grim. He looked around and found that the number of enemies was more than he had imagined. There are at least thousands of people, and the auras of these people are very strong. Obviously they are not casual cultivators. And most importantly, Sumu also discovered that the other party did not have only one immortal king, there were several others also flying not far away. They had extremely strong auras, and they did not say much, just staring at him covetously. Call. Sumu slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. It seems like we have to fight today. Limit of the Nine Skies was slowly activated, and Sumu's own cultivation base also began to break through madly. After this period of continuous fighting and running in, Sumu's level of application of Shinjue Joshio has reached a very high level. His aura continued to rise, and soon he reached the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm, only one step away from becoming the immortal king. He simply pulled out his golden halberd and cut through the opponent's palm wind with one blow, then stood in the air with great domineering power. Let's fight. An old man not far away raised his eyebrows slightly. What a domineering young man, you really show off your talents, but I don't care who you are, I'll take you down first. People in the southern region value caution when doing things. Now that they have already started, there is no reason to stop suddenly. Of course, you have to knock the enemy down first. What's even more coincidental is that Sumu was thinking the same thing now. Sumu used all his strength in his first move, not only Limit of the Nine Skies, he also activated other fragments of destiny. Clear observation allows him to see every detail in the battle. Always on the top gave him extraordinary momentum, and he reached the peak state right from the start, and was able to fight at full strength. Sumu also quickly chose his opponent, who was the old man who had talked to him at the beginning. The power of breaking the boundary and chasing the clouds flashed slightly, and Sumu's figure immediately disappeared from the spot, and appeared directly behind the opponent, then chopped down fiercely with a halberd. Sensing the breath behind him, the old man's face suddenly changed. When did it get behind me? What a fast speed! Even I couldn't see it clearly. Oh no! There is something seriously wrong with this person. He quickly turned around to fight the enemy, his expression ferocious and his roar violently. Die! Chapter 282, Fight! 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 The old man's eyes were bloodshot, and he raised his fists and smashed towards Sumu hard. The wide sleeves were blown up by the strong wind, revealing lean arms with a large number of light blue lines shining on them. A strong force burst out from his fists. Sumu accepted all comers, and these super halberds also smashed forward angrily. He could feel it now. Although everyone in the southern region talks about being cautious, they are really decisive when it comes to taking action. As long as you find the opponent's weakness, you will attack with lightning speed and with all your strength. Sumu also gradually gained some understanding of the customs in the southern region, and felt more confident when he took action. Good. Since it is you who want to fight, then come. Since exposing yourself a little will attract attacks from others, it is better to attack back first and defeat the enemy. A sense of pride rose in Sumu's heart,
and his hands moved faster and faster. The old man in front of him also had a serious look on his face, and his fists were as fast as lightning, rushing towards him rapidly. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions continued to ring out, and the battle between the two men became intense from the very beginning. They kept the other monks around them away and prevented others from getting close to them. Many people looked shocked and their eyes widened. Who is this person? He looks so young, but he can actually compete with the 13th Elder. He is only at the heavenly immortal realm. The 13th Elder has been in the immortal king realm for many years. It's so terrifying. I'm afraid the origins of these people are not simple. Some people who were a little more alert also noticed something unusual. Although the timing of Sumu and his group's appearance here was too clever, the other party's strength did not seem to be able to threaten the Tsang family. But now that things have come to this, we have to finish the fight first. Sumu also felt a little annoyed. I was about to find the key place, but I was interrupted by these people. Take my halberd. The golden halberd in Sumu's hand burst out with a blazing light, and for a moment it exuded an aura like the sun, with blazing white flames lingering on it. This is a new use of the white skyflame puppet that he recently comprehended. Concentrate most of the strength in one place, and then explode instantly. As the halberd was swung down, the old man not far away looked solemn, and his aura became stronger. With a bang, the old man's wide sleeves were torn apart, revealing his lean body. Good boy. I haven't seen such a powerful junior in a long time. Now tell me your origins, and I can pretend that what happened before never happened. You said it didn't happen, so it didn't happen? I don't want to save face. Sumu retorted without any hesitation. Come when you want, leave when you want. Do you really think he is a soft persimmon? Sumu hasn't used his full strength for a long time. Although he doesn't spend much time practicing actively, it doesn't mean that his strength has stagnated. With a large number of destiny fragments in his possession, Sumu's combat power is unmatched by cultivators of the same level. What's more, the skills, secret techniques, and magical powers he practiced, these were all carefully selected. After leaving the Su family this time, Sumu brought with him a lot of immortal weapons that could enhance his combat effectiveness, just in case. Otherwise, how could my dad feel at ease? Since Sumu dared to go on a long journey with only 4 first-level immortal kings, he must have the confidence. He once had a secret fight with his father, and the result. Apart from the two of them, father and son, no one else knew. Sumu has gradually gained some understanding of his own cultivation. What is restraining him now is only his realm, not other things. His fighting ability has long surpassed those of his peers. As for the improvement of his realm, what he needed were some special opportunities, and Sumu already knew clearly where those opportunities were. If this trip goes smoothly, when Sumu returns to the Su family, he will be the youngest immortal king on this continent. That's why. Sumu was not afraid of the invading enemy at all. Instead, he was eager to try. His attacks were extremely fierce and he had no intention of holding back at all. The old man not far away narrowed his eyes slightly. My heart couldn't help but feel heavy. This young man definitely has an extraordinary background. But it is precisely because of this that I am increasingly suspicious. The initial command for this group of people to take action was given by this old man himself. If we don't hit you for acting so brazenly, who else should we hit? Facing Sumu's terrifying attack, the old man took a deep breath. The green light on his body became stronger and stronger, and his whole body was like jade. This aura not only permeated his body, but also affected the surrounding space. Space began to materialize around him, and crystal lines continued to spread in all directions. Boy, I wanted to give you a few chances, but you asked for this. Mystical power, while combining heavenly huajutsu. The old man suddenly let out a long roar towards the sky, and his body had turned into a translucent, crisp jade. Facing Sumu's fierce attack, he actually crashed into him with his body. On one side was a white raging flame, on the other side was a glittering green covering the sky. The two collided brazenly. The onlookers' eyes widened instantly, and those who were close to the scene could no longer care about anything else and quickly fled outside. A violent wave was released behind them, and everything was silent. There was no doubt that this was already a battle at the Immortal King level. It was not something they could participate in at all. Soon, the fluctuations at the scene told everyone why the Immortal King monks often raised the battlefield to high altitudes when fighting. The destructive wave was released outward with the two of them as the center, and everything in its path was instantly reduced to dust.
Everyone felt that they could no longer hear any sound and could only watch everything disappear in the blazing light.
It took a long time before someone responded. Oh, it turns out that it's not that there is no sound, but that it has long exceeded the limit of hearing.
Boom!
The earth broke apart and the mountains and rivers collapsed. The clouds in the sky were torn apart by this blow, as if a violent giant was trying to tear open the sky. At the critical moment, the remaining few immortal kings who were watching the battle took action at the same time, which stopped the fluctuations of the fight between the two and avoided damage to their subordinates.
Huff huff.
The survivors were still in shock and looked towards the center of the battlefield.
Two incomplete human figures gradually emerged from it. Good boy, I really underestimated you.
The old man was half kneeling in the air with his chest bare. The crystal jade on his body seemed a little broken, and the light was flickering, as if it would go out in the next moment.
And on the other side,
Sumu's aura was also unusually weak. His brocade robe was torn in half, and his long hair was dancing wildly in the wind, revealing a wanton and ostentatious attitude.
Countless white flames flickered all around, pulsating rhythmically and emitting a dangerous aura. Almost in an instant,
Sumu's aura returned to its peak again, all his injuries disappeared instantly, and he stood up again.
Old man, we haven't finished fighting yet. Sumu smiled slightly. Chapter 283, The Mandate of Heaven.
Thanks to the Destiny Fragment Eternal Summit, Sumu returned to his peak state almost instantly, and the injuries in his body disappeared in an instant.
He now felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Ah, so cool.
Sumu laughed loudly towards the sky, displaying the youth's recklessness and arrogance to the fullest, and an air of looking down on the world spontaneously emerged in him. His figure slowly rose up, while he lowered his head and glanced at the people around him.
Old man, come again.
Sumu had already felt that when he used the Fragment of Destiny limit of 9 skies, he could only raise his cultivation to the peak of the heavenly immortal realm at best.
But now it's different.
He and I achieved some vague truth, which was the feeling of sudden enlightenment, and the laws of heaven and earth seemed to be responding to him.
Sumu finally remembered the innate principle of his practice, cause and effect.
His eyes looked around, as if he could capture the faint threads on each person's body. These threads crisscrossed and moved with their bodies, and Sumu's heart was filled with enlightenment.
This is the limitation of living beings.
The cause and effect imposed on oneself is both fate and a cage. All these threads continue to crisscross in the air, but ultimately point to a unified source. Sumu couldn't see the direction of the source, he just felt an inexplicable sense of palpitations coming from the direction of the source.
And at this moment, right below him,
the old man who had fought with Sumu before had a grim look on his face. He had already reached the second level of the Immortal King realm and had been in this realm for many years. I didn't expect that I would be beaten so badly by a little fairy today.
Moreover, the opponent's aura is becoming stronger and stronger, and now he is vaguely touching the threshold of half-step Immortal King. Where did this heaven-defying evildoer emerge from? He gets stronger the more he fights.
The old man's heart skipped a beat and he vaguely remembered some records in the clan's classics. There are people who become stronger as the battle goes on, but this extraordinary situation basically only happens to one type of person. That is, the other party has fragments of destiny, and they are quite special ones.
Which one is on the other person's body?
The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and secretly conveyed his thoughts to the other people.
Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Fragments of destiny? Someone actually offered to bring such a good thing to my door?
A total of nearly 1,200 people were dispatched on this trip, but only the 5 immortal kings led them. They are elders 13 to 17 respectively. The one who was fighting with Su Dai and the other 2 was the 17th elder, the most powerful among the 5 of them. The other party's cultivation had vaguely reached the 4th level of the Immortal King realm. As for the remaining 4 of them, their strength ranged from the 2nd to the 3rd level of the immortal king realm. When they suddenly heard this good news, they exchanged thoughts in an instant. Capture this young man and his accomplices right here. No matter what their origins are, the fragments of destiny are definitely the most important. Today's matter must be carried out in secret. As a result, the 5 people were in sync and immediately made various arrangements. The 1,200 people they brought had varying levels of cultivation, and the role they could play at this moment was very limited. So they simply let these people take the initiative to form a large formation. Not good. Su Jin and Su Tai's faces turned cold. The 2 brothers and Su Dai fought against the opponent together, but they were always suppressed by the opponent. As a result, the opponent is now actually relying on the power of the battle formation. On the other side, the remaining 4 immortal kings had joined the battle with Su Mu at the same time, and for a while they actually pinned Su Mu down and beat him. Young master. Several people were startled and wanted to rush to help immediately, but the 17th elder who was fighting with them actually risked his life to fight. Combined with the power of the battle formation, they were suppressed for a while and couldn't raise their heads. Hateful. Do you know the consequences of offending our Su family? Let our young master go quickly. The 17th elder had a stern expression and remained silent. Su family? So what? This is the southern region. The teleportation array on the continent has long been destroyed, and it is impossible for the Su family's reinforcements to arrive immediately. Apart from anything else, just the fragment of destiny is enough for them to take the risk. What's more, this is a special period. The 17th elder couldn't help but think of the ancestor of the clan who had suddenly awakened and the instructions the ancestor had secretly given. The other side. Su Mu was a little flustered at the moment. He wielded the golden halberd in his hand in a very tight manner, constantly blocking attacks from all directions. He was being besieged by 4 people at this moment. And these 4 people are all immortal kings. None of them are immortal kings who have just broken through. The lowest ones are immortal kings of the 2nd level. Su Mu felt a lot of pressure for a moment. Shang also spoke softly at this time. How's that? Do you want me to help you? No, I can handle it. Su Mu refused the other party without hesitation, which made Shang slightly stunned. This was the first time that Su Mu refused her help. Can you handle it? I can. Hearing the young man's calm words, Shang's heart couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. I don't know why, even though she had only been asleep for a few months, I felt like some huge changes seemed to have happened to Su Mu. A less accurate statement would be that he is more reliable than before. Su Mu had no idea what Shang was thinking. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the battle in front of him. This was the most stressful battle he had ever experienced in his 2 lifetimes. Under siege by the 4 former kings, even though he had the fragments of destiny in his body, he could not find a way to break through for a while. And wounds would appear on the body from time to time. Although Su Mu's injuries would heal quickly under the effects of eternal juting and 9 turns to rising clouds, the pain did not decrease at all. Su Mu couldn't help but grit his teeth, looking particularly embarrassed. The brocade robe on his body had long been torn, revealing the inner armor he was wearing next to his body, and his aura was inevitably a little weak. He had never been under such pressure before. However, it was also under this pressure that Su Mu felt a burning sensation in his body. He suddenly thought of a sentence he had read in an ancient book some time ago. Those who receive the destiny of heaven will be burned by the true fire. Su Mu was immersed in the battle. The burning feeling in his body became stronger and stronger, and his defensive rhythm gradually became more and more comfortable. He himself couldn't feel it now, but Shang's eyes slowly widened. Is this the favor of heaven? The efficiency of automatic completion has been improved so much. Su Mu felt the tremendous pressure from all around him, and naturally he had an urge to tear this pressure apart. This impulse became stronger and stronger, just like a volcano that had been brewing for tens of millions of years, finally erupting in one day. Su Mu suddenly raised his head. The four immortal kings around them could not help but be stunned for a moment, and their bodies froze. Just because they saw a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes emitting purple light. Chapter 284 Daytime Burning. The 13th Elder was trembling. For some reason, the moment he looked into Su Mu's eyes, he suddenly felt a sense of insignificance, and even the output of his vital energy became a little sluggish. There's something strange about this kid. We can't delay this any longer. I have a bad feeling in my heart. Similar thoughts suddenly arose in the minds of several people. They immediately gritted their teeth and increased the power in their hands. Several people used their magical powers and spells, and the 13th Elder's figure turned into crystal jade again, covering half of the sky. Another of the 14th Elders was wearing a purple robe. At this moment, a dragon shape suddenly rose up behind him. The dragon shape was lifelike, and its eyes were filled with murderous intent, locking onto Su Mu. The remaining two people also used their own methods, and the strong murderous intent seemed to overwhelm Su Mu. But Su Mu suddenly laughed. Magic power? What a coincidence, I can do it too. Su Mu has only learned one magical power so far, but this magical power is so useful. The entire world had already been filled with his white flames. This was certainly not a random move, but rather something he had prepared in advance. Su Mu suddenly put away his golden halberd. Then he slowly took out a small formation plate from his arms. I haven't tried this trick before. Su Mu murmured in a low voice. A strong sense of warning arose in the hearts of the four people around. Oh no! There's something strange about that formation. Stop him. We can't let him do it. Quick! Some of them attacked even more ruthlessly, as fast as lightning. In comparison, Su Mu's movements didn't seem that fast, but everything still happened naturally. As he slowly raised the formation plate and gradually hung it above Su Mu's head, what sprayed down this time was not purple smoke, but bursts of blazing white light. Looking closely, it is not pure white light, but white flame condensed to the extreme. These flames were like light and lightning, filling the entire space in an instant and becoming more and more full. The white flame that remained in the air before seemed to be summoned, gradually transformed into a similar form, and connected together in an instant. An extremely strong sense of crisis instantly rose in everyone's heart. Su Mu suddenly curled the corners of his mouth. A smile flashed in his purple eyes, and he snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. Destroy. Everything seemed to stand still. White, pure white. All everyone could see was white. They felt as if they were in a white ocean, surrounded by warm water that was slowly melting their bodies. Yes, it melts. The coverage of Su Mu's move is extremely wide, not only including the location of the battlefield, but also covering the mountains and rivers within hundreds of miles nearby. Of course, this also includes the location where the flying boat was previously located. Fortunately, Su Mu had already taken the flying boat into his arms, otherwise the situation would not be much better now. Ablation. Everything is melting away. It's like it was wiped away by an eraser. The 13th Elder watched helplessly as many of his clansmen disappeared into thin air without being able to make a sound, and could only look horrified. Because he himself was disappearing as well. Damn it! Damn it! What kind of monster is this? The 13th Elder was madly practicing his own Tao principles. He also felt the Tao in this white light. Only the Tao could fight against the Tao and delay his own dissolution. I don't know how much time has passed. The white light between heaven and earth gradually disappeared. Su Dai and the other two in the distance were completely dumbfounded at this moment, staring blankly into the distance. The 17th Elder who had fought with them before had disappeared at this moment. The opponent had already consumed a lot of energy fighting with the three of them, and was suddenly hit by a white light from behind. And then just disappeared. It was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, without causing any ripples. But this was not what surprised the three of them the most. Their eyes were always looking in Su Mu's direction, as if they were looking at an unbelievable monster, and it took them a long while to swallow their saliva with difficulty. Psychosive brother, is the young master so strong? Does he really need our protection? Su Jin.
Su Dai. Both of them were silent, staring blankly at the scene not far away. Sumu also let out a sigh of relief at this moment and slowly looked around him. The four people who had surrounded him before were now extremely weak, and even their flying in the air seemed shaky. The 13th elder had an expression of extreme fear. In fact, most of his body had disappeared, and one could even see his internal organs exposed in the air. Sumu even caught a glimpse of the other person's heart beating. Monster! The 13th elder murmured softly, and finally his eyes suddenly dimmed, and he fell straight down from the air. The remaining three people also fell down after holding on for a moment, and the aura they sensed quickly weakened. Sumu had no expression on his face. To be honest, this move was created by him, and he borrowed Shine's formation plate as a means of release, but the various principles involved were explored by him on his own. I combined the power of cause and effect, borrowed the fragments of destiny, and my own insights and magical powers. This move originated from the Bai Xiao flame puppet, but at this moment it is completely different from the Bai Xiao flame puppet. This is Sumu's own magical power. Sumu thought about it for a moment. From now on, I'll call this move Daytime Burning. Sumu nodded slightly, very satisfied with the initial effect of daytime burning, and he couldn't help but look around. The space around him seemed a little empty at this moment. Not to mention the mountains, rivers, and plants, even the vital energy had been directly melted away, and was now being continuously replenished from other places, so that the world where he was surrounded by a huge amount of clouds and mist. It covered his entire figure. Young master. Su Dai and the other two came up to him tremblingly, looking a little cautious. What do we do next? Sumu glanced at the three of them and couldn't help but feel a little funny. Although these three people were respectful to me before, they were definitely not afraid of me, let alone like they are now. Therefore, strength is the basis for winning respect. In fact, he didn't know that in the eyes of Su Dai and the other two, their young master was really no different from a monster. The opponent's moves can actually directly wipe out the vitality of heaven and earth? This is simply unheard of. Yuan Qi is the most basic thing in the Shenyuan Continent. It has only been digested, absorbed and utilized, but it will eventually be transformed into other things and will never disappear directly. This has exceeded the limits of everyone's understanding. Ignoring the three people's odd looks, Sumu lowered his head to glance at the four mutilated corpses below. Go down and see if you can find any valuable clues. At least we need to know where these people came from and why they attacked us for no reason. Yes. The three of them quickly agreed and flew downwards immediately. Chapter 285, Taking the Initiative to Cause Trouble. Sumu released the flying boat again, and soon she found Lei Yishuan, whose face was pale, in her room. Yun Susu was also in the room at this time. The moment I saw Sumu walk in, both girls' expressions brightened. Master. Brother Sumu. Facing the concerned looks of the two girls, Sumu smiled faintly, nodded, and spoke softly. Don't worry, it's all solved. It's not a big problem. Call. Hearing this, the two girls breathed a sigh of relief. Sumu didn't have the habit of making others worry about him, so before entering the room, he had already tidied up his appearance and changed his clothes. Master, who are they and why are they attacking us? Have no idea. Lei Yishuan looked confused. Sumu shrugged helplessly. I really don't know. Even until the end, these people didn't reveal a single word to me. Although he said so, Sumu actually had some vague guesses. After all, it is rare to find a force that can dispatch 5 immortal kings at once. At the very least, they must meet the standards of a first-rate force, or one of the 2 major immortal clans in the southern region. Sumu actually thinks the latter is more likely. After all, 5 immortal kings, if placed in a first-rate force, this is already considered a high level of family background. Without significant interests as a driving force, these people would not put themselves in danger, but for the immortal clan, the immortal king does not seem so precious, but rather more reasonable. I just don't know which one it is. Sumu lowered his head in thought. Previously, the 2 brothers Yushanza and Yushanbua told him that the 2 great immortal clans had sealed themselves off long ago, so why did they come out at this time?
He didn't think the two brothers would dare to lie to him, mainly because this kind of thing was too easy to verify and there was no need to lie.
Looks like I have to go somewhere.
Sumu pondered secretly in his heart, and subconsciously adjusted the goal of this trip. Now that I'm here, I have to first figure out why these people want to attack me, otherwise I'll be worried all the time afterwards. If the other party really came for Sumu from the beginning, then of course we have to cut the grass and root it out. Sumu did not forget his original purpose.
Finding the fragments of destiny is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two.
It is a long-term task.
He can also do some side quests along the way.
Testing the attitudes of these two immortal clans is also one of the side quests. Sumu was now the young master of the Su family. When he goes out, he can naturally represent the Su family.
It was at this time. Young master, we found something.
Su Dai's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Sumu called the other party in and listened to what he said quietly. Young master, these 4 people, including the one who fought with us before, there should be a total of 5 immortal kings, nearly 1,300 immortal level cultivators. Moreover, these people have the ability to attack together. They are probably not independent cultivators, but a unified force. I have observed the cultivation aura of these people and can roughly distinguish some characteristics.
It should be.
What should it be? Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. They should be from the Shang family, Su Dai pondered for a moment, and we also found some supporting evidence on their broken bodies. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Dai handed over a piece of broken jade. Sumu took a photo casually and held it in his hand to examine it carefully.
Are you sure?
Pretty close.
Sumu nodded slowly. If that's the case, then what is there to hesitate about?
Change direction, target, the Shang family. Young master, are we just going there directly?
Su Dai couldn't help but worry about Sumu's safety. After all, it was the base camp of the immortals. There were only a few of us. Did we really have to rush in directly? What are you worried about?
The corners of Sumu's mouth suddenly curled up, and a faint smile appeared on his face.
I'm not going to cause them any trouble. I'm just visiting. Su Dai cannot fully understand Sumu's thoughts, but she can absolutely and firmly carry out Sumu's orders. Then,
the flying boat began to fly towards the Shang family. This time, Sumu did not hide his whereabouts. Instead, he walked around in a swagger, attracting the attention of many local forces along the way.
Whose flying boat is this? How dare you be so bold? You don't even use the concealment formation. What's the difference between this and running naked?
What a luxurious flying boat, it must be from some powerful force.
Soon someone noticed the direction of Sumu's flying boat.
After all, he had never changed direction from beginning to end. This direction seems to be heading to the Shang family.
You are so arrogant, are you going to cause trouble? What are you thinking? How could anyone dare to cause trouble for the immortal clan? Are you tired of it? That's right.
There are many hidden families in the Southern Territory, but there have only been 2 immortal families from beginning to end, and there are only 10 in the entire Shenyuan Continent.
There are some necessary conditions to become an immortal. First, there must be at least 3 fragments of destiny in the clan. Second, the immortal emperor was born.
Leaving aside the other conditions, these 2 alone are enough to discourage countless people.
On the bow of the flying boat, Sumu stood proudly, looking straight ahead, as if he could see something in the void.
Of course, he acted so ostentatiously not just to show off and attract other people's attention. That was his purpose. After all, the number of people he brought with him was too small, so it was impossible for him to directly attack the gate of an immortal clan, but this did not mean that he could do nothing. Since he would be staying in the southern region for a long time, it was impossible for him to live on the flying boat every day, so the Shang family seemed to be a good place. Sumu smiled slightly in his heart. He did not try to hide his whereabouts at all. I believe it won't be long before someone will discover his origins and know that he is the young master of the Su family. At that time, the people who would be most worried about him getting into trouble would be the Shang family.
As for the reason why the other party took action before,
It's a good opportunity to investigate slowly.
As for what to do if the other party attacks directly? It's not like Sumu really can't beat him. There's still an old woman living in his head. No. Where's my good sister?
Looking at Sumu standing alone on the bow of the boat, Lei Yixuan put away her cultivation posture, with a look of mixed emotions. In fact, she didn't know why, but ever since the last attack, she always felt that there was something different about her master.
Somehow, she had an urge to throw herself into the other person's arms.
Every time she thought of this, Lei Yixuan's face would turn red, which also affected her recent practice efficiency.
What are you thinking about?
The girl blushed and warned herself in her heart, which seemed quite disappointing.
That's master, how can there be any bad thoughts between a master and his apprentice? No one in this world would do this. Right.
Chapter 286, A Visitor from the Shang Family.
Sumu actually also discovered something abnormal in himself.
After the last battle, he took some time to sort out his gains. The most significant achievement is definitely her self-created magical power, daytime burning. After Shang's evaluation, he felt that although this magical power was outstanding, it was at most third grade, corresponding to the level of Immortal King. But unfortunately, all the things that support this set of magical powers are too beyond the control of nature. It includes the causal principle of marriage is like a dream, Sumu's own destined immortal body, the fragment of destiny favored by the heaven, the limit of the 9 heavens, the formation plate originated from Shang, and the original immortal emperor's magical power, White Skyflame Puppet. All of these combined ultimately lead to the extremely exaggerated effect of daytime burning. The actual effectiveness exerted has actually gradually approached the limit of the Immortal King level and is a power that is truly in line with the Tao. What's more, Sumu has 2 fragments of destiny to assist this move. Thanks to Eternal Juding Ding and 9 rebirths of Xia, Sumu can actually release this move continuously, which is almost the same as if he had already activated it. But this method also has disadvantages.
It is difficult to distinguish between friend and foe.
Sumu intentionally controlled the scope of the release at that time, so he did not kill Su Dai and the other 2 together. But at least he has one more trump card. Sumu thought about it and realized that he only had half of the 9 reincarnation mist on him, and the other half was still on Xianzi. If he could complete this fragment of destiny, perhaps his endurance could be improved once again. As to why he didn't do that?
Simply because there is no rush. Sumu's own combat capability is already very strong.
Even if he gets that half fragment of destiny, it won't change anything for the time being. At most, you can add half a point to the task progress on the system panel.
There's no reward, why are you in such a hurry? Not to mention, Sumu had just brought the other person home and worked with him to save his father, and now he just dumped him? This is somewhat unreasonable.
In fact, Sumu didn't care who owned these destiny fragments, and he basically ignored the 80 epochs of the system's mission deadline.
It's so hard to live a new life, why put so much pressure on yourself? It was at this time
Sumu suddenly saw a group of people standing quietly on a hill in the distance. Since Sumu's perception was far beyond that of ordinary people, the other party seemed to have not sensed his arrival and was still discussing intensely at this moment. There were less than 20 people in the group, led by a young man and woman. They had similar features and seemed to be siblings.
Sumu could sense the other party's lip shapes and could roughly guess what they were saying.
The elders' soul lamps have all gone out, why are we still doing this?
The girl looked angry. Why should we treat our enemies as guests? That's not the case.
The girl's brother shook his head slowly, his expression looked much deeper, and his eyes flashed with thought.
It was the 13th elder at the time.
They took the initiative to cut off contact with the clan, saying they were going to do something. It seems that they discovered something and wanted to do something not so glorious.
The boy was still thinking. Anyway, this matter has passed. The descendants of the 13th elder will be treated well. What we need to do now is to find out the other party's intentions. We can't make enemies for the family at this critical moment. We should delay as much as possible.
The girl still couldn't hide her anger and wanted to say something, but was stopped by her brother. don't talk for a while, leave everything to me.
Okay.
Sumu smiled slightly, taking in all the changes in everyone's expressions, and gradually came to some guesses about the whole picture of the matter. It seems that the people who besieged me at that time were indeed from the Shang family, but what did they do at that time? They actually took the initiative to cut off contact with the family.
Is this considered early cutting? There is obviously no deep hatred between us, so why do you have to attack me?
Sumu was puzzled. It was at this time that the group of people standing on the top of the mountain suddenly changed their expressions, and they finally sensed Sumu approaching. Sumu moved forward in a straight line all the way without any intention of covering his tracks, so the Shang family naturally predicted his route easily.
That's why we sent people to block the road. Everyone, please stay. A hearty voice suddenly came.
Sumu pretended not to notice it and turned around to look when he heard the voice. I saw a group of people slowly rising into the sky, and the leader was the young man that Sumu had seen before. The other person has a faint smile on his face at this moment.
My name is Shang Chuan.
I have been waiting for you all here for a long time. Are you going to my Shang family?
Exactly.
Sumu nodded slowly and bowed as well.
I am Sumu.
The moment he heard the name, Shangchuan's expression changed for a moment, as if he was not expecting it. Sumu keenly noticed the details on the other person's face and realized that something was wrong.
Someone who could have this kind of reaction to his name.
Then they generally know something about the situation on the Shenyuan Continent.
Wasn't it said that the Shang family had been closed off a long time ago? Why did they know him? There is a problem. But now is not the time to delve into it. Ha, so it's young Master Su from the Su family. I've heard of you a long time ago. We've known each other for a long time. You're really famous. Shangchuan laughed heartily, seeming a little casual. Since young Master Su is a guest of my Shang family, why don't we travel together the rest of the way? You guys have been waiting for me here for a long time. Of course. How can the host not come out to greet the distinguished guest who has come from afar? Shangchuan looked relaxed.
A little further ahead from here is the sphere of influence of our Shang family.
In order to avoid any misunderstandings, I have come out to greet you.
When the other party said the word misunderstanding, his tone changed slightly. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already sensed that Shang Chuan in front of him definitely had a high status in the Shang family. From the way he treats people, it can be seen that the other party is very experienced.
Sumu also smiled along with the other party.
The Shang family is indeed a prestigious family, their etiquette is really thoughtful. The two smiled at each other, secretly nodding at each other, and they both understood the meaning of each other's words.
But no one exposed it.
Young Master Su, this way please. Okay, please lead the way, Brother Shangchuan. The two of them talked as they walked. Both of them were very experienced in this kind of situation, so they naturally would not let the atmosphere become cold. So it didn't take long before the two of them started to call each other brothers and were very friendly, as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years.
Others echoed this, making eye contact.
In the crowd, only Shang Yu remained silent, staring at Sumu's back.
Chapter 287, Doing Something Bad to a Girl?
With Sumu's cultivation level, he could of course detect the girl's gaze, and he couldn't help but smile slightly in his heart. Compared to her brother Shang Chuan, Shang Yu is obviously much simpler in mind and of course much easier to control. Sumu silently kept this matter in mind. It will come in handy later. The group of people moved very quickly. Everyone in the Shang family took out their own flying boats, and even paid special attention to the specifications, making it only slightly larger than Sumu's flying boat.
Amidst the lively conversation, the group soon arrived at the Shang family's territory.
After passing through a layer of faint light film, the scenery in front of Sumu suddenly changed, and an extremely noisy sound immediately came into his ears.
Moon Spirit Stone. The best Moon Spirit Stone.
Sir, come in and play.
How dare you bump into me? Why don't we go to the city and have a fight? Come on, who's afraid of you?
Sumu was slightly stunned and looked at the scene around him with some surprise. They were clearly in the air, but after passing through that layer of light film, it felt like they had entered a mortal city. Looking around carefully, I found that the buildings in these cities were actually floating in the air, and I could feel the actual touch under my feet. This is... Haha, Brother Su, this is the core area of my Shang family, Yunzhong City. Sang Chuan looked somewhat proud. Just as Brother Su has seen, this city is built in the air, including the clan land of my Shang family, which is also suspended in the air. To be honest, Brother Su is the only outsider who has come to the Shang family in the past 1,000 years. The other party was still talking. Su Mu's mind drifted to another place. Good job. It's quite a big deal. The entire city was able to float in the air and remain standing for countless years. Could it be that it consumed a huge amount of yuanshi? Is this a way to demonstrate financial strength, or is there some other purpose? Su Mu quietly glanced at Shang Chuan beside him. The other party brought him here on purpose. Although it is possible that he was simply passing by, it is also possible that he wanted to give him a warning. The contest begins now. Su Mu smiled slightly in his heart. Before coming to the Shang family, he had made preparations that this trip was destined not to be smooth sailing and might even be extremely dangerous. But he still came. The group of people walked along the way and soon arrived at the Shang family's territory, which was also suspended in the air and was one level higher than the city below. A vast wave of vital energy came from afar. If a low-level cultivator was here, he would probably be so frightened that he couldn't even raise his head. This is exactly what Lei Yishuan, who is next to Su Mu, is like at this moment. Although under Su Mu's protection, the other party could not feel that terrifying power. The shock in his heart did not diminish at all. Master, what a huge mountain! It's actually flying in the air. Su Mu just smiled faintly and touched the other person's head. Don't worry, you will see all kinds of amazing scenes in the cultivation world in the future. Shang Chuan also interrupted the topic at this moment, with some obvious confusion on his face, and looked at the little Lei Yishuan. Who is this? Brother Su's disciple. It's almost there. Su Mu did not answer the other party's question directly, but instead changed the subject. The relationship between him and Lei Yishuan is somewhat subtle. Although the other party always calls him master, he actually has no intention of accepting her as a disciple. When it comes to cultivation, Su Mu himself hasn't figured out many things, so how can he teach his disciples? Hearing Su Mu's words, Shang Chuan and Lei Yishuan had different expressions. The former took over the topic tacitly without saying anything more, while the latter's expression dimmed slightly and she lowered her head. After entering the Shang family, more people came to greet Su Mu, and there were even many children gathered on both sides of the road, looking at Su Mu and his group with curious eyes. Mom, is this the person outside? He looks just like us, with 2 eyes and 1 nose. This guy is quite handsome, I wonder what his identity is. I heard from the Shang family's steward that it was rumored to be another young master of the immortal clan. Wow! There was a low noise coming from the crowd, and the eyes looking at Su Mu also changed at this moment. Young master? Isn't that the same as Brother Shang Chuan? Is he as powerful as Brother Shang Chuan? The adult looked embarrassed when he heard this question. This was no longer a question he could answer. Even if he really knew the answer, he didn't dare to say it out loud in such an occasion. I could only quickly change the subject. Su Mu took in all these reactions. At this moment he suddenly laughed softly. Brother Shang Chuan, it seems that you have a great reputation in the clan. No matter where you are, it's all because of the kindness of my people. Shang Chuan remained calm. Su Mu suddenly changed the subject. Is this your sister? She looks as good as Brother Shang Chuan. Hearing the other party suddenly bring the conversation to herself, Shan Yu felt a sudden sense of panic in her heart. But at this time, it would be inappropriate for her not to respond. Thank you, Master Su. Compared to my brother, I still have many shortcomings. Shang Chuan was also nervous at this moment, wondering what Su Mu meant by suddenly turning the conversation to his sister. Are you trying to trick me? Su Mu smiled indifferently at this. After getting the other party's answer, he didn't say anything more, but continued to walk forward.
The Shang family's mansion is magnificent.
The entire thing is built on a fairy mountain suspended in the air.
Su Mu and his party were quickly assigned their own temporary residence. The time of parting. Brother Su, I wonder why you are here. It's an important matter concerning the entire continent.
I need to meet with the head of the Shang family. After hearing Su Mu's words, Shang Chuan was stunned for a moment, then slowly nodded.
Okay, I'll arrange this, but it may take some time.
Before that, Brother Su can move around freely.
Of course, except for some special places.
He didn't say the latter part of this sentence, but Su Mu himself could understand that he didn't have any random thoughts in the first place.
As for all his thoughts,
Su Mu suddenly turned his gaze to Shang Yu. The other party obviously knew something, but due to pressure from his brother, he never said it.
But don't rush. Su Mu has plenty of time. It has been a very good choice in recent days. Then,
after everyone was settled, it was only the next day and Su Mu got up early. At this moment, Shang Chuan also came to Su Mu's courtyard alone. Brother Su, I have nothing to do today, why don't I accompany you around?
Thank you very much, but why didn't your sister come? Why don't we come together? Naakawa? Why do you always set your sights on my sister? Chapter 288. I'm going to beat 10 of them.
Shang Chuan had a strange look on his face and seemed to want to say something but hesitated several times. But in the end, he still smiled and said some words to smooth things over.
Brother Su, my sister is still busy practicing in the clan school today. I will bring her along next time. Su Mu also laughed.
He knew that if he spoke suddenly, he would appear to be extremely presumptuous, even naive, and people would think that he was simply motivated by lust. After all, Shang Yu is quite pretty. But this is the effect Su Mu wants to achieve. In fact, he had already vaguely realized that the people of the Shang family must be hiding something from him, and it was related to what these people were doing. Although Su Mu didn't know what specific plans these people had, it seemed that the other party's men had attacked him before, which should be related to this matter. If he can't make the other party look down on him and let down their guard, it will be difficult for him to investigate. Su Mu smiled slightly, then followed Shang Chuan out of the house. The other party had promised to take him around for a tour today. The Shang family is a clan of immortals after all, so they must have some foundation.
Su Mu was just observing casually and couldn't see many masters with strong auras. It was at this time.
Brother Su, this is the martial arts training ground of my Shang family.
Many young people have trained here. Shang Chuan had a bright smile on his face, full of the hospitality of a host.
Although our Shang family has always been reclusive, the children of our family have never lacked the passion to fight. Su Mu also had a faint smile on his face. He looked down and responded with a few casual words. The two chatted for only a short while.
Sudden. Shang Chuan. What are you doing?
A clear voice came from the side of the two, and then two figures landed. The two persons, one man and one woman, were handsome in appearance, and both had a high spirit. They spoke with high spirits, and were truly full of youth.
So it's you two. Shang Chuan suddenly looked over and smiled gently at Su Mu.
They are my cousins, Shang Pinxian and Shang Rou. Then he looked at the brother and sister.
You two are here to fight in the martial arts arena again? I heard you have won 40 consecutive games. He.
Of course. Shang Rou shook her hair, looking very proud. Then he suddenly tilted his head and looked at Su Mu.
Who is this?
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself.
Shang Chuan quickly introduced Su Mu's identity.
After hearing that Su Mu was the young master of the Su family, the brother and sister's eyes suddenly lit up and they showed an eager attitude.
You are the young master of the Su family? Are you as powerful as brother Shang Chuan? Can you spar with me? Shang Rou.
Shang Chuan pretended to be displeased and scolded her. The girl immediately lowered her head in grievance, but her eyes were still looking at Su Mu. Su Mu laughed in his heart. I didn't expect the other party's test to come so soon. And it was done in such a low-level way.
But this makes sense.
No matter what your identity or background is, in this world, strength is what matters in the end. The other party seemed to be afraid that Sumu would not accept the challenge, and the young man named Shang Pinxian even snorted coldly.
Humph. Sister, don't be so rude. How could a high-ranking prince like me easily duel with you? If I lose, it will be a bit embarrassing.
At this point, this is a very crude way of provoking someone. Shangchuan quickly apologized to Sumu with a smile, but did not stop the brother and sister from speaking, and his meaning was very clear. Sumu just felt it was a little funny in his heart. The last person who played tricks on him was the head of the Qian family Qian Badian, a powerful man at the peak of the 9th level of the Immortal King. And for a long time, the people Sumu came into contact with were all kinds of old monsters. This almost made him forget that there were actually many people of the same age around him.
Okay.
Sumu suddenly laughed out loud, with an eager smile on his face. I haven't fought with anyone in a long time, so I can have a sparring match and see if I've made any progress recently. Hearing that Sumu accepted the challenge, the Shang Pinxian brother and sister were immediately delighted.
The task assigned to them by Shang Chuan was considered completed. Next, they just needed to give it their all. Shang Chuan's heart also moved slightly, and he immediately became fully alert.
The 13th elder and his men had been dead for a long time, and Shang Chuan was almost certain that it was Sumu and his gang who were responsible.
But there has been no evidence. The main reason is that the strength of Sumu and his group is unpredictable.
In Shang Chuan's opinion, although many of the people around Sumu are immortal-level cultivators, the only immortal kings are the two twin brothers, and they are only at the first level of Immortal King. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible for it to threaten the 13 elders and others. So this person has other protectors with him. Or are they hiding their strength? It was for this reason that Shang Chuan arranged this test despite the risk of offending the other party. In his opinion, the other party is after all a teenager.
How can he allow himself to be looked down upon by others when he is young and passionate? At this critical moment for the family, Shang Chuan must try his best to eliminate possible dangers and must not let the implementation of the plan be hindered. Shang Chuan suddenly laughed.
Haha, it's rare that Brother Su is in such a good mood, so I will shamelessly be the referee. I look forward to Brother Su's performance. Of course, of course. Sumu responded casually, but his eyes were looking at the brother and sister not far away with a somewhat contemptuous attitude.
Who of you two is going to come, or do you want to come together? Shang Pingshuan, Shangru?
The brother and sister were slightly stunned.
What was the other party talking about, asking them both to come together?
You know, these two brothers and sisters are considered rare geniuses in the Shang family. They have achieved 40 consecutive victories in the martial arts arena, which has already tied the records of many elders when they were young. This shows that they have at least the potential to reach the Immortal King realm. Although they are less than 100 years old, their cultivation has already reached the earthly immortal realm very early. Even if they are placed in a holy land, they can also compete for the candidates of the Holy Son or Holy Daughter.
Sumu was extremely arrogant, which naturally attracted the angry glares from the brother and sister. Great! You are worthy of being Brother Su. You actually want to fight against both of them, brother and sister, at the same time. Ha ha ha, I will cheer for Brother Su here. Shang Chuan did not expect that the other party would be so arrogant. Just right.
Out of conservative considerations, he simply let the brother and sister fight together to prevent the other party from having hidden strength. When it comes to arrogance, Sumu has extremely rich experience.
For him, a former professional villain, it is very easy to arouse the anger of others.
In order to make the fire bigger.
Sumu shook his head even more arrogantly.
No, it's just that the two of them aren't enough.
Why don't we call for more help? I want to fight 10-inch. Naakawa? Chapter 289 Shang Chuan's Clever Plan. The Shang Pinxian brother and sister were undoubtedly angry.
They should have used provocation, but now Sumu had provoked their anger. Seeing Sumu asking for a beating, the brother and sister were so angry that their teeth were itching. They wanted to rush up and beat him up right now. At the critical moment, Shang Chuan quickly suppressed the two of them with his eyes and continued to compliment Su Mu.
Ha ha ha. Brother Su is truly domineering and unparalleled. I really admire him. Okay. Since Brother Su wants to fight 10 of them, I will help Brother Su arrange it.
One person fighting 10, this had never happened before in a martial arts arena, so the news spread quickly and attracted a large number of spectators.
Some people are indignant about this. This young master of the Su family is too arrogant. He actually wants to beat 10 of us alone. Is he looking for trouble? Bah! Wait a minute and see Shang Pinxian and the others beat this guy to a pulp. Mad, can you let me go on stage too? I want to punch him too.
The majority of people are angry, but some are also worried.
This person is so confident.
Could it be that his cultivation level has surpassed theirs?
Or can you tell me what secret technique is there? After all, he is the young master of the immortal clan. It is unlikely that he is so brainless. Well, that's not necessarily true. There are some well-informed people who know Su Mu's reputation in the outside world.
I've heard of this young master of the Su family before.
It is said that he...
The other party talked about Su Mu's deeds in great detail, and everyone who heard it widened their eyes.
What? You went to the Holy Land just to pursue a woman.
And later he became the Holy Son of the Holy Land.
You kidnapped the daughter of the Luo family? And then you fell into the forbidden area. And he single-handedly provoked a war between the Chun family and the Su family. This. No one could imagine that this was something a young master of the immortal clan could do.
Look at their young master Shang Chuan, such a calm person, but when it comes to Su Mu, why is he so? Everyone looked strange, but they all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. It seems that the young master of the Su family is just a dandy boy with nothing more than a reputation.
That's right, you dare to speak so shamelessly. There will be something interesting to watch later.
Although a small number of people felt that as the host, it was embarrassing to send 10 people to fight one of the other side. But this voice was also drowned out by the flood of people.
Inside the martial arts arena. Not long after the news spread, the huge martial arts arena was packed with people.
Many of them had excited looks on their faces, wanting to see their own genius beat up the young master of the Su family.
There is no way, who made Su Mu so arrogant?
Shang Chuan was standing on a high stand at this moment, glancing back and forth at the densely packed crowd, but he was thinking about other things in his mind. Even though it sounds a bit shameful to talk about 10 people fighting against one, he doesn't mind saving face as long as he can achieve his goal.
What's more, as long as the family's plan goes smoothly, they, the Shang family, will never have any intersection with the Su family in this life.
It will also be completely cut off from the Shenyuan Continent, so there is naturally no need to worry about any subsequent impacts.
Just in case, Shang Chuan even personally selected 10 masters. Brother, I'm here.
At this moment, Shang Yu slowly walked towards him from behind with a hint of confusion on her face.
Brother, why do you have to ask me to watch this?
I'm glad you're here, Shang Chuan nodded gently. When I was receiving Su Mu today, he mentioned your whereabouts several times.
I thought he might have some thoughts about you, so he specially asked you to come and watch the game. Ah.
Shang Yu frowned slightly, and a look of displeasure appeared on her face.
This guy is such a pervert. It's just the first time we met, but he has such an attitude.
But after thinking about it for a while, the girl still didn't understand why her brother insisted on coming to watch the fight by herself, so she couldn't help but ask again.
Shang Chuan sighed slightly in his heart and glanced at his silly sister. If she could be smarter, he wouldn't have to take everything on himself. You have to know that no man can lose face in front of the woman he loves, so as long as you come to watch the fight, he will definitely do his best, so that I can prevent any accidents.
Shang Yu seemed to understand what he said and nodded slowly.
Who cares? All I have to do is listen to my brother, and he will arrange everything.
At this moment, the martial arts arena suddenly became lively. The crowd erupted in thunderous shouts.
Just because everyone has started to enter. Ah! It's Brother Pinxian. So handsome. So strong. Sister Shang Ro. So beautiful.
I must beat him up hard later.
Wow! There's also Shangjin. Shanton.
They are both masters who have been famous in the martial arts arena for a long time. As the figures of the 10 people slowly unfolded, the shock of the people in the audience grew stronger, and a small number of people had begun to notice the subtlety of the matter.
Something is not right.
If we were just dealing with the opponent normally, this lineup would be too luxurious. There are a total of 10 people, all of whom are masters who have long been famous in the martial arts arena, and all of them are immortal-level cultivators. Although their ages were strictly controlled within 100 years, this kind of lineup would be extremely difficult for the opponent to deal with, let alone a young master of the Su family, even if they were dealing with the elders of the clan.
This is too strong. Some people looked stunned with their eyes wide open. Snap!
As a crisp sound came from the other side of the martial arts field, the stone door slowly opened, and a tall figure slowly walked into the martial arts field. Sumu looked relaxed with a gentle smile on his face. He walked slowly into the field, holding his golden halberd in one hand. He also saw his 10 opponents at this moment and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows secretly.
Good boy, you really spent a lot of money. 8 earthly immortals and 2 heavenly immortals who have hidden their abilities.
All of them are less than 100 years old. As expected of the immortal clan, there are still some talented people among them.
The battle had not yet begun.
Sumu looked around at this time and naturally noticed Shangyu in the stands. After thinking for a while, Sumu smiled at the other party and waved. Shangyu secretly clenched his fists but did not dare to show his displeasure and could only smile in silence. But I couldn't help feeling a little contempt in my heart. It's just as my brother said. Sumu gradually withdrew his gaze and began to look at the 10 people in front of him. The momentum of these people gradually built up, and the atmosphere in the field suddenly became solemn and murderous. A layer of light film gradually enveloped the 11 people.
Keep all noise out.
The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched slightly. He knew that there would definitely be unexpected changes in this battle. But he was also looking forward to it.
Bring it on. Chapter 290, One Move for Each Kid. Sumu's appearance stunned many people in the audience. So handsome.
Many women blushed slightly, and their hostility towards Sumu decreased a lot. They also didn't expect that the extremely arrogant young Master Su in the rumors was actually such a handsome young man in reality, and his temperament was so gentle. Seeing Sumu smile, many people felt their hearts melt and had a throbbing feeling.
Actually, it's not their fault, Sumu's appearance is outstanding. As he obtained the immortal body of destiny and his cultivation became more profound, he naturally possessed an indescribable attraction. What's more, he has the fragment of destiny favored by heaven on him, and the hidden charm he gains is unimaginable. Another program with similar effects is marriage is like a dream. Therefore, the reactions of these people were also within Sumu's expectations. It's just that he doesn't have the energy to pay attention to these people right now. Sumu's eyes were always on the 10 people in front of him, and he just felt a little funny in his heart. How long?
It has been a long time since he fought with someone whose cultivation level was lower than his. A long time ago, Sumu was able to escape unscathed from the siege of more than a dozen cultivators of the same level. To be honest, he doesn't really care about these earthly immortals now.
The 2 people looked extremely relaxed.
But in the eyes of the 10 people on the opposite side, this attitude was pure provocation.
Too arrogant.
Shamro's pretty face sank slightly, and a nameless anger surged in her heart. She felt that the more she looked at Sumu's face, the more he deserved a beating. Although he is very handsome, it makes people want to get close to him with their fists. And at this moment, there are many people who have the same idea as her. Shang Chuan on the high platform saw that the time was almost up, so he didn't say anything more, but directly announced the start of the battle. He had already completed the task of creating momentum, and now he just needed to take the final step.
Start.
As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu found that the stone men in front of him turned into flying rainbows and attacked him from 10 completely different directions. These people had no idea of martial ethics at all, and chose to attack without hesitation. Each of them had the aura of supernatural powers, and it was obvious that they were using all their strength when they attacked. It looked like they wanted to kill Su Muge right here and now. On the other side of the stands, Jun Susu and Leishuan couldn't help but feel nervous and clenched their fists.
Master, come on, you must win.
Brother Sumu,
you must be safe.
Unlike the two girls who were worried, the Sujin Psychus standing on the other side had a helpless look on its face.
Young master, you are such a fool. You have to bully the little kids.
That's right, the young master is too bad.
Inside the venue, Sumu stood there without moving, watching the 10 people coming towards him, as if he was frightened.
Just when everyone was hesitating whether to stop, Sumu suddenly laughed.
Haha, it's been a long time. As soon as the words fell, Sumu's aura suddenly became full.
An extremely strong pressure rolled out from him to the surroundings.
Shang Rou and others' faces changed immediately. A celestial being. How is this possible? Isn't he said to be no more than 100 years old?
How could he have reached the level of a celestial being?
Snap.
Shang Chuan, who was in the stands, immediately slapped the railing in front of him hard, smashing the jade railing into pieces.
He also looked shocked at this moment. A celestial being less than 100 years old? How is that possible?
It's not that this kind of thing is unacceptable. Although immortals under the age of 100 are extremely rare, they do at least exist.
Only.
The other party's behavior was obviously inconsistent with the source of the information he received.
There is something wrong with the message. Shangchuan immediately felt a bad feeling in his heart.
Sumu released all his aura at this moment, ignoring the shocked looks of the people around him, and attacked suddenly. The first target was Shang Pingxuan. The golden halberd in Sumu's hand emitted a dazzling light. He raised it above his head and then smashed it down hard. Due to the gap in cultivation level of a whole realm, the opponent had no way of dodge and could only raise his head with difficulty, revealing a look of utmost despair.
Boom!
The earth is shaking. After a burst of explosions, a huge cloud of dust rose from the ground, and then a figure was seen flying out from it and hitting the other side hard.
Puff!
Shang Pingxian suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood.
He didn't even have the strength to speak.
His body twitched slightly twice and then he became completely motionless.
Kill instantly with one move.
Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly.
Finished. It seems like you were a bit too heavy-handed.
Although the opponent was not killed, he must have been seriously injured by this move and would probably need to rest for a while.
Elder brother.
When Shang Rou saw the scene, her eyes suddenly turned red and a ferocious expression appeared on her delicate face.
Ah! I want you to pay with your life.
The girl gathered a blazing light in her hands, combined them into one, and smashed it down hard.
Sumu dodged the attack by gently turning sideways as if he was taking a leisurely stroll.
The strong wind from the opponent's fist ruffled the hair beside his ear.
He smiled.
He casually raised his foot and knee, slamming it directly into the girl's soft belly. Shang Rou's eyes widened immediately, a piercing pain swept through her body, and then she suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of sour water.
Vomit.
As soon as the voice was uttered, her body flew backwards and hit the wall of the training ground hard. A huge rumbling sound spread in all directions. The protective formation on the wall was crumbling, flickering with fragile light.
Another instant kill. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar, with expressions of disbelief on their faces.
This had just begun, and they had already been shocked by Sumu several times in a row.
Kill 2 people in 2 moves? This is too fast. But Sumu didn't stop. Sumu knew very well that the Shang family must be brewing some terrible secret and would definitely interfere in this competition.
Therefore, he should try his best to eliminate possible dangers. He quickly dodged and moved behind another earthly immortal in an instant, and kicked him hard in the back.
Bang!
There was a dull collision sound, and the opponent fell face first into a corner. For a moment, gravel flew everywhere and smoke and dust filled the air.
Sumu's movements were incredibly fast.
No one could see clearly how he moved, All they could hear was the rumbling sound of collisions coming from the field. Call! Sumu let out a long sigh. He had already kicked out 7 or 8 times in a row, and the soles of his feet were a little numb. But the results were also significant. His figure slowly emerged from the smoke and dust. He smiled gently and looked at the last 2 people left on the field. Now it's your turn. The only 2 remaining people are also the only celestial beings among the 10. The 2 of them felt a surge of panic and swallowed hard. Gulu. Chapter 291. Don't want to live anymore? Shenyuan looked unhappy. He never expected that Sumu actually had such strength. Not only did he have the cultivation level of a celestial being, but his fighting talent was also far beyond imagination. How can he be a dude? The other party is clearly a peerless genius who is not well known. Shenyuan is very angry now. He secretly made up his mind that after this incident, he would do his best to build the Shang family's intelligence department. The surroundings were extremely quiet. The huge arena was obviously filled with people, but at this moment you could hear a pin drop. Everyone had a look of astonishment on their faces, staring blankly at the arena below. After a long time, someone patted the person walking beside him. Pinch me to see if I'm still asleep. 8 moves, 8 people were killed in seconds. 1 move kills each kid, is there any point in fighting? This thought arose in everyone's mind. But the most desperate people at this moment are the 2 people who are still standing in the field. Both of them are celestial beings from the Shang family. Their ages are actually a little over the age limit, which is the main reason why they hide their cultivation. I originally thought that 10 earthly immortals would be able to win this battle, but now. The 2 of them glanced at the stand secretly, and they caught sight of Shenyuan's livid expression, which made them feel startled in their hearts. Not good. The young master is angry. If we can't win this battle today, we'll probably have a hard time when we return. The 2 of them made up their minds and secretly took out a small piece of azure crystal each. It was not even as big as a fingernail, but they could feel the surging energy from it. Without much hesitation, they secretly inserted the crystal into their palms. The crystals instantly melted in the blood, following the meridians around the body and rushing straight to their brains. Ah! The 2 men roared suddenly, their pupils flashing with faint blue light, breathing heavily through their nostrils, revealing ferocious faces, staring at Sumu. If there was any other choice, they would never do it. After all, although this kind of magic stone is easy to use, the price is also extremely terrible. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, their cultivation will regress a lot. Take my move. A strong aura immediately rose from the 2 of them, and the vital energy of the surrounding heaven and earth surged like a tide, rushing into their bodies madly. A dangerous aura began to rise in Sumu's heart. Oh! Under his perception, he naturally noticed the other party's small movements, but he couldn't help feeling a little confused. What exactly is this blue crystal? Sumu had never heard of it before. If you want to suddenly improve your combat effectiveness, this is actually easier for mortal cultivators. After all, they can use external objects. However, for immortal level cultivators, this is an extremely difficult task. The combat effectiveness of immortal level cultivators often comes from their own understanding of the Tao, which is something that external objects can hardly have an effect on. Therefore, cultivation has become the thing that determines everything. The other party could actually release such a strong aura just by piercing the blue crystal into the flesh. Sumu had never heard of anything so convenient. Before this, the cultivation levels of these 2 people were at the 4th level of the heavenly immortal realm, 1 and the 2nd level of the heavenly immortal realm respectively. But now, their aura has reached the 7th or 8th level of the heavenly immortal realm. This is an unimaginable improvement. In this way, Sumu also had to cheer up. Who knows if this thing from the other party is disposable or can be recycled? Where is the upper limit of improvement? Therefore, Sumu was ready to use the fragments of destiny. In order to prevent any more accidents in the battle, he had to use all his strength. In fact, it wasn't just Sumu who was nervous. Shenyuan also had beads of sweat on his palms. The identities of these 2 celestial beings are not simple. To be able to cultivate to the celestial realm at this age is inseparable from the one behind them. This is also the important reason why the divine stone was allocated to these two first.
We must win.
Seeing the two people's outbursts, all the members of the Shang family in the audience became excited, and waves of shouts came like a tide.
We must win. Come on, you must defeat him. You have your tribe members watching behind you. Don't lose.
Hearing the calls of their tribesmen, the two fairies on the stage were also overwhelmed with emotions, and a strong sense of ambition arose in their hearts.
Did you hear that?
Of course I will never lose this battle, no matter the cost.
Me too.
The two men smiled at each other, and their figures disappeared at the same time. Two flying rainbows that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye rushed towards Sumu with terrifying momentum.
Sumu kept his eyes on all directions and his ears alert.
When noticing the offensive of the two opponents, he also noticed the change in the atmosphere around him.
Oh!
What a familiar atmosphere, it feels like I'm back in the days when I was a villain. The corners of Sumu's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a subtle arc. At this moment, the two celestial beings had already appeared before him.
Come and die.
One man roared suddenly, with divine light shining on his fist. Wherever the fist passed, even the space was scratched with a hoarse sound. The other person formed seals with his hands, on which the shadows of 9 mountains could be vaguely seen, carrying the momentum to suppress everything.
Sumu smiled.
There was a faint flash of purple light on his figure. He attacked both sides at the same time.
Bang! Everyone's eyes widened. Sumu actually grabbed the hands of both of them at the same time. He didn't even move an inch.
The two men had been building up some supernatural powers, but they disappeared in an instant, without a trace.
How is this possible?
One of them's face suddenly changed, and he wanted to pull his hand out, but found that Sumu's strength was simply unimaginable. His hands seemed to be firmly clamped by an iron clamp, unable to move at all.
Sumu smiled faintly. It's my turn now.
He crossed his hands and exerted force, and the two imposing fairies in front of him suddenly tilted their bodies and were pulled back and forth by him like rags, and crashed into each other with a loud bang.
Puff!
The two men immediately spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and their arms became limp and powerless, obviously fractured. However, Sumu did not give the other party more chances. Instead, he simply threw the two men into the air, approached them instantly, and kicked them twice in succession.
Bang! Bang!
There was a burst of sound in the air, and the figure immediately flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground.
Ahem!
In the smoke and dust, one of the fairies with a slightly childish face looked dazed, with resentment in her eyes.
Why?
Why is there such a huge gap?
I have used the magic stone.
His name was Shang Jun. He was the direct descendant of the Shang family's great elder. Strictly speaking, the old ancestor who had recently awakened was his great-grandfather. He has excellent talent, and his ancestor has recently awakened and expressed his opinions on him many times. Naturally, Shang Jun has become very popular for a while. I have never encountered such a setback. He couldn't help but look up at the young man not far away, gritting his teeth secretly.
Chapter 292, All Accidents. I can't lose. I absolutely can't lose.
Shang Jun was ruthless, his eyes were ferocious and bloodshot, and he kept looking at Sumu, who was standing proudly outside the smoke and dust. The opponent is too powerful, he is definitely no match for him.
Unless...
Shang Jun couldn't help but think of the remaining magic stones in his storage world. These magic stones were extremely difficult to obtain, and he was the only one in the clan who currently had sufficient reserves.
If you use all of these... Shang Jun's mind was turning.
Although his great-grandfather had reminded him long ago that if he used too much at one time, there would be a risk of death, Shang Jun didn't care.
He has made up his mind. Now is the time for him to win glory for his family. Bring it on.
Shang Jun directly took out 10 more blue crystals from his storage ring.
Then he stabbed them into his bloody palm.
Sumu naturally noticed the movement here at the first moment. Just as he was about to stop it, he was dissuaded by a sudden voice in his mind.
Let him use it. Shang's voice sounded a little annoyed.
You ignorant youngster, you dare to use something like relic soul recklessly.
Snort.
Before Sumu had the chance to ask Shan what the residual soul was, a terrifying aura instantly spread out.
Ah!
Shang Jun screamed in pain, his whole body flashing with a strange blue light, and veins bulged all over his body, making him look extremely hideous.
Shang Chuan's face in the stands also changed suddenly.
He had already guessed what the other party had done and felt anxious.
Oh no! Shang Juan is such an idiot. He does things without thinking twice.
Shang Chuan had already made all kinds of preparations.
Even if all 10 people below lost, what would happen? He could still come up with some accidents to keep Su Mu and his group behind. As a result, now there is a traitor in the team? Idiot. Arrogant idiot.
Shang Chuan cursed inwardly, but he had to clean up the mess for the other party, so he quickly called his men and made various arrangements. Sumu looked at the huge figure not far away and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, with a strange look on his face.
What is this?
The smoke and dust dissipated, and a huge blue figure slowly walked out. The other person's clothes had already been torn, and the whole person looked like an avatar version of the Hulk, with extremely exaggerated muscles on his body. Sumu sensed it slightly and found that the other party's momentum had increased too much, far beyond the level of a celestial immortal.
Only. This smell is too chaotic. Sumu frowned. This doesn't seem like the aura of a normal cultivator at all. What is it now? Sumu was alert. However, in the next moment, the huge blue monster disappeared instantly and then appeared in front of Sumu.
Sumu's pupils dizzied and he quickly turned sideways to dodge, but the other party's movements were even faster than he imagined. As a last resort, Sumu could only pick up the golden halberd and smash it back hard.
Boom!
At the moment of collision, a great force was instantly transmitted from the weapon in his hand.
Sumu's eyes widened, and then he was actually blown backwards by this blow. Bang!
Sumu slammed hard into a stone wall not far away, leaving cracks all over his back. However, when he looked up, the other person's figure disappeared again.
Not good.
At the critical moment, Sumu subconsciously activated the fragment of destiny, breaking the boundary and chasing the clouds, and teleported to another place in the venue. And the next moment, a violent explosion was heard from the place where he had just been. This is not some kind of magical power, but the pure physical strength that bursts out from the opponent. Not only did the stone wall of the venue explode, but even a big hole was torn in the space. The formations originally arranged in the martial arts arena were directly destroyed. The power of the opponent's punch actually affected the audience seats, clearing out a small area. After a brief silence, the whole audience fell into an unprecedented excitement. Ah! Someone's dead. Help! Shangjuan is crazy. Someone come save me. What some people said was right, Shang Jun was indeed crazy. After the formation of the martial arts arena was torn apart by the opponent, he did not chase Sumu, but rushed directly into the audience seats. Shang Jun let out a strange and rough laugh and kept chasing the tribesmen who were fleeing in all directions, as if he was playing with his prey. Every time he caught up with one, he would beat the opponent half to death with one palm, but he didn't kill him outright. He would watch the opponent struggle slowly and lose his life. Then I started chasing the next one. Sumu's face looked a little strange. To be honest, the power unleashed by the opponent in that attack just now definitely exceeded the 5th level of the Immortal King realm. This is just pure physical strength. Even now, Sumu still felt a dull pain in his chest. Although it disappeared quickly, the opponent's strength was unquestionable. Good job. What on earth were the Shang family doing to create such a monster? Sumu did not make any unnecessary movements, but quietly left the martial arts arena, returned to Yun Susu and the others, and quietly watched the movement not far away. At this point, this has become a problem that the Shang family needs to solve themselves. Master, what is this? Lei Yishuan looked a little scared and subconsciously hid behind Sumu. Sumu touched the other person's head, but his eyes were always fixed on the blue monster not far away. Don't be afraid, it's not a big problem.
The commotion in the venue did not last long, and Shenyuan's backup plan was forced to be activated.
Suddenly, 4 figures flew out from the audience seats of the martial arts arena. All of these people exuded the power of the Immortal King realm.
The lowest is the 7th level of the Immortal King realm. The 4 men looked grim and attacked Shang at the same time.
Although the opponent struggled frantically, he still seemed to be outmatched under the siege of 4 people.
Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. The other party actually hid 4 immortal kings in the audience. What was their original plan? Do something to him?
I think too highly of him. Seeing that Shang was about to be controlled, Sumu was thinking about whether to make trouble and make the matter worse.
Before he could act, something unexpected happened.
In the field, Shang, who was surrounded by 4 immortal kings, suddenly had his eyes widened.
His eyeballs had turned pure blue, just like the blue crystals before.
Shang roared to the sky, making strange noises coming out of his mouth. But suddenly a figure appeared in the air. He was an old man with fluttering sleeves. The old man was dressed in a white robe, with white hair and beard, and the divine beast looked down helplessly.
Alas, how did it come to this, you fool?
At the same time, Sumu's heart trembled.
Because this is an immortal. Chapter 293, Fighting the Wind God.
Sumu never expected that there was such a complete immortal master in the Shang family.
This is different from all the immortals he had met before. It's a truly complete posture.
The immortals that Sumu had met in the past either woke up in a hurry and were unable to fully exert their power, or they are old and frail, and their strength has greatly declined. There are even some that come from outside the domain, and their own power has been greatly suppressed.
But this one is different. For example, an immortal who is in his prime and has full strength.
The old man in the airside glanced at Sumu casually, and then looked at his great-grandson below again.
Wrong.
His great-great-grandson is actually dead. What now occupies the other's body is just some scattered strength and consciousness, and only the instinct of the beast is retained. As expected, after all, things like relic soul can't be used too much.
The records in the ancient books of the clan are not wrong. We need to do more experiments in the future.
The old man's name is Shang Qingfeng, also known as the Wind God Immortal. He had reached the 5th level of the immortal realm tens of thousands of years ago, but the environment of heaven and earth deteriorated at that time, so he fell into deep thought early on. In the environment at that time, the stronger the cultivation, the sooner one would fall into a deep sleep. He was one of the first few people in the second batch of the Shang family to fall asleep. To be honest, his awakening was purely an accident. Shang Qingfeng just glanced down lightly, then raised his hand and waved, and the figure of Shang immediately disappeared from the spot. The joint seal of the 4 immortal kings was like nothing, and the opponent just disappeared like that.
Ancestor.
When the 4 immortal kings saw the person coming, they quickly put away their methods and bowed in greeting. Shang Qingfeng simply ignored these 4 people and instead looked in the direction of Sumu.
Boy, you have break the world and chased the clouds on you, right? Hand it over, and I can let you go alive. Sumu was stunned for a moment.
Sumu was not surprised that the other party could sense the fragment of destiny he had just used.
The key was the other party's attitude. What did you just say? Sumu's face darkened slightly. Shang Qingfeng smiled nonchalantly. Haha, I know your identity. You are just a small young master, a small cultivator in the heavenly immortal realm. Even if the head of your Su family comes, what I said today will not change. Before I change my mind, hand over, break the boundary and chase the cloud. Breaking through the boundaries and chasing the clouds, he never expected to meet the fragment of destiny that he had lost countless years ago here today. Shang Qingfeng was in a very good mood. Although the effect of the destiny fragment will be greatly reduced after leaving the Shenyuan Continent, it still has great value. Not to mention anything else, the way of the immortal emperor contained in it alone is enough to cause everyone to scramble for it. Shang Qingfeng has never forgotten the original intention of his practice, which is to strive for the highest position. Unlike other losers, his talent can support his ambition. Hearing this, Sumu's expression became even uglier. Compared with Shang Xuan,
the style of the immortal in front of him was obviously more direct and more domineering.
What if I don't? You don't have the right to refuse me.
Shang Qingfeng didn't want to say any more nonsense, and he took direct action at this moment. In an instant, a breeze spread out in all directions with him as the center. Sumu was slightly stunned, and felt that the surroundings suddenly became quiet.
Is this the fairyland? Sumu still remembered that when he reached the level of Immortal King, he could initially integrate the immortal realm into reality. However, when one reaches the realm of Immortal Lord, the rules of the immortal realm are the same as the rules of heaven and earth. He didn't even see when the other party opened the fairyland.
The reason why he can sense the changes around him is because he has the fragment of destiny clear observation in his body.
Sumu was extremely calm.
Although he could sense the changes around him, he still stood proudly and looked at others coldly. Shang Qingfeng also raised his eyebrows slightly at this time.
Oh? You are quite talented, young man. You even have more than one fate fragment on you. Shang Qingfeng was immediately delighted.
Perfect. Anyway, I will leave after this, so of course the more I make, the better.
Whatever you have is mine now.
Shang Qingfeng raised his hand and grabbed it.
Sumu responded decisively. Without any hesitation.
He just smiled coldly, and then shouted in his heart. Help! In an instant, Shang took over control of his body helplessly and didn't know what to say for a moment. She pretended to be so cool, but after all the trouble she still had to come.
But Sumu didn't feel ashamed about it.
Instead, he looked a little playful.
Sister Shang is the best person.
She will definitely not stand by and watch someone die.
I know that. Shang.
Although she wanted to complain in her heart, she couldn't just sit there and watch, especially since the opponent's attack was already right in front of her.
Sumu's figure flashed instantly.
Shang Qingfeng was slightly stunned, as if he had not expected that his move would miss. He could not help but slightly turn his head to look to the other side.
Sumu has appeared on the other side.
At the same time, his temperament was completely different. Shang Qingfeng suddenly frowned because he noticed something strange. This is break the world and chase the clouds, yes, but the method of using it.
And this person's temperament isn't right. Who are you?
Hearing the other party's words, Shang smiled slightly. It doesn't matter who I am, kid. You just need to know that I'm going to help Shang Zhong clean up the mess today. Shang Zhong, one of the three ancient immortal emperors of the Shang family, is the most mysterious and powerful one recorded in ancient books.
Upon hearing the name of his ancestor, Shang Qingfeng's face suddenly darkened.
Humph. I don't care what tricks you play here today, but you will die today. Shang Qingfeng raised his hand and grabbed. This move clearly showed that he used his true strength. The ground beneath the two men's feet was instantly torn apart, revealing the blazing magma deep underground. This is because the other party is an immortal lord, and his control over power has reached the extreme, which will cause this effect.
This is enough to show how powerful this move is.
Fortunately, the other party had already isolated the surroundings with the fairyland, otherwise, with just this one move, the entire Shang family would probably be wiped out. Shang had summoned her own formation plate at some point, and the blazing white light enveloped the surroundings with her as the center. She smiled gently, and even tried to joke with Sumu in her heart. Look, I'm going to show you today. Sumu felt this familiar wave and his eyes widened instantly.
Oh shit. You actually stole my moves.
He was very familiar with this fluctuation, because it was the move he had developed not long ago, daytime burning. Instantly, the wave of destruction began to spread.
Chapter 294, Unpredictable.
Shang and Shang Qingfeng acted at the same time, and they used their full strength almost as soon as they started fighting. Shang Qingfeng used the Immortal Lord's signature move and instantly wrapped Shang into his own immortal realm.
Shang also used his ultimate move directly.
The blazing white light of daytime spread out in all directions, and this fluctuation was even more terrifying than when Sumu himself used it. After all, she is the real owner of the formation. Shang Qingfeng noticed almost immediately after Shang made his move that the person in front of him was completely different, which could be seen from the movements of the other party. Who are you? Shang Qingfeng frowned, his whole body suspended in the air, overlooking Sumu below, with an extremely solemn expression. Sumu smiled softly. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you are going to be in trouble today. Snort. Shang Qingfeng snorted coldly and flicked his sleeves. You are so arrogant. I want to see what strength you have. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Qingfeng began to show his true strength as the wind god immortal lord. In the entire space, the unbridled breeze rose out of thin air again. Obviously, the wind was not strong, but everything in the space that was blown by it melted away in an instant, as if the weathering process was accelerated thousands of times. Shang also felt that his own vitality was being rapidly depleted. Because he is now in the other party's fairyland, all the vitality between heaven and earth belongs to the other party and he cannot call upon it, so he can only use his own energy reserves. Normally, this kind of thing should be used less and less. Even if you can fight on equal terms with the opponent, you will eventually lose in terms of battery life. However, Sumu still had an unreasonable item on him, the fragment of Destiny Eternal Summit, which prevented his own energy reserves from decreasing in the slightest. But even so, it is still not as convenient and quick as using the vital energy between heaven and earth. This is also the reason why Shang was the first to use Dayburn. Under the blazing white light, the vitality of the entire space began to dissipate rapidly, until it finally became extremely thin. Shang Qingfeng had an expression as if he had seen a ghost and almost cursed. What the hell? Where is the vitality? Where is my huge amount of heaven and earth energy? What kind of a trick is this? It can actually dissolve the energy of heaven and earth that I control. This is even more outrageous than my divine wind. Shang smiled softly and said, What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so surprised? Where did your confidence go? Humph. Don't think I'm scared just because you use some unorthodox methods. Shang Qingfeng sneered. After all, the opponent's cultivation was only at the celestial immortal level. Even if both of them were competing in energy consumption, my energy reserves were countless times greater than that of the opponent. Of course, Shang also knew this. If she wanted to exert her full strength, she would naturally pull her body out of Sumu's body. But she didn't do that. I saw Shang still smiling. I didn't expect it this time. There are still people who can be so lucky and actually harvest the soul source stone from the starry sky. No wonder you can exert your full strength. As soon as these words were spoken, Shang Qingfeng, who had always maintained a calm attitude, felt fear for the first time. Even though he had encountered the strange daytime burning before, he felt more surprise than fear. Who are you? Why do you know about my condition? Could it be that you? Shang Qingfeng's brainstorm suddenly started, and he even began to doubt the true origins of the young man in front of him. Perhaps the identity of the other party, the Su family, was forged, and their real identity was from a force outside the starry sky? Could it be that he is here to reclaim the soul origin stone in his hand? Didn't they say that they can't enter the Shenyuan Continent? Shang Han smiled indifferently. From the very beginning of the battle, he knew the secret of the opponent's ability to exert his full strength. Soul Origin Stone is a strange creation from outside the starry sky. Carrying it with you can temporarily block the influence of the surrounding environment. And as long as enough energy is absorbed, it can continuously produce relics, which are the small blue crystals that Shang Jun used before. Although this thing is so powerful, it is actually a form of pollution. Shang was very clear about this. Her eyes were dim, and she couldn't help but recall some experiences from the ancient times. At that time, she had also come into contact with the soul, and was shocked by its powerful effect. She even wanted to introduce it for a time. However, after in-depth research, it was discovered that the soul is actually the remnant of the dead extraterrestrial beings. It contains their lifelong cultivation and remaining will. The life in the starry sky and the human monks are completely different things. The others will only drive people crazy and into primitive riots. Moreover, once this kind of thing is used too much, the sense of the great way of heaven and earth will become extremely weak. Almost something that crushes potential.
In the past, Shang and several immortal emperors spent a huge price to completely eliminate this thing from the Shenyuan continent. Unexpectedly. I can still see it now.
Shang's face was not looking good, because among the immortal emperors who did this thing with her, one of them was from the Shang family, and he was the Shang Zhong she mentioned before. Unexpectedly, the other party's descendants have fallen to this level.
Hand that thing over now.
I can pretend that nothing happened. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Shang Qingfeng had a strange look on his face. He had worked so hard to get to the current good situation, so how could he give away his trump card?
Oh, I knew it.
Shang sometimes feels helpless, especially when he lives too long and encounters more such scenes.
Sometimes I really don't want to do it, but there's no other way.
Her voice became weaker and weaker, but her aura suddenly rose, like a blazing volcano about to erupt. The temperature around continued to rise, even the space became distorted, and there was even a faint sound of breaking.
It seems that I have to clean up the mess for you.
No one knew who Shang was talking to, but her body moved. Shang Qingfeng also reacted immediately. As a veteran immortal, he certainly would not sit still and wait for death. I saw that Shang had grasped his own formation plate in his hand at some point, and a terrifying wave was brewing in the center of the formation plate, which then turned into a dark light and shot towards the opponent. Shang Qingfeng felt a strong sense of warning in his heart.
Get out of the way, get out of the way. If we can't avoid this move, there will definitely be a huge crisis. Move now. Ah!
Shang Qingfeng roared to the sky with a ferocious face, but his body seemed to be suppressed by someone and he couldn't move for a while.
Why? He looked unwilling. Chapter 295 Teacher, long time no see.
Shang was not surprised by this situation. Since she already knew that the other party had the soul origin stone, she naturally had ways to deal with it.
The black bean just now was one of them.
The magical power World Soul Piercing Seal was originally developed by them to deal with the souls of the dead. So many years have passed, and no one expected that it would see the light of day again. As for the developer of this magical power, it was also the original Shang Zhong. With this magical power, the stronger the aura of the remaining soul in the body, the more difficult it is to avoid, and they may even attract each other.
Ah!
On the other side, Shang Qingfeng had fallen from a high altitude to the ground. His whole body was surrounded by black light, which was constantly entwining him, as if wrapping him into a black cocoon. He screamed in agony, his expression was extremely grim, and even his body surface seemed to have melted, revealing his hideous flesh and blood.
What on earth is this?
What kind of evil trick is this?
Beast! Beast! Ah! Shang watched the other person struggling in pain with an expressionless face.
She never had much patience for people who used the residual soul. Sumu was also staring blankly at this moment. The immortal lord who was so high and mighty before was now becoming weaker and weaker, and was about to fall to the level of immortal king. Under the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth, the realm of immortal king is already the limit of this world.
There is something fishy about the other party.
Sumu nodded slightly, and at the same time he also noticed something.
It's about sorrow.
For some reason, Shang seemed to have great hostility towards everything outside the Shenyuan Continent, and they seem to have had long-term experience dealing with each other.
Could it be that a long time ago the Shenyuan Continent was at war with external forces every day?
It is said that the creatures outside seem to covet the environment of Shenyuan Continent very much. Not only the creatures outside the domain, but now it seems that the starry sky is also included. Sumu suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He didn't even know how popular this continent he had lived in since he was a child was.
Why did everyone want to have a piece of it?
Shang was thinking about continuing to take action and killing Shang Qingfeng in front of him on the spot, but his body suddenly stopped and looked in another direction. Because of the decline of Shang Qingfeng's aura, the other party's fairyland, which was originally seamless, became tattered at this moment, and a large amount of external aura began to pour in. Following closely came the Shang family, who were also extremely terrified from the outside world. When many people saw their ancestors being knocked to the ground, they were shocked at first, and then a strong anger rose in their hearts.
Quick! Protect the ancestor. Catch these evil demons. We can't let them affect our Shang family's plans. The foundation of countless years begins today. People of the tribe, get moving.
Sumu vaguely caught a glimpse of Shangchuan in the crowd. His face was pale at the moment, but he was still shouting loudly. Maybe the other party's words worked, or maybe these people finally came to their senses. All of a sudden, nearly 10 figures flew out from the crowd, and more people were coming from afar. These people exude an extremely powerful aura, and all of them have started from the immortal king realm. As for those with lower cultivation, they are no longer qualified to participate in this battle. Shang sighed softly. Why bother? Why make the same mistake over and over again? By now, she had actually vaguely guessed the Shang family's true purpose. That is to borrow the power of the Soul Source Stone and migrate the entire clan directly, preparing to go beyond the starry sky. Because she sensed a similar aura deep in the Shang family, where there were more than one soul piled up, almost forming a small mountain. And there are also powerful formation fluctuations. Should the entire clan just defect and flee the land where they were born and raised? Shang had a blank expression on his face as he quietly looked at the angry Shang family members around him, and a feeling of anger suddenly rose in his heart. Good, very good, very good. It's been less than 100,000 years, and the Shang family has forgotten even their last name. You have forgotten the glory of your ancestors, and have been hiding in a corner all day long. Now you even want to defect. If Shang Zhong and the others knew about this, they would probably crawl out of the death realm directly, huh? Shang suddenly laughed softly. It should have been a laugh as loud as a silver bell, but at this moment it made the people who heard it feel terrified. Sumu's heart sank, and he felt a great fear beginning to envelop him. Shang was really angry. Sumu was so sure of this that he didn't even dare to breathe. Never mess with an angry woman, because she will really lose her temper. Sumu was very clear about this. Shang ignored the numerous immortal kings around him and even allowed them to treat Shang Qingfeng. The whole person's figure just slowly rose into the air. The coldness in her eyes grew stronger as she rose higher and higher, and the look below her was filled with murderous intent. Sumu. The other party suddenly called Sumu's name. What's wrong? Sumu responded quickly. I may be an incompetent master. Do you mind if I sleep for a while longer? Sumu was slightly stunned, and after hesitating for a moment, he nodded slightly. Okay, go do what you want to do. Sumu had already sensed the other party's determination. Shang was really angry. She wanted to wipe out the entire Shang family. Sumu was not worried about whether the other party could do this. Shang was usually very reliable at such times. He was not worried about the shock that would be caused by the disappearance of an immortal. What does that have to do with him? If the other party wants to do it, then do it. Go ahead, I'll support you. Thanks. The two had known each other for such a long time, and this was the first time Shang said the word thank you to Sumu. Gradually, some light particles of light began to linger around Sumu, and were about to outline a beautiful figure. Suddenly, there seemed to be a wave coming from deep within the Shang family. Shang paused for a moment, then slowly looked over there. At some point, an illusory figure appeared not far from Sumu. Teacher, long time no see. This illusory figure was surrounded by black and white energy, and he looked like a rather gentle scholar, who was bowing respectfully at the moment. There was joy in his tone of voice after a long separation. Xiao Zhong, I didn't expect you still have some consciousness left. Shang Zhong, one of the immortal emperors who once roamed the continent, also has a very appropriate title, the Deathstroke Immortal Emperor. It is said that the other party once had the most dazzling battle record in the entire continent and killed the most creatures. The other party is also one of the oldest immortal emperors. Sumu's heart was shaken. This was the first time he had seen the legendary figure. Chapter 296, Rain falls and everything is silence. Teacher, can I ask for a favor for them? The will of the immortal emperor known as the Death Knell exudes an aura that dominates the heavens and the earth, making everything around him seem to stand still.
Teacher, you also know that I left this will only to protect future generations of my clan. That's impossible.
When Shang faced his former students, although he had unspeakable emotions in his heart, his words were so cold.
You know my position. I will never tolerate such things.
Not to mention your descendants, even if you come here in person today, things will not change at all. The other parties seemed to be stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then showed a helpless bitter smile.
Haha, I have to say it, you are worthy of being a teacher. After so many years, you haven't changed at all. Shang Zhong looked down helplessly.
By this time, his figure has become clear and we can see the details of his face. Although he was known to be so brutal, his features were so gentle and his attitude so humble that no one would have imagined that the blood on his hands was so thick.
Teacher, I actually knew what they were doing. Do you know why I didn't stop them? I have no interest in knowing.
But the other party seemed not to hear what Shang said, and started talking to himself instead.
Teacher, the lifespan of this world has come to an end, do you know?
Of course you know, because in the whole world, no one knows this continent better than you.
Am I right, my dear teacher?
The last natural fairy on this continent. Su Mu's heart trembled. He heard the other party's words clearly and couldn't help but brainstorm for a moment.
What's going on?
Shang, is she a natural fairy? Was it born naturally on this continent?
But I thought she was a human cultivator. If they are born as immortals, doesn't that mean that they are actually of the same race as the indigenous people of the continent? Why?
Why did all of his fellow tribesmen die, but Shang survived alone?
And even taught one human immortal emperor after another?
Why is this? As if he could sense the change in Su Mu's mind, Shang Zhong's gaze focused slightly on him. Although it was the same body, Su Mu could feel that the other person was not looking at Shang, but himself.
Is this the person you chose, Sensei? The one to end it all? Are you going to do it again?
Why bother? There's no point in doing this.
It's nothing more than the next reincarnation. That's enough.
Shang's face turned pale and he looked at his former disciple with cold eyes. With the passage of time, you have changed after all.
Is there something wrong with your original body? What happened in the realm of death that made you become a different person? But none of this matters.
Shang seemed to be saying these words to Su Mu. No matter what changes have taken place or what the situation is, my position will never change. This world should naturally belong to the human race, not to anyone else. As long as I live, this place will be the habitat of the human race and the only Garden of Eden in the entire Sea of Stars. Shang Zhong smiled when he heard this. I knew it after all these years, you really haven't changed at all, teacher.
Not at all.
Seeing that the talks between the two had broken down, the atmosphere became increasingly tense.
Su Mu couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, the opponent is the remnant of an immortal emperor. Shang can only exert the strength of the immortal Lord Realm now. Can he really defeat the opponent? What's more, this is the opponent's home court.
But at this moment, Shang Zhong suddenly changed the subject and raised his hand to emit a beam of light.
Since he is my junior fellow apprentice, I cannot fail to present him with a gift. I will give this to him. As for my unworthy descendants, there is no need to trouble the teacher to do it. I will do it myself.
By the way, if your plan can really succeed, remember to tell me when you have the chance. As the other party's voice fell,
Shang Zhong's entire figure disappeared in an instant and turned into countless points of light.
The light spots gradually poured into the air and gradually formed a sky full of golden clouds.
The golden clouds swayed and cast more golden light.
These lights seemed to consciously avoid Su Mu and his group and only fell on the Shang family.
Su Mu just watched.
Everything that came into contact with the light spot was disappearing, as if it had been wiped out of thin air, whether it was a building, a formation, or a cultivator.
Everything is disappearing.
Su Mu didn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of vital energy or the great Tao of heaven and earth.
The other party wiped out everyone silently. Wiped out all his descendants. Su Mu was shocked. He couldn't see through the other party's tricks at all. He couldn't understand it at all. Doesn't this mean that if I just take action, I won't have any room to resist?
There is no doubt that the moment just now was the closest Sumu had ever been to death in this life.
But why?
Sumu was puzzled. Why did the other party suddenly change the subject?
Why did he suddenly attack his own descendants?
And what he said before?
Sumu received too much information and he needed some time to digest it.
It was at this time that Sumu discovered that Shang had fallen silent again without him noticing, and he had regained control of his body. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the ball of light in the palm of his hand. As the light gradually dissipated, a small black and white bell was revealed in the palm of his hand. The bell is very small, and I don't know what material it is made of. It is extremely light and makes no sound when you shake it.
What is this?
Sumu was confused for a moment and wanted to put it into the storage ring, but found that it couldn't fit in at all.
So I just found a red rope and put it on my hand.
At this point, the golden light rain that had previously filled the sky finally dissipated.
Sumu lowered his head and looked downward again. It is really empty. All traces of human activity have disappeared.
A huge immortal clan, a powerful force that had been passed down on the Shenyuan Continent for countless years, a top family with nearly 100 immortal kings, just disappeared like that. Due to a sudden inspiration from an immortal emperor, there was not even the slightest chance for resistance.
Sumu couldn't help but be silent.
The more he learned about the world, the more confused he felt. But now, he once again had a clear understanding of strength.
Killing you is just a matter of thought. Reason?
It seems that there is no need.
Chapter 297 Great Harvest.
The golden rain of light slowly dissipated, leaving everything to nothingness. By the time Su Dai and the others broke free from that static state, there was nothing around them. Not only did their faces change drastically, they were also extremely terrified and came to Sumu one after another.
Young Master. Master. Brother Sumu. Although the names are different, what they want to know is the same. That is, what exactly happened?
From their perspective, everything happened too suddenly. In just a blink of an eye, the entire Shang family disappeared out of thin air. Among all the people, only Sumu is still flying in the air, and it seems that he is the only one who knows the truth.
Sumu didn't say anything.
He just glanced at the expressions of the people around him in silence. After a long time, he spoke slowly.
Let's go first.
Yes. Everyone was puzzled, but they vaguely guessed something. The Shang family may no longer exist. Everyone summoned the flying boat, quickly selected a direction, and quickly disappeared from the spot. Sumu returned to his secret room alone. He felt the warmth on his palms and his thoughts were difficult to calm down.
The previous conversation between Shang and the Death-Bell Immortal Emperor allowed him to capture many special secrets.
For example, the origin of the Dead Realm, the Starry Sky, and the Death. And there is one more very important thing. When Shang was talking to the other party, his tone was a little strange. Although they were master and disciple, their relationship did not seem to be that harmonious. The most important thing is that Shang used the word body at that time.
Could it be that this Death-Bell Immortal Emperor is still alive?
When Sumu thought of this, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Yes, even the Immortal Lord can prolong his life by sleeping, there is no reason why the Immortal Emperor can't do it.
Moreover, there has never been any ancient book that records the lifespan of the Immortal Emperor. At the level of Immortal King, the lifespan is thousands of years. What about the Immortal Emperor? It's simply unimaginable.
After Sumu figured it out, instead of feeling enlightened, he became even more confused.
Why? These people are still alive, why don't they act on the mainland? Are they also restricted by the rules of heaven and earth? Then why did they not make any move when facing the power outside the domain? Why did they just let it go? Sumu gradually frowned.
He wanted to ask Shang, but the other party fell into a deep sleep.
No matter how he called, the other party did not respond at all. Every time I get to the critical moment, I become a riddle man, damn it. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched, and he finally took a deep breath and suppressed the many distracting thoughts in his mind.
No matter what it is, strength is the most important thing. Sumu couldn't help but think of the feeling he had when he faced Shang Zhong before.
That was a real life and death moment. Life or death depended entirely on the other party's thoughts.
Although he said so, Sumu actually had no idea how to improve his strength. To reach the celestial immortal realm, one needs to comprehend 9 levels of wonders, and he has already reached the 5th level.
And they were all his women.
When Sumu thought of this, his expression became somewhat strange.
Do I have to go to the western regions to bring Meng Xiaoxiao and the others back if I want to break through to the celestial realm? This is too abstract.
Although his strength has not improved during this period, Sumu's combat effectiveness has risen by several levels. Not to mention anything else, the fact that he successfully created his own magical powers alone is enough to crush most people. What's more, he still has a large number of fragments of destiny. Sumu was sure that no one in the entire continent possessed more fragments of destiny than himself. Because just now, he got 3 new ones.
And there are 3 complete ones.
The fragments of destiny are Sea of Gold and Stone, Sea of Vitality, and Hidden Breath Screen. Sumu also just discovered these 3 things.
These 3 fragments of destiny appeared on his body at some point without him even noticing.
As for the origin of these 3 fragments, they must be the 3 from the Shang family. After thinking about it, he felt that it could only be his senior brother, the Immortal Emperor, who did it. Only the other party has this kind of strength, and when he possesses the destiny fragment clear observation, he can secretly stuff 3 destiny fragments into his body. As expected of the Immortal Emperor, this method is truly unbelievable. Sumu couldn't help but think of the small black and white bell that the other party had stuffed into his hand. He didn't know what it was used for, so he could only keep it for the time being. As for these 3 destiny fragments, their effects are not difficult to understand. Jinshihai, a way that is filled with gold and earth. Whoever holds it will have endless wealth. In short, this is an unlimited money printing machine, but its disadvantages are also obvious. It can only be used to produce some mundane wealth with little spirituality. Or some more basic minerals. If that's all, then this thing seems to have no effect. The key lies in the other fragment of destiny. Original Energy C generates endless amounts of vital energy, can convert other forms of energy into vital energy, and greatly improves control over vital energy. The effect of this destiny fragment is quite complicated, and Sumu could not sense any specific analysis. The above text was summarized by him based on his feelings. As for why this Sea of Vitality is so crucial, it is because it can cooperate with the Sea of Gold and Stone. When the 2 are combined, Yuanshi can be created out of thin air. Yuanshi, a spiritual stone full of vitality, is the only currency accepted in Shenyuan Continent. Every major force has its own Yuanshi mine. It can be said that Yuanshi represents wealth. But now, for Sumu, who owns both the Golden Stone Sea and the Energy Sea, in a sense, currency has lost its meaning to him. He has inexhaustible wealth. Sumu looked strange. To be honest, the effect of this thing is not that obvious for him. Because he is not short of money and has never been short of money. So, although the combined effect of these 2 destiny fragments is exaggerated, their effect on Sumu is very limited. On the contrary, the last one is extremely useful. The effect of the destiny fragment anonymous breath screen is very simple, that is to block the breath and sever the cause and effect. This thing is tailor-made for Sumu. Blocking his aura made it easier for him to move around and sever the cause and effect, which in turn allowed him to comprehend the law of cause and effect more conveniently. Apart from anything else, when he wants to observe the cause and effect of a person, he can use this fragment of destiny to directly block out all interference around him. This is so useful. At this moment, Sumu finally understood that perhaps the Shang family's ability to hide from the world and isolate themselves for such a long time was closely related to this fragment of destiny. He couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 298. This is actually a misunderstanding. Sumu thought of the task his father had given him. One of them is to find a way out, and now with the destiny fragment invisible breath screen time, it is undoubtedly a huge achievement.
With this fragment of destiny, Sumu and his group's whereabouts will definitely not be discovered when they evacuate in the future. At least the probability of being discovered is greatly reduced. Sumu was actually a little helpless. We clearly agreed to search for those ownerless fate fragments, but we ended up snatching them from others, and even wiped out an entire immortal clan. Whenever he thought of this, Sumu actually felt a little panicked. After all, it is a clan of immortals. In the entire Shenyuan Continent, there are only 10 clans of immortals. And each one of them has existed for endless years. But now suddenly one of them is missing for unknown reasons. I don't know what will happen next. Sumu had a premonition that this matter would definitely not end so hastily. Half a day later, Sumu and his group's flying boat had already moved away from the Shang family. But at this moment, suddenly, a strong momentum built up in the sky, and then the clouds suddenly split apart, and two muscular figures fell from the sky. Boom! The two figures fell straight to the ground, smashing a deep hole in the flat ground. It turned out that they were not flying in the sky, but relied entirely on their physical strength to jump over from a very far distance. No more. One of them looked horrified and incredulous. The Shang family is gone just like that. The other person swallowed hard, his eyes widened, a brilliant golden light shone from his eyes, and he kept scanning the surroundings. After a long time, he slowly nodded. They have indeed disappeared. In such a large Shang family, not even a single living person can be found. Who did this? Or did a few other families take action against my southern territory? This kind of thing has far exceeded our imagination. We must inform the family ancestor immediately. Devil! This is absolutely a devil's behavior. The Shang family is so big, with a population of at least hundreds of thousands, and it turned out that overnight. It's not just that. The entire clan, men, women, old and young, all of them. This is the most terrifying part. The two looked at each other and understood each other's worries. The opponent is not only a cultivator with powerful strength, but also a demon who acts without any scruples. This is definitely a threat to the continent. It was at this moment that one of them suddenly remembered. By the way, wasn't there news a while ago that someone from the Su family entered the Shang family? Who were they? What was their outcome? The other person frowned when he heard this and nodded slowly. This is indeed a breakthrough. It would have happened sooner or later, but at this time. Let's get someone to investigate when we get back. We must find out the whereabouts of this group of people. We must find them alive or dead. If that doesn't work, we can go and borrow the Tianji magic weapon. Good. The two men bent their legs, and the muscles on their legs flashed with dazzling golden light. With a loud bang, the ground beneath their feet instantly broke into pieces, and their figures shot straight into the sky. It quickly disappeared. Not long after, an extremely terrifying piece of news spread out. The immortal clan, the Shang family, was wiped out overnight. Hundreds of thousands of people in the entire clan were not spared. It is said that before that night, a member of the Su family went to the other clan's land and then disappeared. All the forces in the southern region who heard the news were outraged, and countless talented people were filled with righteous indignation and stood up and slammed the table. The immortal race not only represents powerful strength and a long history, but is also often a spiritual symbol of depression. There are only 2 immortal clans in each domain, which represents the inheritance of the immortal emperor. Someone actually dared to attack the descendants of the immortal emperor. It was simply unbelievable. Countless people are angry, but even more are terrified. First it was the Song family, and now it's the Shang family. If even the ancestors couldn't protect themselves, what about their small families? Wouldn't they be in danger? Thus, a powerful wind blew quietly, gradually integrating the hearts of the entire southern region. Only 1 month has passed. Many hidden families emerged in the southern region, and the only remaining immortal clan and mountain people also mobilized a large number of people and began to travel around. Of course, there are a few exceptions, such as the Yin family and the Meng family. For a time, the southern region was in a state of panic. Any foreigner who remained in the southern region would be subject to numerous inspections every day,
and countless people suffered terribly.
And it is in a small city closer to the north.
Sumu and his group were currently sitting peacefully in a restaurant, looking at the bustling crowd below and talking in low voices from time to time. Today, they have changed their appearance. The facial lines have become more in line with the style of the people in the southern region, and the clothes on the body have also changed to the local style.
They are currently hiding in a city called Jindong City, disguising themselves as traveling merchants. No one has discovered anything abnormal about them yet.
Thanks to the newly acquired Destiny Fragment invisibility screen time, the whereabouts of their group of people have not been calculated by anyone, and no one will actively suspect them.
But Sumu still noticed something different. It's not pressure from the outside, but within the team.
Sumu looked around helplessly and found that everyone's eyes looking at him became a little strange. The Su family was more shocked, and looked at their young master with a little excitement. It turns out that the young master has reached this state without realizing it.
Can one person destroy the entire immortal race? Great! My Su family is truly number one in the world. In the past there was Patriarch Su Ningya, and now there is young Master Sumu. Isn't it just a matter of time before we dominate the continent? He.
Yun Susu looked a little scared. Recently, when she went out, she was always worried that she and her group would be recognized. Perhaps the experience of being hunted down in the past left her with a psychological trauma. In short, Sumu felt that the other person looked rather pitiful.
As for Lei Yishuan, this little guy is actually the happiest one.
From time to time, he would pull Sumu's arm and ask questions. Master, that was really you, are you really that powerful? The girl hesitated to speak, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and she was so excited that she almost jumped up.
Master, you are so powerful? Does that mean you are invincible? Are you the most powerful person in the world? Master.
Facing the curious girl, Sumu rubbed her head helplessly and spoke softly.
Don't think too much, it wasn't me who did it.
The girl immediately showed a look of sudden enlightenment, nodded repeatedly, and said, I understand.
Yes, it wasn't Master who did it. Then Master, who are you going to trouble next? Sumu. Chapter 299 Reply.
Sumu was helpless.
Lei Yishuan has actually been having this reaction for several days.
After 3 or 4 months of study, the other party is no longer a newbie who knows nothing. Following Sumu, apart from other things, his horizons have improved very quickly. Anyway, the little guy now understands some things, such as what the immortal race and the Holy Land represent, what kind of status and strength the other party has. The immortals are already so powerful, yet the master is able to wipe them out directly.
And the master still says that he is not the best in the world?
Lei Yishuan was so excited these days that she could hardly sleep, but every time she thought about the fact that Sumu was still unwilling to admit that she was his apprentice, the girl felt sad.
Am I too weak? Or do I have no talent, so master is unwilling to accept me?
The girl thought about it many times and also asked Sister Susu, including Sister Sudai, who claimed to know a little bit about everything. The two people's answers were different, but they both felt that it was not the girl's problem, but that Sumu had his own ideas.
Lei Yishuan couldn't help but feel a little dejected. When can I become Master's true disciple? Then I can openly tell others that my master is the best in the world. Well,
at a young age, Lei Yishuan already had her own worries.
Sumu didn't know what the other party was thinking at this time.
They came to Jindong City not just to hide, but to wait for someone. More than a month has passed, and the other party should be here.
Sure enough, not long after, Sumu's eyes suddenly fixed.
In the corner of an ordinary tea stall below, a peculiarly shaped mandarin duck kite appeared without him noticing, and Sumu immediately understood what was going on.
So he stood up immediately. Wait for me here for a while. I'll be back soon. Yes.
In a flash, Sumu's figure disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was standing deep in a dark alley. Not long after, a figure in black quietly stood behind him, blocking the exit of the alley.
Who are you? Why are you here?
Hearing the other party's hoarse voice, Sumu was stunned for a moment, then he immediately reacted. With a casual touch of his hand, all the disguise on his body disappeared.
It's me. Young master. With a snap, the man in black knelt down on one knee. Young master, I didn't recognize you just now. Please forgive me.
Your disguise skills are getting stronger and stronger.
Sumu just nodded lightly and didn't say much. Where's what I want?
Here, young master. The man in black knelt on one knee, took out a storage ring from his arms very respectfully, and then handed it to Sumu with both hands. Sumu couldn't help feeling a little excited and nodded with a smile. Very good, you have worked hard this month, take a good rest.
Thank you, young master.
Sumu looked at the ring in his hand and could feel a small pile of sealed jade slips inside, which contained the news he had been waiting for. Now the wait has finally come.
It was indeed inconvenient without the teleportation array.
It would take a month to deliver a message, even with the immortal king as the messenger. Sumu casually cast his shielding formation on the spot and immediately took out the jade slip from it. There are 4 jade slips in total, from Zhang Haining, Qing Jingru, Nangangxi, Nangangliu. As for Qian Ziyi, although he was not Sumu's original target, he still sent a handwritten letter in a unique way. Mo Xuanxing did not reply to the letter. It seemed that he had already gone to the area with cracks in the boundary wall and would not be free for a while. But even so, Sumu was very satisfied. With some expectations in his heart, Sumu gradually immersed his mind in it and began to read the contents carefully. After a long time, a look of disappointment suddenly appeared on his face.
Is that so?
Among the 4 women's jade slips, Zhang Haining was undoubtedly the person who talked to him the most, followed by Nangongxi. It seemed that the 2 of them had already made their plans known, so they didn't hide too much from Sumu about what he wanted to know. That's right, at this point, Sumu can finally be sure.
The other people did have no memory of rebirth.
Well. Sumu sighed in his heart, feeling a little regretful. Although this kind of thing was indeed expected, I still felt a little regretful after actually hearing it. If only I could know what will happen in the future, I wouldn't have to rack my brains to think of a solution. As for the crisis outside the domain, I'm afraid I'll have to solve it myself. Sumu continued to browse, but suddenly found some strange information in Qing Jingrou's jade slip. The other party's words were vague, but they vaguely revealed that when everything reaches a point of no return, this world will have its own correction mechanism, and the Shenyuan Continent will continue to exist.
And ultimately, it's not just one person that keeps it going.
Sumu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Could it be that because the other party was a practitioner of the heavenly Tao, he was particularly sensitive to the connection between heaven and earth? That was why he had this kind of mysterious information? After thinking for a while with his head down, Sumu felt that this matter was quite credible and nodded secretly. Although you were quite unreliable in the past, you are much better now. Sumu couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile, and then looked at Qian Ziyi's letter.
The other person's handwriting was extremely beautiful.
He wrote on several pages of paper, constantly expressing his thoughts and what he was doing recently, including trying to save his father, and that Aurora immortal. Sumu looked at him with a smile on his face.
At the same time, the far other side,
there was also a girl who slowly withdrew her gaze from the window. At this point, Sumu must have received my message.
Sai, I'm sorry.
Zhang Haining actually felt very guilty in her heart. This was the first time she lied to Sumu. She had the memory of rebirth in her mind, but she couldn't tell the other party. Otherwise, how could she tell Sumu that her relationship with him was so hostile last time?
She even watched him die in the end?
Not to mention being deceived by the enemy, and the things that happened to the Su family afterwards.
What if Sumu knew about these things and felt resentful towards her? Zhang Haining didn't dare to gamble, nor could she accept it.
There are many people who share the same idea as her, and they all understand each other tacitly. As for the future development of this continent,
Sumu. Zhang Haining smiled slightly. I said a long time ago that even in the most critical moment, I can still protect you. This has never been just a joke. It is my oath.
Faintly, the sky was trembling slightly, responding to the girl's determination.
Chapter 300, Wonderful Sound Holy Land.
Sumu gradually collected his scattered thoughts and began to think about his next move. He had read all the letters sent by the women. Although some things were confirmed, he still felt it was a pity.
It would be nice if they were really reborn. Sumu sighed and then thought of his original purpose.
The southern region, he had only traveled to a small part of it, and there were still many places he had never been to.
It will probably take nearly half a year to complete the whole journey.
As for why it took so long, one of the important reasons was the customs in the southern region. Here, there are hidden formations everywhere, and it is extremely difficult to detect the breath of the destiny fragments.
If only this thing could be delivered to my face. Sumu was amused by his own thought.
He shook his head helplessly and was about to return to the restaurant. The surrounding streets suddenly became noisy, and everyone exclaimed,
"Wow! This year's team is off again."
Sumu turned his head and followed the crowd's gaze, only to find a group of young men and women walking outside surrounded by a crowd. Everyone had a look of joy on their faces and shouted loudly to them, "You must do your best. Winter City's hope this year depends on you. You must get a good ranking. Come on. Fairy Shura." The crowd was boiling with cheers coming one after another. Sumu frowned slightly, and soon understood the cause of the incident from the gossip of the crowd. It turned out that these people were the new generation of young men in Jindong City. They had successfully reached the soul-body realm before the age of 100 and were about to set off to the Holy Land for selection.
Holy Land. Sumu's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. How could he have almost forgotten this?
There are 3 holy places in Shenyuan Continent, namely the Yaofeng Holy Land in the east, the Miaoyin Holy Land in the south, and the Tinglong Holy Land in the north. The first fragment of destiny that Sumu obtained on his own was actually the marriages like a dream from the Yaofeng Holy Land.
Since the Yaofeng Holy Land has them, and they are all holy places, then it doesn't make sense that the Miaoyin Holy Land doesn't have any. He actually forgot about this before. It really shouldn't be done.
Sumu was immediately delighted, thinking that there was a lot of room for maneuver.
He immediately returned to the restaurant and told others about it. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up and they thought this was a great idea. But then he frowned again. But how do we get in? Sneak in directly?
That's a bit too difficult after all, it's a holy place.
Yes.
And it happened in a place like the southern region.
What's more, the situation is so tense right now. I'm afraid that if something goes wrong, the top leaders of Miaoyin Holy Land will explode. What should we do then? It's very simple, Sumu smiled slightly. Why don't we just go through the normal selection process?
When everyone heard this, their eyes widened and then looked at each other. The requirements for entering the Holy Land are open to the entire continent, which is to reach the soul and body realm before the age of 100. However, the vast majority of people present were immortal-level cultivators, and there were actually only 3 people over 100 years old. They are Sumu, Yunsusu, and Leishuan. Yunsusu is not very old, only in her teens, and her realm is only the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm.
It is still a long way for her to break through. Not to mention Leishuan, who is only at the 1st level of Xuanqi realm and has just embarked on the path of cultivation.
As for Sumu himself, although he meets all the conditions, Sumu's cultivation has reached the 5th level of the heavenly immortal realm.
Isn't it a bit too bullying for him to participate in such a selection? Could it be that?
Looking at the suspicious eyes of the people around him, Sumu nodded calmly and spoke softly.
That's right.
I don't plan to enter the Holy Land through conventional means.
Everyone was confused, and some didn't quite understand what Sumu meant.
Young master, do you mean to sneak in directly?
Of course not, Sumu explained helplessly.
I'm afraid it will take quite a while to find the destiny fragment when we enter the Holy Land this time. If I'm not mistaken, the destiny fragment should be sealed in a secret place or something like that. I can't sense this kind of place directly, so I can only send people in to search slowly. Since our people are not capable, then why don't we try to borrow some external help?
External force. Everyone was completely stunned.
The southern region has been messed up by them now.
Is there anyone willing to help them? Young master, is it possible that we still have allies in the southern territory? Some. Sumu smiled slightly. There may even be more than one.
Over the next period of time, Sumu and his party continued to change their appearance and pass through various cities of all sizes in the southern region. In many cities, we can see the selection competitions in full swing. Each city has sent out its own team, heading directly to the center of the south, that is the location of the Miaoyin Holy Land.
As for Sumu and others, at this moment, we have arrived at the foot of a magnificent city wall. This is it.
Sumu let out a long sigh and looked up at the tall city wall.
Shan Yin Chang.
This is an extremely magnificent city, with many creatures living in it, and most importantly, it is where the Yin family is located.
That's right. It's Yin Nianxiu, the Yin family.
As for why they went to the Yin family, it was of course because of Yin Nianxiu's special identity.
Don't forget that Yin Nianxiu is the previous saint of Miaoyin Holy Land.
Strictly speaking, she also holds a position in the Holy Land.
Conservation is also a deacon.
This also means that the other party has the right to bring people into the Holy Land, although the number will not be too large. But at least there are no restrictions. Normally, this rule is used to allow these high-level monks to have personal attendants, but now it allows Sumu to take advantage of this loophole.
But Sumu's expression slightly condensed.
He had no idea whether he could reach an agreement with the Yin family.
It all depended on luck. It should be fine.
I am favored by the heavens, and the Yin family should know me. During this turmoil, they did not come out to search for me. And we have Shenyuan with us. She is also favored by heaven.
Luck is definitely on our side. If there is really no other way, Sumu can only use some tricks.
Some moves he had never used before. I hope there will be a good result. Not long after, Sumu brought Lei Yishuan to the gate of Yin Mansion alone, and asked the servants to pass on the message that he wanted to meet an old friend. As for the others, they will temporarily rest in the city and wait for their good news.
Chapter 301, Enemies Meet. Young master, please come in.
And young lady, please also come in. The old steward smiled kindly and invited Sumu and the other two in. It was because not long ago, an elder of the tribe, after learning about this, was so excited that he could hardly control himself, and immediately asked him to invite the person in. And they also asked that this matter be carried out in secret and the news must not be leaked. Not knowing what the clan's higher-ups were thinking, the steward didn't dare to disobey their wishes and could only do as they were told. Sumu actually noticed something unusual, but he did not point it out to the other party. Instead, he followed the other party inside. Soon, the steward brought him to a secret cave, then immediately stood up and left. Sumu didn't understand what it meant, but then he heard a strange voice in his ears.
Come in, I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly, and walked in carefully with Lei Yishuan, always protecting the girl behind him. After entering and gradually adapting to the changes in light around it, Sumu couldn't help but reveal a bit of confusion on his face.
Who are you? Why do you want to see me? Not far away, Yin Luan looked at Sumu with a complicated expression.
He seemed to want to say something but stopped himself several times.
In the end, he just sighed. You shouldn't be here at this time. What trouble are you in? Sumu became even more confused after hearing this.
He had no impression of the middle-aged man in front of him. He seemed to have never seen him before.
Why was he willing to help him?
And the Yin family's attitude is somewhat strange.
Why is that?
May I ask who you are, Your Excellency?
Yin Luan. Yin Luan looked helpless.
He had been targeting Sumu for so long and even sent a message to the other party that he would surrender, but in the end the other party didn't even recognize him. The two had never really met each other. Yin Luan knew what Sumu looked like only because he had seen Sumu's portrait. But he didn't care about that today. He is more concerned about,
where is Nianxiu? Didn't she go to the Su family a long time ago? How come there is no news at all? Do you know where he is now?
The moment he heard the other person's name, Sumu's eyes widened.
What the hell?
It turns out that the person who targeted me the most in the early stage was you.
How dare you show up in front of me so brazenly?
Sumu looked the other person up and down and found that the other person's cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm. For him now, this strength was not enough. As for what the other party asked.
Forehead.
Sumu was actually a little embarrassed. After thinking it over for a while, he decided to tell the other party the truth. Well, Nianqiu may not be able to come back for a while.
What do you mean? Did something happen to her?
Yin Luan stood up suddenly, his face full of horror. It's not that something happened, it's just that I temporarily left her in the western regions and I can't bring her back for a while.
What? After a moment.
An old man and a young man sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere in the cave became very strange.
Snort.
Yin Luan snorted coldly, feeling indescribably angry as he looked at the bastard in front of him who had kidnapped his daughter. I'm telling you, if anything happens to Nianqiu at the Qian family's place, I will definitely fight you to the death. Don't worry, she has enough people around her, and I will bring him back as soon as possible.
Sumu looked embarrassed.
He knew, of course, that Yin Luan was Yin Nianqiu's father, and he also knew what the other party had done to him.
So he couldn't help but feel curious. If I remember correctly, Yuan Chenshu. Yin Luan. His eyes widened immediately, and his fingers tremblingly pointed at Sumu. His eyes seemed to say, "How did you know?" Could it be that Liang Jimei told him? Of course Sumu knew this.
He had read the original work of this part carefully, so of course he remembered the other party. Don't worry about how I know this, just tell me everything.
Okay.
Yin Luan was a little unsure, so he could only tell the whole story and slightly beautify the motives of his actions. Including how he met Chen Shu, how he broke up with him later, and the creation of Tianmu.
Etc.
Sumu suddenly raised his hand to stop the other person. You mean, the Sky Curtain organization in the Yaofeng Holy Land was actually established by you and Liang Jimei?
Yes. That's fine too.
The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched.
He now understood why Liang Jilan could become the big sister at that time.
After all the fuss, it turned out to be the inheritance. As for the other things the other party said, Sumu was actually a little surprised. There were some things he really didn't know, and they were not mentioned much in the original book. For example, it turns out that Tianhe Palace is an organization jointly established by the Yin family and several other hidden families.
Tianhe Palace. Thinking of this thing, Sumu couldn't help but frown.
Most of the things that he had encountered in the early stage were related to Tianhe Palace.
Unexpectedly, he accidentally came to the other party's lair?
That's not right. Then why didn't your Yin family make any move when the riot happened in the southern region?
I don't know what those people above are thinking.
Yin Luan shrugged helplessly. The Yin family is just a first-rate hidden family, with only 4 or 5 immortal kings in the family.
Maybe they just don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. After all, you have even dealt with the Shang family. Our small Yin family is really not enough for you to bully. Sumu's mouth twitched when he heard that. Why does everyone now think that he was the one who wiped out the Shang family? In fact, this is really just a misunderstanding. Actually, this wasn't something I did. Yes. It's not you. I understand. Sumu. Okay, let's get down to business. What exactly do you want to do by coming to the Yin family? Yin Luan's expression suddenly became serious.
If I hadn't been in the family today, I'm afraid you would have had to go directly up against the Yin family's immortal kings. Although you're certainly not afraid, it would still cause you some trouble. I want to enter the Holy Land of Wonderful Sound. Sumu also straightened his expression and showed a serious face.
Enter the Holy Land of Wonderful Sound. Yin Luan's face changed drastically.
No way, your Su family is not satisfied with killing the Shang family, and you want to attack the Holy Land.
This is too crazy. Do you really want us in the southern region to kill him directly? What the hell is going on here?
Sumu was confused when he heard this, but then he realized that the other party must have misunderstood what he meant, and quickly waved his hands.
First of all, the Shang family's affairs really have nothing to do with me.
Secondly, why would I attack the Holy Land for no reason? Yinluan's face looked weird, as if "guess whether I believe it or not" was written all over his face.
Sumu. Chapter 302, Playboy? Sumu and Yinluan argued for a long time.
This made the other party believe that he really had no other purpose and just wanted to enter the Holy Land to find something. Yinluan didn't actually care what the other party was looking for, and he wasn't actually worried about the life or death of the Holy Land. He was just worried that Sumu would kill himself. After all, the Shenyuan clan and the major families were looking for them all over the world.
If Sumu really died, many of Yinluan's early investments would be wasted.
And his daughter Nianxiu, if she knew that Sumu was dead, he couldn't imagine what would happen. It was due to various reasons that Yinluan looked at Sumu in such a strange way. Of course, most of it was out of helplessness.
It's easy to enter the Holy Land.
Although I have lost my position in the Yin family, I still have some connections.
It's not difficult. Thank you very much.
Sumu bowed to the other party and then thought about it for a moment. After the conversation with the other party just now, he could actually understand Yinluan's embarrassing situation in the Yin family. After all, Tianhe Palace has shares from the Yin family, but Yinluan actually defected from his own enterprise and started helping outsiders instead. Even though he was not discovered by others, he would at least end up doing his job poorly, and it was reasonable for him to be excluded. However, considering his level of cultivation, there is no way to completely abandon him and he can only be dealt with coldly.
If you want to change your current situation, I can provide you with some support. After all. No.
Yinluan waved his hand casually, seeming not to care. Tianhe Palace has existed for so long, and there are actually quite a few people who are dissatisfied with it.
I am not the first, nor will I be the last. My current situation is quite good. I can practice with peace of mind. Maybe the next time you see me, I will be an immortal king.
Oh, right.
Yinluan suddenly grinned.
If you really have this intention, you might as well treat Nianxiu well in the future.
You owe me a favor, remember this.
Good.
Sumu looked serious.
He has no bottom line when it comes to his enemies, but Sumu is never stingy with his friends. As for Nianxiu, Sumu couldn't help but recall the girl's figure in his mind and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I will treat her well.
That's good.
Yinluan nodded with satisfaction, and finally the few of them discussed the time for the next meeting, and then Sumu prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Yinluan suddenly called him and said some incomprehensible words to himself. Oh, if I remember correctly, the core base of Tianhe Palace seems to be in Mengshan City, close to the center of the mountain range in the southwest. Nearly 10,000 years have passed.
Has Tianhe Palace found the fragment of destiny?
The other person seemed to be talking to himself. After all, the voice was very loud, more like talking to himself. But Sumu still narrowed his eyes slightly and vaguely understood what the other party meant. So he turned around and bowed to the other party to express his gratitude. Then he turned and left without saying a word. Well. Looking at the young man's receding back, Yinluan couldn't tell why he felt a little uneasy. Please don't let anything happen to you again, or Nianxiu will be sad again. As a father, I really can't comfort her. Please be more reliable. It wasn't long since I left Yin's house.
Sumu took Lei Yishuan and started turning left and right in the city to prevent anyone from following them.
It was at this time that Lei Yishuan suddenly spoke in a crisp voice.
Master, there are so many girls around you. Puff. Sumu almost vomited blood.
He looked down at the little guy in shock and almost choked himself.
Ahem, why do you say that? Snort.
The girl pouted her lips, then counted her fingers carefully, as if she was calculating something. Master, look, even now, you already have me by your side, as well as Sister Susu, Sister Sudai, and the one from a few days ago called Shangyu. Not only that, I heard from Sister Sudai that you, Master, also have a master's wife, and the person just now mentioned a sister named Yin Nianxiu.
Master, you.
Stop, stop, stop.
Su Mu's face was dark.
He had already judged from the other party's lip shape that this kid was most likely going to say something shocking, like a playboy. But the key point is that he was also forced. From the beginning to the end, Su Mu never thought that there would be so many people around him.
Besides, does he have ideas about each of them?
But there was nothing he could do. For some unknown reason, a lot of women gathered here, and all of them were greedy for his body. It was too difficult to explain these things to little Lei Yishuan, so Su Mu simply extinguished her curiosity. You are still young now. When you grow up, you will understand how helpless I am.
You just think about these things every day. Go back and practice well.
Oh. The girl said oh dryly, and she was secretly happy in her heart.
That's great. The master has so many girls around him, so having one more shouldn't be a big deal, right?
This way I can practice well with master. Ever since she learned that Su Mu was the best in the world, the girl actually didn't want to go to the Holy Land anymore. She just wanted to stay with Su Mu. As for what she just said, the girl understood it as a very clever test from her.
This principle is easy to understand.
You see, there are so many girls around master, but master doesn't hate them, so of course he won't hate me either. In this way, I can follow my master openly. Lei Yishuan suddenly smiled sweetly. Although Su Mu never admitted that he was her master, the girl believed that as long as time was long enough, she would definitely be recognized by Su Mu.
This day is a long way to go, but she will never give up. Master. What's wrong?
Su Mu focused his attention on his surroundings and subconsciously agreed to the girl's name. I will practice hard when I get back, you wait for me.
Okay.
Su Mu answered casually, and then quickly found the location of Su Dai and the others.
7 or 8 days passed in a flash.
The day that Su Mu and Yin Luan had agreed upon finally arrived.
If nothing unexpected happens, he will enter the Miaoyin Holy Land today.
In order to prevent unexpected situations, Su Mu didn't even bring too many people with him and went there alone. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already a long distance away from Shenyuan City.
The agreed location was next to a huge lake.
After arriving at the agreed location, however, he did not see Yin Luan, but instead saw a beautiful girl in a light green dress. The other party seemed to sense the profound movement, slowly turned his head and asked softly,
You are the servant that my second uncle mentioned. Chapter 303 Inshi Palace.
The girl looked confused and kept looking Su Mu up and down. Su Mu was also observing the other party carefully at this time. The girl looked to be no more than 28 years old, but her features were exquisite, with long dark eyebrows, a delicate nose, red lips, and a graceful figure.
Moreover, she had a very rare temperament.
Just looking at each other gives you a feeling of a spring breeze, which makes you feel refreshed.
If there's no one else, it should be me.
Su Mu vaguely guessed Yin Luan's arrangement, and he estimated that he would have to enter the Holy Land as this young girl guard.
Moreover, this person had previously called Yin Luan's second uncle. Doesn't that mean that the other party is Yin Nianxiu's cousin? No wonder there is some similarity between their eyebrows and eyes.
Okay, the girl seemed to accept this scene and nodded slightly. My humble daughter Yin Shigong, please take good care of me in the future, young master. Yin Shigong already felt that this matter was very strange, and this feeling became even stronger when she saw Su Mu for the first time. No matter how you look at it, Su Mu's appearance and temperament don't seem like that of an ordinary guard. What's more, the other party suddenly appeared from nowhere and squeezed out the people he was originally going to bring.
Yin Shigong thought of 2 possibilities in an instant.
First, the other party was only approaching her in the name of a guard, and his real purpose might be to marry her. After all, her status in the country was somewhat special, so it was not surprising that someone approached her. Second, the other party approaches you for other purposes, perhaps to get close to your father, or to borrow certain resources around you. Yin Shigong saw all of this very clearly, just like her clear eyes.
May I ask what your name is, sir? My name is Musu.
Please take good care of me in the future, young lady. Sumu had a relaxed smile on his face and quickly put himself into the role of a personal bodyguard, which was quite a novel experience. But as soon as he finished speaking, his entire temperament began to change, gradually becoming decadent and no longer eye-catching. It was like a thick layer of dust had fallen on the surface of a sparkling gem. In Shigong silently memorized the name Musu, and without asking any more questions, she took Sumu away directly.
Follow me, let's hurry up, we'll be too late. What's wrong? Sumu followed effortlessly and asked quietly.
I came to pick you up this time because my second uncle suddenly notified me that the clan team will set off soon.
Team?
Sumu quickly realized that this team should be heading to the Miaoyin Holy Land.
Not bad, this is exactly the kind of efficiency he wants. In is still quite reliable.
At this time, Sumu also noticed the cultivation level of the girl in front of him. She suddenly reached the Nahai realm, which made her a little genius. The realm levels in the mortal period are divided into 5 levels from low to high. They are Xuanqi, Ningdan, Hunti, Nahai, and Tianyuan respectively. Only those who have reached the Tianyuan realm can fly in the air, so the two of them could only move around on the ground. In Shigong glanced at Sumu beside him calmly. I wanted to test his strength. As a result, I unconsciously used a little more strength in my feet and could feel the fluctuations of vital energy twisting in my feet. The girl's speed suddenly increased significantly. But when he turned around, he found that Sumu was still following him calmly, and he was immediately shocked.
This guy named Musu is probably not to be underestimated.
He doesn't look much older than me, but his cultivation is definitely not just at the Nahai level.
Could it be that he is a genius from another family?
He has joined our In family and wants to take this opportunity to enter the Holy Land. This kind of thing has happened before, so the girl naturally thought of this aspect. But she still had some doubts. The Mu family, is there such a family?
After a while,
Sumu, In Shigong, and others arrived at the city gate one after another. There was already a large group of people waiting there, and there was even a small flying boat parked there.
Sister Shigong, where have you been? Why are you here just now? We're almost late.
A woman in a red dress jumped down from the bow of the flying boat, with a hint of complaint in her tone, but no hint of blame. The other party quickly came to In Shigong's side, naturally took the girl's hand, gently stroked her, and asked about her well-being. It was at this moment that the other party suddenly discovered Sumu standing not far behind In Shigong.
I was stunned for a moment. Who is this? This is my personal bodyguard. He will accompany me to the Holy Land this time.
Oh. The woman in the red dress nodded when she heard this and didn't ask any more questions. He was just a guard, not the same kind of person as these children of noble families, and was not worth too much concern.
The customs in the Miaoyin Holy Land are slightly different. Aristocratic families can bring some personal personnel with them, but there is a limit on the number.
It's not like the Holy Land of Yao Feng, where no one is allowed to enter except Yao himself. Sumu was also very happy to see this situation. What he had to do on this trip was to keep a low profile. As long as he was not noticed, that would be a victory. I followed the two of them and slowly walked onto the flying boat. I looked around and found that quite a few people had already gathered there. Most of the faces are relatively young, and middle-aged faces are extremely rare.
That's right.
After all, he is the genius of this generation of the Yin family, so such performance is reasonable. But in addition to that, there were also many attendants dressed in various costumes, including guards like Su Mu, and many personal maids. Just at this moment, a powerful voice suddenly came from the sky.
Silence.
Count the number of people now, and set off immediately in half an incense stick of time.
Sumu looked up and found that the person in the air was actually an immortal cultivator.
His cultivation level was probably at the 7th level of the earthly immortal realm. He looked like a middle-aged man. He could sense that the middle-aged man had disturbed him several times without making a sound, but he did not show it in the end. Sumu smiled slightly in his heart. It seemed that In Wan had greeted the other party, but he didn't know how much he said. However, it seems that the other party has done a good job of keeping secrets, and there are only 3 people on the entire flying boat who know the truth. Things are accomplished through secrecy and fail through disclosure.
This principle is easy to understand.
Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the flying boat began to gradually rise into the air, and its speed gradually increased. Nothing happened along the way, and Sumu was happy to have some free time. His powerful perception allowed him to have a clear view of his surroundings, and the discussions of others also reached his ears.
Have you heard?
Something unusual seems to have happened in the southern region recently. The strength of the elders leading the team has increased a lot. I seem to have heard that something went wrong with the Immortal Clan.
Don't hinder my entry into the Holy Land.
I have been preparing for more than 20 years.
I will definitely pass the selection. Father, Mother. Chapter 304, Criticism.
Listening to the noisy discussions of the crowd, Sumu smiled slightly. If they knew that the culprit who had turned the southern region upside down was sitting next to them, I wonder how they would react.
Part of Sumu's mind was always on In Shigong. After all, he had done In Luan a favor, and he couldn't really let anything go wrong with the other person's descendants. When thinking of this, Sumu was suddenly stunned. Wait, actually, if I think about it carefully, it seems that I am of the same generation as these people. Sumu sensed his surroundings with a strange expression.
His peers still have childish faces, and the one with the highest cultivation level has just barely touched the threshold of Tianyuan nature.
Moreover, there is obvious innocence in his eyes, which is very different from Sumu.
However, Sumu had no intention of comparing himself with these people. He just sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. In Shigong had secretly looked at Sumu several times and was a little curious about this person who was suddenly inserted by his second uncle.
However, since he didn't say anything and didn't seem interested, I gradually stopped paying attention.
My emotions were gradually aroused by my peers and I started playing with them. Since there is no teleportation array, the journey is long and may take a lot of time, but fortunately there is still the flying boat. In Shigong was a recommended personnel who entered the Holy Land in advance, so there was no need for further selection, which could save more time.
Ha ha ha. Shigong, why don't you try with us?
Yes. The journey is long and there is plenty of time to practice. Why don't we play together for a while?
Hasn't Shigong entered the Holy Land a long time ago?
Why are you still working so hard? Faced with the crowd's booing, In Shigong blushed slightly and seemed a little embarrassed, so she could only join them reluctantly. Although the girl herself was not interested in these things, she had to show her willingness to please them. A large group of young masters and young ladies gathered on the deck of the flying boat to play and joke around. Some of them suggested competing with each other in cultivation, such as a one-arm contest, or discussing their views on the techniques. Some people were not interested in these things and gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat quietly. Most of the people were traveling far away for the first time, and they lay directly on the edge of the flying boat, looking down with shining eyes.
Sumu just stood there quietly.
Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked to his side.
This brother.
A young man who was also wearing a guard's uniform smiled and bowed, then walked towards Sumu.
I see that your demeanor is very different from others. Are you from another small family like me?
It is not uncommon for small families to rely on large families in order to gain the qualifications to go to the Holy Land.
Sumu nodded indifferently.
Very good. The other party was overjoyed when he saw this, and even tried to climb onto Sumu's shoulders, but Sumu dodged him calmly. If you have something to say, just say it.
What are 2 grown men trying to do by hugging each other?
Sumu rolled his eyes inwardly.
An embarrassed look appeared on the boy's face.
He withdrew his hand angrily and spoke softly.
Ah ha ha ha.
Actually, that's right. My name is Zhao Chen, from the Zhao family. Considering that we are all from small families and are also dependent on the Yin family, it is always good to have more exchanges, so that we can keep each other warm in the future. You know, in a place like the Holy Land, there are geniuses everywhere, not to mention the children of aristocratic families.
We are weak and can look after each other. Sumu understood that the other party was here to form cliques. Not interested.
After replying casually, Sumu closed his eyes again.
No matter what the other party said, he would not respond. Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel annoyed. He came here with good intentions to win over the other party, but he was so ignorant. Snort! Isn't he just a guard beside a legitimate daughter? Who do you think you are? Zhao Chen turned around coldly and made up his mind that he would teach this guy a lesson after entering the Holy Land. However, the other party's master is Yin Shigong, the young lady who has already entered the Holy Land, so she still needs to be careful. Zhao Chen's eyes were gloomy and he slowly walked away. Sumu's expression didn't even change much, and he didn't care at all about what the other person was thinking. They are just a group of mortals, let alone him alone. Even if there are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands more, it will not make much difference to the immortal cultivators. What about him? A few days passed quickly. Sumu also gradually adapted to this kind of life, which was an experience he had never had before. During the day, she would stand on the deck with the young masters and young ladies and patrol the surroundings. Of course, her main focus was still on Yin Shigong. At night he could sleep in the room next to Yin Shigong's, or simply stand guard at the other door. However, Yin Shigong seems to have a personal maid who can also take over part of the defense task. Moreover, the other party's personal maid seemed to be a little too enthusiastic towards Sumu. From the first time she saw Sumu's appearance, the maid often came to Sumu to ask about his well-being. He even took the initiative to squeeze out more rest time for Sumu. Sumu was actually a little helpless. He didn't need to rest, he just wanted to enter the Holy Land openly. As for the other party's hospitality, it was actually a trouble for him. Just at this moment. Mr. Mu, have you had breakfast today? Yin Shigong's personal maid came over again with a smile on her face, and even deliberately adjusted her posture when walking to highlight her plump advantages. If you haven't used it yet, I have some cakes here. No, I have to go and escort the lady. Sumu quickly made up an excuse and walked out without even looking at the other person. The woman was slightly stunned when she saw this, and some annoyance rose in her heart. He had heard some time ago that there was a guard on the ship with a very strange personality, who was incompatible with people of the same class as them. He just follows the young lady around all day long, like a follower. Really? The woman was secretly annoyed. You really think you're the young master you used to be? When you come to the Yin family, we're all servants, why are you pretending? He had already secretly made up his mind that he must speak ill of him in front of the young lady when he returned. Sumu came to the deck again, still standing in the familiar position, ready to spend a peaceful day. He doesn't do nothing every day. This is the time when he can practice. But today is a little different. Why do you stand here every day? Yin Shigong quietly appeared beside him, tilted her head slightly, and couldn't help but feel a little curious. If it was just 1 or 2 days it would be fine, but it has been almost half a month and the other party is still the same. Could it be that he has a rather introverted personality? Not quite. The girl couldn't help but recall the scene when they first met. Chapter 305. I just said it casually. Practice. Sumu spoke the truth, but he actually didn't have much desire to talk to the other party. Practice? How can I practice like this? Yin Shigong glanced at the noisy environment around her and frowned slightly, somewhat confused. For monks to practice, a quiet environment is the minimum that must be ensured, otherwise it is easy to go astray. Even when refining vital energy, quietness is still needed. Sumu responded casually. For me, this environment is already very good. I don't care about the surroundings. As if to make his words more convincing, Sumu's vital energy indeed began to fluctuate. The girl's beautiful eyes widened for a moment, somewhat incredulous. Is it really possible? Can you practice in this environment? How did the other party do it? With a somewhat skeptical attitude, Yin Shigong also tried closing her eyes to give it a try, but was soon forced to come out of the meditation state, her face turning pale. No! I can't do that. This week's environment is too chaotic. Comprehending the vital energy has exhausted my mind, how can I practice the exercises? She looked up at Sumu, who looked calm and collected, and her heart was shaken slightly. This person, what kind of extraordinary perseverance does he have?
He is just a guard, from a small family, how can he have such strength? For a moment, Im Shigong felt that he seemed to understand why this person, who had no identity or background, could be personally recommended by his second uncle.
The girl couldn't help but think of herself.
Having lived in the Yin family since childhood, this condition has exceeded that of most people, but his cultivation has still remained at the Nahai realm.
Am I a little arrogant? Have you been slacking off during this time?
Im Shigong lowered his head in deep thought, thinking back to the past half-month. He had been playing with his fellow tribesmen and had not focused on his cultivation at all. Looking at Sumu again at this moment, the girl couldn't help feeling ashamed.
Thank you.
Im Shigong suddenly spoke, but Sumu opened his eyes with some confusion.
Thank me for what? Thank you for your teaching.
The girl had a beaming smile on her face and she simply turned around and left, leaving Sumu bewildered.
What did I teach her?
The other side. The woman in the red dress changed into a more gorgeous outfit today. The moment she saw Im Shigong, she immediately came up to her with a smile.
Sister Shigong.
I heard they are going to hold a poetry gathering today.
Do you want to join us?
No.
Ah.
The woman was slightly stunned.
What's wrong? Why don't you go? Didn't you just?
I suddenly felt that I was too lazy in my daily life.
Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. I actually forgot such a simple truth.
Im Shigong shook her head slowly but firmly.
You go by yourself.
I still need to go back to my room to comprehend the skills.
I will report to my master after returning to the Holy Land.
She couldn't meditate in a noisy environment like Sumu, so she had to return to her room. After saying this, he turned around and left without saying anything more.
The woman in the red dress was confused. What are you talking about? Won't there be plenty of time for cultivation in the future? Why worry about it on the way?
She was also a little unhappy. She felt a little embarrassed to be rejected so simply and directly.
Humph. If you don't want to go, then don't go.
If you encounter any problems in the Holy Land in the future, you must come back to ask us for help. The thought surged in her mind, causing her to snort in disdain, but she quickly shifted her attention away.
She couldn't help but think of the cousin she met a few days ago.
His handsome appearance and elegant demeanor were still vivid in her mind.
She couldn't help but blush. Let's go find that brother and play with him.
Im Shigong had just returned to her room not long ago. Her personal maid came over with a smile on her face.
Miss, why did you come back so early today?
Would you like some cakes? No, help me clean up the secret room for training, I need it now.
Okay.
The other party did not dare to be negligent, but kept muttering while working.
Miss, do you know that there have been some rumors on the flying boat recently about our guard?
After hearing this, Im Shigong became somewhat interested.
What's the rumor? Tell me about it. Could it be that other people have also noticed something unusual about Musu?
Miss, many people are saying that he is unsociable and withdrawn, and he only knows how to stick to you all day long.
Some people say that he has some improper thoughts about you, young lady. Some people also say.
The other party's words came like a string of cannonballs. The more Im Shigong listened, the darker her face became, until she finally couldn't stand it anymore.
That's enough.
She suddenly raised one hand and slammed it hard on the table, making a deafening crackling sound. It directly scared her maid.
Miss you. I've said enough.
Im Shigong rarely looked angry, which was completely different from her usual gentle image. These people only know how to gossip behind my back and slander a young man with great ambitions.
Don't say such things in front of me in the future.
Yes. The maid responded weakly, feeling somewhat panicked, knowing why she had offended the young lady. I don't know why the lady wanted to make excuses for the other party. Im Shigong let out a long sigh, looking somewhat helpless. Perhaps people who stick to their ideals will always suffer such criticism. In the next few days, Sumu found that his peaceful life seemed to have something wrong, and someone would come to him and disturb him from time to time.
Why are you here?
Sumu looked at the girl beside him with a puzzled look.
I also want to try to practice here, is that okay?
In Shigon blushed a little embarrassedly and lowered her head slightly.
Of course this place isn't mine.
Sumu didn't feel disgusted, he was just purely curious as to why the other party suddenly wanted to practice beside him.
But as long as it doesn't disturb him, it's fine.
Sumu's practice is actually completely different from the other person's. For him, he can observe his surroundings with his eyes closed, and observing the behavior of these people is part of his practice.
The practice of the celestial realm is to comprehend the principles of heaven, earth, and nature and deepen the understanding of the Great Way. So what he needs is to enter the world, not to leave it.
The previous fluctuations in vital energy were just him casually mobilizing a little bit of the vital energy of heaven and earth.
The In Shigon next to him. I actually want to meditate in such a noisy environment. Have an idea.
Even Sumu had to give the other party a thumbs up.
Anyway, he has never accomplished such a feat before, so he doesn't know if the other party can do it.
Sure enough, in the first few days, In Shigon always looked pale and couldn't do it no matter what. But after seeing Sumu's calm face, the other party became energized and continued to devote himself to the work.
Until nearly half a month.
There was a sudden fluctuation of vitality around the girl. Sumu widened his eyes slightly.
Damn. I just said it casually, and it actually worked? Chapter 306 Myoin Holy Land, 4 pavilions and 1 palace.
In Shigon's performance was a pure unexpected gain.
Sumu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly.
To be honest, the other person must be a talented person to be able to meditate in such a noisy environment. It made him curious about how the other party did it. But the key point is, he was the one who said this, and now he is asking others. Even Sumu feels a little embarrassed. Forget it, let Xiaoishuan ask when there's a chance. I don't have any use for this anyway, so it's suitable for her.
Sumu secretly took note of this incident, closed his eyes and rested, maximizing his perception.
In the next few days, the flying boat stopped in 2 large cities successively.
Many younger generations of the In family participated in the selection in the city.
Some won and some lost, but overall the performance was pretty good. This can be seen from the old man leading the team. The smile on his face is getting more and more, and he looks quite satisfied. Nearly another 10 days passed. Sumu and others finally started heading towards the Holy Land. There are hundreds of young people on the flying boat, but among them, there are less than 10 who are truly qualified to enter the Holy Land.
This also includes In Shigon, who was recommended.
As for Sumu, it was a pure win.
We're finally here.
After traveling for more than a month, In Shigon could no longer bear it. At this moment, she felt a sense of relief and lazily lay on the fence in front of her. Sumu glanced at the other person and felt a little funny in his heart. After all, the other party is just a mortal, and this kind of fatigue from traveling is ultimately unavoidable.
Don't you feel uncomfortable?
It was also at this moment that the girl suddenly turned around and looked over, her head leaning against the fence, looking a little ignorant and cute.
I'm fine, just a little tired. Well done, you are worthy of me.
After more than a month of getting along, the relationship between the two has become more familiar, and they can chat with each other from time to time. Although In Shigon was the one talking most of the time, Sumu just listened with his ear tilted. The relationship between the two is not like that between a young lady and her guard, but more like friends on equal terms.
We are about to enter the Holy Land today. Do you have anything you are curious about that you don't want to ask me?
In Shigon blinked her big eyes and stared at Sumu motionlessly.
Sumu thought about it for a moment.
He did have some questions.
Speaking of which, what is the situation of Myoin Holy Land? I don't know much about it. In Shigon looked very happy and told the story with great excitement. Listening to the girl's gentle voice, Sumu gradually gained some impression of the Holy Land of Myoin. The Myoin Holy Land is different from the Yaofeng Holy Land.
There are no major mountain peaks inside, but it is divided into 4 pavilions and 1 palace.
They are the Tianshu Pavilion, Inshur Pavilion, Jiangquan Pavilion, Yunhe Pavilion, and the Yuqin Palace where the sect's institutions are located. The disciples of Miaoyin Holy Land are also divided into inner and outer sects, and above these there are even personal disciples and the status of saints. The soul-body mirror has reached the threshold to enter the Holy Land. Those at the Nahai realm can become inner disciples, and those at the Tianyuan realm can become direct disciples of the major pavilions. As for the saint, this position is relatively special. Generally, it is decided at the moment a new disciple enters the sect, and the rotation is made every 3 years. Sumu thought about it for a moment. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that Yin Yensho's position as a saint was still there? It was quite valuable. I am the inner disciple of the Heavenly Book Pavilion. You have to go to the Heavenly Book Pavilion with me. Don't worry, we have our own cave. Huh? Wait, what do you mean by we? What's wrong? You mean we should live together? The girl looked strange when she heard this. You are my personal bodyguard. If you don't live with me, where are you going? Sumu was stunned for a moment when he heard this. It seemed to be true. It was his first time as a guard and he had no experience. Living together? He didn't have any other thoughts in his mind. He was mainly worried about affecting his actions. After all, he needed to act in secret to find the location of the fragments of destiny. In fact, there are risks in doing so. Although the Holy Land's control over destiny fragments is not as strict as that of the immortals, it generally does not allow outsiders to take them away. Just like Sumu in the past, he took away the marriage like a dream from the Long Yuan secret realm. The Lord of the Holy Land must have sensed it, but the other party did not take any action at all. Of course it's because Sumu himself is a disciple of the Holy Land. As for now, it depends a bit on luck. Sumu could actually choose to leave the fragment of destiny in the Holy Land and ignore it, but the risks of doing so are obvious. It would be interesting if I couldn't take it out when I needed it. Boom boom. The entire flying boat suddenly trembled, and then an extremely dense cloud of fog surged up all around, greatly compressing everyone's perception. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. He sensed something unusual. The surrounding environment was changing rapidly. Is this a formation? What a clever trick! The formation was integrated into the natural environment. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. Is this the method of the Lord of the Holy Land? Sumu also perked up at this moment and gradually looked towards the front of the flying boat. After flying for a short while, the clouds around him suddenly became lighter. Immediately afterwards, an extremely rich energy of heaven and earth rushed towards him. Sumu even sensed a more active avenue of heaven and earth. No wonder the Holy Land was built here, it is truly a blessed place. It has long been no secret that the natural environment of Shenyuan Continent has been rapidly deteriorating. Yet, at this time, the rules of heaven and earth are still so active. This is not only a place for training mortal cultivators, it is also a rare treasure land for immortal cultivators. The flying boat only moved forward a short distance before it was forced to stop on a platform on the top of a mountain because a slim woman was standing in the air. Stop! The area ahead is the Holy Land. Anyone outside should stay away. At this point, those who did not qualify for the selection could not move forward, and everyone could only sigh at the hazy scene not far away. Among them was the woman in red who had previously had a pleasant conversation with Yin Shigong. Perhaps because she was too lax recently, she was not careful during a selection and was knocked out of the ring. Hateful. The woman was filled with reluctance as she looked at the hazy Holy Land not far away. Based on her ability, she should have made steady progress, but she was careless. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. At this point, the woman suddenly felt resentment towards Yin Shigong. Obviously, everyone is pretty much the same, so why do you get the family's resources and be directly admitted to the Holy Land? And I still have to go through the painful selection process? Unconsciously, there was a hint of resentment in the woman's eyes. Sumu's heart moved slightly. Chapter 307 Carpet Search. It seems that you have offended some people inexplicably. Sumu spoke with interest.
In Shigong just shook her head slowly.
I'm just being myself. What other people think is none of my business.
The girl was not actually as carefree as she appeared to be, but the other party was of the same race after all, so what could she do? Sumu had no intention of interfering in the other party's family affairs, and he just mentioned it casually just now. Under the interception of the woman in front of them, most people could only wait where they were or return the same way they came.
Only a small number of people are qualified to move on.
Sumu followed directly behind In Shigong, walking step by step along the floating stone road. In a trance, they once again passed through a layer of cloud barrier.
Senior sister Shigong. You're back. Unexpectedly, I ran into acquaintances just after entering the Holy Land. They were two young-looking women.
The second goddess came up with joyful expressions, took In Shigong's hands excitedly, and began to tell her about the changes in the Holy Land during this period of time.
Senior sister.
I'm telling you, during the time you were away, I've already broken through to the 7th level of the soul-body mirror.
Senior sister. Do you still remember the guy from the Heavenly Book Pavilion who was pursuing you?
Last time he went out on a mission, someone knocked out his front teeth, ha 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 ha.
Senior sister.
Yes, yes. In Shigong looked a little helpless, pulling the two girls and slowly walking inside. It was at this time that the two girls clearly noticed Sumu following behind In Shigong, and they couldn't help but look puzzled.
There has never been a man around my senior sister. Who is this person?
Senior sister, who is this? They looked Sumu up and down. Under the cover of the fragments of destiny, they felt that Sumu was extremely ordinary, and there was an inexplicable gray feeling about him.
This is the guard assigned by my family. His name is Musu.
He will stay by my side from now on.
Oh, so he's a guard, no wonder. The two girls immediately lost interest in Sumu.
Sumu was not annoyed by this. The Shenyuan Continent was a world with clear class divisions, and this situation was normal. It cannot be said that there are no cases where he treats the servants around him as brothers, as he did before, but it can only be said to be extremely rare.
There were many people who looked down on Sumu in the past, and this might be one of the reasons. Sumu himself didn't think there was anything wrong.
After all, he came from Blue Star, and his ideas and concepts were slightly different from those of the locals. However, he also accepted some ideas from the Shenyuan Continent, such as the part about the realm of cultivation.
When you go out, there are only 4 types of people you meet. Ants, those who are weaker than oneself.
My friend is weaker than me, but he has a background. Fellow Taoist, he is similar to me.
Senior, I can't beat you.
In short, we still need to be more careful and be fully alert, especially now that we are on someone else's territory. In the following time, Sumu always followed behind In Shigong and gained a better understanding of the condition of the Miaoyin holy body.
This holy place seems to be a little different.
The path of cultivation is mainly based on the path of music, which is relatively simple. Moreover, among the disciples in the Holy Land, the number of female disciples obviously exceeds that of male disciples, with the ratio being about 7-1. Moreover, the Miaoyin Holy Land has only ever had the position of a holy lady, and there is no such thing as a holy son at all. This also indirectly reflects the style of some holy places. Sumu suddenly became a little suspicious. It's not likely that by the time I find the fragment of destiny, the secret realm containing the fragment will only be accessible to women. That would be a bit troublesome. In the following period of time, Sumu soon followed In Shigong to his own courtyard and was assigned his own cave.
If you want to see me in the future, I'll be next door to you. You can come any time.
When she said this, the girl's cheeks turned slightly red, which looked a little unnatural. After all, this was the first time a man had lived with her since she was a child. Although they were not alone and there was a personal maid in the cave, it still felt a little weird.
Thank you very much.
Sumu bowed his head in thanks, then quickly looked around his residence. After confirming that he had not been spied on, he heaved a sigh of relief.
There is no time to lose. I don't have that much time to waste. Let's get started.
There was a faint flash of white flame in Sumu's eyes, and then he flicked his fingers, and some tiny white firemen jumped out from his fingertips. These little firemen babbled and soon gathered in a large group, surrounding Sumu.
Sumu gave orders directly to the other party. Search everywhere. Look for anything suspicious and report to me.
A. The little firemen responded in unison, then quickly crawled out from the cracks in the cave and disappeared from Sumu's sight. Sumu could actually use the Destiny Fragment clear observation to investigate, but doing so is a little risky. He remembered very clearly that the last time he returned to the Yaofeng Holy Land, the Lord of the Holy Land had already shown signs of waking up.
Who knows what the Lord of Miaoyin Holy Land is like? Although using clear observation is extremely efficient, there is also a risk of being sensed by the other party, and he doesn't want to create any more trouble.
In Shigong is not going out now, so Sumu can stay in his cave for a while. As he closed his eyes and sensed, the surrounding scenes soon came into his sight. Music theory seems to be everywhere in the Holy Land of Miaoyin, and singing in public is the way to preach the great way of practicing music.
Sumu also heard a lot of pleasant voices.
Many people had very distinctive voices, which made it easier for him to understand his surroundings. More and more scenes came into his mind, and Sumu quickly expanded his exploration range to the other 3 pavilions. Each pavilion has its own style of doing things, and there are even many forbidden areas in the pavilion, including the library, the Hall of Affairs, the Hall of Making Elixirs. The search area was getting larger and larger, and there was almost no force that could directly block Sumu's detection, except for a small number of great monks who were within close range and could not enter.
The entire Holy Land has basically no secrets for him.
But slowly, Sumu began to frown.
How come there isn't any?
He had searched the entire 4 pavilions without realizing it, but he didn't find any trace of the possible existence of the Destiny Fragment.
Although several secret realms have been discovered, there is nothing special about them.
They are just small man-made worlds.
Could it be?
Sumu looked towards the last place he had not explored.
That is Yuqin Palace.
This is exactly the place that Sumu doesn't want to touch.
Trouble.
Because if nothing unexpected happens, the Lord of Miaoyin Holy Land will be in seclusion here, which is simply shitting on someone else's head.
But I can't not go. Looks like I have to take action myself.
Sumu's eyes flashed faintly.
Chapter 308, Lure the Tiger Away from the Mountain.
Sumu did not act in a hurry, but spent several days surveying the surroundings. In order to prepare for possible unexpected situations, he needs to prepare a retreat in advance.
This does not need to be done alone.
In Shigong has started to go out frequently recently, so he just needs to follow behind her. Of course, In Shigong did not run around, but only went to key places. For example, the library is where the girl often goes to exchange skills. Then they studied all night.
Sumu once glanced at the scroll in the other party's hand. He didn't know why the Miaoyin Holy Land was still using such an ancient way of recording.
The things above were all musical scores, and Sumu could only understand part of them. But he could clearly feel the changes in the girl. It can be directly reflected in the tone of the girl's humming.
La la la. In Shigong gradually frowned.
She just couldn't find the key point of this Rainbow Nirvana song and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed for a moment. It has to be said that the fact that he was able to become an inner disciple of the Miaoyin Holy Land shows that he is at least very talented in the practice of the great way of music. Anyway, Sumu felt that the other person sang very well. Seeing that the girl was stuck in a deadlock, Sumu thought about it for a moment and decided to give her some advice. Perhaps you can try to slightly adjust the route of your energy flow while singing this part, like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu used his body to simulate an operation for the other party, and a fierce wave instantly spread out. In Shigong's beautiful eyes widened, she raised her pink fingers and gently covered her lips, with a look of disbelief.
When did you learn it?
Just now.
How is that possible? You mean you just learned the Rainbow Nirvana song by watching me practice it?
Well, is this difficult?
Sumu still looked expressionless.
Although this thing was nominally a piece of music, in the final analysis, for mortal cultivators, it was also just a technique. This kind of mortal martial arts technique is basically not difficult for Sumu, he can learn as much as he wants. This is not due to any cheats,
but an ability he is born with. The reason why Sumu had poor talent in cultivation before was because of his physical condition, not because of his comprehension. In Shigong's red lips slightly pursed, but in the end she couldn't say anything. He could only lower his head in silence and try the chi circulation route taught by Sumu. The result was this. Buzz. A wave of fiery vitality instantly burst out from the girl's body, lifting her dress, revealing a little bit of the whiteness of her lower abdomen, making her face flush. In Shigong quickly pressed her hands down to prevent further exposure of her body, while quietly looking up at Sumu. Did you just see that? No. You definitely saw it. No, if I say no, then I mean no. Sumu knew women very well, and she would never admit it at this time. Besides, he just looked at her belly, which was not a big problem. As long as he wants, he can activate clear observation and see wherever he wants. In Shigong's cheeks felt a little hot. At the moment, there were only her and Sumu in the yard. The personal maid was busy somewhere else, and the atmosphere seemed quite quiet for a while. The girl didn't know what was wrong with her. It seemed as if she had never had such a strange feeling towards others before. This feeling of inexplicable harmony with Sumu, especially in terms of cultivation, In Shigong always felt that the other party was very suitable to teach him. Could it be this is the feeling of a Taoist couple in the legend? Thinking of this, the girl's cheeks became even redder. Taoist companions are certainly not husband and wife. More often they are partners in the path of spiritual practice, and only some of them will become husband and wife. In Shigong quietly raised her head and glanced at Sumu, and found that the other party still had that wooden expression. She couldn't help but feel relieved, but also vaguely a little lost. Her appearance was not bad, at least better than most people, but Sumu's eyes never lingered on her for too long. This person must be a fool who only knows how to practice. In Shigong snorted in her heart, then turned her head away proudly. Thank you for today, I will repay you in the future. That's not necessary. Unfortunately, before Sumu could finish his words, the other party turned around and left. It was not known whether he heard it clearly or not. Sumu sighed quietly in his heart. What he did just now was not just a whim. When he really starts to act, he will definitely leave the other party directly, but he cannot guarantee that he will not be discovered. After all, he would leave the Holy Land directly at that time, but it was too coincidental that the other party's guards disappeared at this moment. This would most likely bring unnecessary trouble to In Shigong and the In family. The Lord of Miaoyin Holy Land is a powerful being who is at the minimum level of Immortal Venerable, and he is not an ordinary Immortal Venerable, but most likely a powerful being in the late stage of Immortal Venerable. He didn't think the In family could withstand the other party's anger. Therefore, Sumu needs to create a perfect accident, so that his current identity can disappear reasonably, and at the same time take away the fragment of destiny just right. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Sumu had secretly visited Yuqin Palace once. After repeated investigations, he found that there was only one place that he was not sure about. That is the center of the main hall of Yuqin Palace. There stands a jade stele about 2 people tall, surrounded by golden divine characters, making it difficult to approach. However, Sumu sensed a familiar fluctuation on the jade tablet. There is no doubt that there are definitely fragments of destiny in that place. The target was finally found, and the next thing Sumu had to worry about was how to take it away from him without anyone noticing. Sumu specifically asked Shang about this, and the solution he gave was very simple and crude. Just lure the tiger away from the mountain. How do you lure the tiger away from the mountain? Aren't the major forces in the southern region very nervous now? Especially those forces that are closely connected to the Holy Land, they are not as good as you. Sumu's eyes widened slightly, but he also understood what the other party meant. It seems that contact with the mountain people is inevitable after all. Sumu sometimes began to doubt himself. Wasn't he saving the continent? Why was he sneaking around all day? First, he made the Shang family disappear, and now he is going to destroy the Shanren family's lair. Now, he has offended both major immortal clans in the southern region.
Unable to think of any other solution for the moment, Sumu could only gradually make preparations and asked Su Dai and others who stayed outside to hide in advance.
Soon, the opportunity that Sumu had been waiting for finally arrived.
It just so happened that on this day, In Shigong was going out to carry out a mission in the Holy Land, and he could go out with her.
Chapter 309 Too Intimate.
The sky is high and the air is fresh, with a clear blue sky. Sumu slowly opened his eyes in his cave. Today is the day when In Shigong goes out to perform a mission.
For the disciples of Miaoyin Holy Land, there is a very common form of mission, which is to go out to preach.
This is also their most important outbound mission, which can be exchanged for a huge amount of contributions in the Holy Land.
Even inner disciples like In Shigong had to go out regularly to perform such tasks.
As for Sumu, of course he had to follow along.
Mu Su, are you okay?
Hearing a gentle voice coming from outside the cave, Sumu lowered his head, packed his things, and walked out slowly.
Here I come.
When she got outside, In Shigong was already waiting here. Today the girl was wearing a more refreshing outfit, with her long hair tied into a single ponytail. The long skirt was also changed to a tighter style, which perfectly outlined the girl's graceful figure. In Shigong's face turned slightly red.
How?
Sumu was stunned for a moment, then realized that the other party was asking for his opinion, and immediately smiled and nodded.
Yes, it looks good. We.
In Shigong smiled and even turned around by herself, looking very excited.
You are so nice to hear. Let's hurry up. The people I am traveling with have already arrived. Good. Following Sumu's nod, the two immediately rushed to the meeting point at the door. Shortly after the two left, another pair of eyes with a hint of resentment appeared from the yard.
This is In Shigong's personal maid. Really, normally the lady would bring me along on this kind of mission, but this time she actually brought a man along. She had a resentful look in her eyes, but there was a hint of fear in her heart. During this period, the young lady and this Mugai seemed to be acting a little too intimate. Should I report this to the master? When she thought back to how the two had behaved in recent days, an indescribable panic welled up in her heart. The young lady treated Musu absolutely not like a guard. Not only did she take him with her when she practiced, she also often asked him out for outings. Although most of the time Musu refused. But this still made her feel a little awkward.
We are all servants, why are you so different? There is definitely something wrong.
Sumu had already walked a long distance at this moment. He glanced back calmly, with a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. Of course he knew what the other party was thinking, and he also noticed that the maid beside In Shigong was just an ordinary mortal, so he didn't take it to heart. As for his relationship with In Shigong, in a sense, the two of them are actually fellow Taoists. At least in In Shigong's opinion, the two were peers with equal cultivation levels. They often discussed with each other and gained a lot from it. This is also the result of Sumu's deliberate disguise. After walking for a while, the two soon arrived at the meeting point at the mountain gate, where 3 men and 2 women were already waiting.
Junior sister Shigong.
One of the women, who looked a little older, smiled and waved her hand.
She was also the most enthusiastic and quickly pulled In Shigong into the team. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's get going quickly.
Everyone around seemed to be in a hurry and had no intention of introducing themselves to each other. They all boarded the flying boat at the same time. It was during this period that In Shigong began to pull Sumu to introduce the people around him, appearing quite enthusiastic.
This actually made the woman a little confused. I wonder who this person is.
Senior Sister Mao, this man's name is Musu, and he is my personal bodyguard.
Let him come with me on this trip. Of course you can.
Maoing paused for a moment and looked at the two of them with a strange look in his eyes. Seeing how intimate they were, he didn't say anything in the end.
Sumu was also happy to be idle. He pretended to be taciturn and avoided talking to most people. He just followed In Shigong blankly. After a few days, the group finally arrived at the first city of their destination, Tianhao City. As one of the cities closest to the Holy Land, Tianhao City naturally has some personnel from the Miaoyin Holy Land stationed there.
Yin Shigong and his party carried out their final replenishment here and determined the location of the mission.
This trip would probably take nearly half a month. Sumu nodded secretly when he heard this.
What he wanted was a longer period of time so that he could clear himself of suspicion.
That night,
everyone in the team randomly found a restaurant in the city to rest. Sumu stayed in the room next to Yin Shigong as usual.
He could feel the even breathing coming from all around him.
But he didn't feel sleepy at all, instead his eyes were clear.
It's about time.
Sumu sat cross-legged on the couch and slowly looked at the palm of his left hand, where a dazzling purple line was shining. In order to prevent accidents, he had already set up a formation in the room in advance, so that people outside could not sense the internal environment.
We only have one night left, so hurry up.
Sumu's heart moved slightly, and his whole figure suddenly disappeared from the spot.
It was he who activated the destiny fragment, breaking the boundary and chasing the clouds.
When his figure appeared again, his aura had become turbid, completely different from his original body, and his location was thousands of miles away. At this moment, he returned to the outside of the main hall of Yuqin Palace. Given the characteristics of breaking boundaries and chasing clouds, as long as it is a place he has been to once, he can go back and forth in an instant. This is also the reason why he dares to go out directly.
Sumu restrained his breath.
After this period of time, he had already made various preparations for the investigation. He was so sure that at this point in time, there would be absolutely no one else in Yuqin Palace. To be more precise, for some reason, there is basically no one in this palace from morning to night. But it happens to be located in the very center of the entire Holy Land. There is no doubt that since it can make people feel so relieved, it can only mean one thing, that this place is very likely within the autonomous perception of the Miaoyin Holy Land.
To attempt to seize the fragments of destiny here is like trying to grab chestnuts from the fire. Sumu had no choice but to take action.
With light footsteps, he had arrived at the center of the hall. The entire hall was extremely empty, with only a several-meter-high emerald jade stele in the middle standing tall, with densely packed golden divine patterns flashing on it.
To be honest, Sumu knows nothing about breaking the formation. If you ask him to break it by brute force, it might be faster. But just because he doesn't understand doesn't mean he can't ask for help. Come out to work. I see you.
The childish voice abruptly stopped saying the swear word, and finally a small light red figure flew out from Sumu's chest. He lowered his head and mumbled something.
Chapter 310 Zhanling. They don't know how to respect the elderly.
The little red array spirit pursed its lips, slowly floated to the divine pattern in front of it, raised its head and looked over. If I want to crack this thing, given my current state, it might take several days.
It's okay. There's plenty of time.
We can come here many times. The red array spirit curled its lips again, floated up slowly, and then placed its pink little hand on it.
A faint golden light began to shine between them.
Sumu held his breath and concentrated on protecting the other party, while observing the surrounding environment.
Array spirit, let's call her Xiaohong for now.
In fact, Sumu had recently noticed some changes in Xiaohong. The belly band on her body had been stained with a faint black color. It seems that there is a trend of further merging with another formation spirit in the body. The specific manifestation is not only the change in color, but more importantly, the personality.
The other party's swearing has obviously decreased, which is a big improvement. My temperament is also a little different from before.
If Sumu remembered correctly, the black formation spirit in the other party's body seemed to come from the Chen family's immortal emperor formation.
Come to think of it, it's been so long, and I don't know what's going on with the Chen family.
Sumu held his breath and remained extremely alert.
He couldn't possibly leave Xiaohong's soul here alone.
Although the other party had extremely strong attainments in formations, his body was now mostly damaged and the power he could exert was not much.
Any immortal king could easily defeat the other party, so he had to temporarily serve as their bodyguard.
I serve as a guard for Yin Shigong during the day and a bodyguard for Xiaohong at night.
Why does it feel weird?
Sumu had a strange look on his face, and for a moment he even doubted his own identity. He could only quickly get rid of all the distracting thoughts from his mind.
The night passed quickly. Sumu quickly stopped Xiaohong's actions. It's almost time, let's go. Good.
Xiaohong had wanted to escape for a long time, and couldn't wait to get back into Sumu's chest, disappearing on the spot in an instant. Sumu also cautiously withdrew from the hall, and disappeared instantly after making sure that there was nothing unusual. In a flash, he was in his room again. The sky was getting light and the breathing around him became rapid. They are about to wake up. Sumu checked the formation he left behind and only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that it had not been triggered.
It looks like there's nothing wrong.
As early as some time ago, when Sumu asked Shang for advice, he had already drawn up a rough outline of this plan in his mind. In fact, it is mainly divided into two parts.
First, create an alibi for yourself. Second, leave the Holy Land quietly.
As for the other party's strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain, Sumu thought about it again and again and felt that it could only be used in the most critical place.
There is no better alibi than the endorsement of a fairy.
Su Dai and the others have already started planning what needs to be done for Sumu. As long as he can hold on for a few days, Sumu will be able to unlock the seal of the formation on the jade tablet and take away the fragment of destiny quietly.
One can only hope that everything goes well. Sumu felt that the breathing in the next room was disordered for a moment.
It should be Yin Shigong who woke up. So he did not delay anymore, turned around and went straight out the door and waited at the other party's door. Yin Shigong stayed in the room for a while. The moment she opened the door, she saw Sumu leaning against her door. The girl was stunned for a moment, and soon a smile appeared on her face again. Why are you so early today?
I'm a guard, it's normal to be early. Don't be so restrained. I never treated you as a guard. You are my friend.
Sumu still looked dazed. He nodded casually without saying anything else. Yin Shigong wrinkled her nose slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. In the next few days, the progress of the plan was far slower than Sumu had expected. He originally thought that the formation would only take 5 or 6 days to complete, but it was dragged to nearly half a month. And their mission on this trip finally began.
The group has now arrived at a small border town.
Maoing and others who have higher cultivation levels went to the surrounding areas to drive away the ferocious beasts, while Yin Shigong and another disciple stayed in the city to preach. And that person's attitude towards Yin Shigong seemed a little strange.
Especially when Sumu was around.
The man was quite handsome, though a little feminine, and only reached Sumu's shoulders. However, every time he saw Sumu, he raised his chin very proudly and snorted with disdain.
Snort.
It would be fine if it happened once or twice, but the point is that he does this every time. Sumu was a little confused.
When did he offend this person? If he remembered correctly, this person seemed to be called Zhanling?
He was just a small 5th-level Nahai cultivator. It was not until he saw how the other party treated Yin Shigong that he suddenly realized something.
So that's how it is.
This is too ridiculous. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched, and he looked at the distance calmly. Junior Sister Yin, you and I are both inner disciples of the Holy Land. We should be a little more careful when dealing with people of different status and position than ourselves. Zhang Ling was hinting at Sumu in every word and acted as if he was trying to persuade her earnestly. If his eyes had not lingered on the girl from time to time, his words would have seemed quite convincing. Yin Shigong frowned immediately upon hearing this.
What's it to you? It's really none of my business.
The point is, some people have lost their own weight. They are clearly servants, but they have fantasies about their masters.
Will you please shut up?
Yin Shigong's words were already very impolite, and she even seemed to be ready to take action. Hey, Junior Sister Yin, don't worry, I'm just telling the truth, I'm not mentioning anyone in particular. Of course, Yin Shigong did not tolerate Zhang Ling's sarcastic attitude, especially since the other party acted like he was doing it for her own good. But the look in his eyes was so obscene that it made people feel sick.
I'm telling you this for the last time. Musu is mine. How I get along with him is none of your business. Zhang Ling's eyes flashed slowly, and a feeling of anger rose in his heart.
He was able to enter the Holy Land and become an inner disciple, so of course he had some power behind him. He felt embarrassed when In Shigong confronted him in person.
Junior sisterine, I'm doing this for your own good. If it were someone else, I wouldn't say anything.
Then don't say anything now, it's best to shut up forever. In Shigong didn't know why, but when he saw the person in front of him trying to sow discord between him and Sumu, he felt extremely angry.
I'm only saying this for the last time. If I hear anything again, humph.
The girl suddenly bent her fingers and snapped them, creating a violent wave of energy that blew the wooden table in front of the two into pieces. Zhang Ling was busy dodging, and after staggering for a moment, he fell to the ground, looking very embarrassed.
Chapter 311, A Pinch.
You. Good. Junior sisterine really has a good method.
I will remember it.
Zhang Ling got up in a panic, his face ashen, and turned away without saying a word, with resentment flashing in his eyes. He was born into the Zhang family, a first-rate family in the southern region, whose power was almost as great as that of the Yin family.
If it were just that, it would be fine. The key point is that their current location is not far from her family's land.
Zhang Ling couldn't swallow the humiliation of being suddenly humiliated by a woman, so he secretly made up his mind.
It looks like this mission will take another 10 days. That's plenty of time. If you provoke me, how can I let you leave peacefully? Bastard. Sumu's perception was unusually sharp.
He could sense a slight fluctuation of vitality from the other party, as if some special message was being conveyed.
Oh? Are you looking for someone right now?
He could feel that the information sent by the other party was not far away and would probably arrive at his doorstep soon.
That's exactly what I want.
Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. If the other party was more powerful, perhaps the arrangements made by Su Dai and the others would not be necessary.
Are you okay? What just happened?
In Shigong looked apologetic, afraid of upsetting Sumu, and even lowered her head slightly.
Sumu smiled calmly. It's just a small matter. I don't take it seriously. Thank you for protecting me just now. He. You are mine.
Of course. Hearing this, the girl suddenly became proud, raised her head slightly, and looked a little cute and adorable. The two were very close to each other. Seeing the other person like that, Sumu couldn't help but raised his hand and pinched the other person's face.
Then I was stunned. Etc. Wrong.
Sumu almost forgot that the person in front of him was not a little girl like Lei Yishuan, but a teenage girl.
Really?
In an instant, In Shigong's cheeks turned extremely red and her beautiful eyes widened. She obviously did not expect Sumu to do this suddenly. Sumu also felt a little troubled.
Oh no.
I haven't interacted with people of my age for a long time, and I always looked at them as if they were children.
How could I have forgotten about them?
All I can say is that even the wisest man makes 1,000 plans, but one mistake can never be made. In Shigong's cheeks flushed. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been treated like this by a man of the same age.
She felt at a loss for a moment. Musu you. Actually, I didn't mean to do that.
Sumu had a slightly embarrassed look on his face. Before he could say anything more, In Shigong suddenly lowered her head without saying a word, her earlobes were red, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, and it was unknown what she said. Then he immediately turned around, ran back to his room as if escaping, and closed the door in an instant.
Bang!
The door was slammed shut, and Sumu's mouth twitched slightly.
That seems a bit too much. Let's find a chance to apologize.
As it was getting dark, Sumu decided to postpone the matter until tomorrow because he had more important things to do tonight. After returning to her room, In Shigong wrapped herself in the quilt, her face flushed and breathing heavily.
Masuto, why did he do that to me? Could it be?
The moment I closed my eyes, I seemed to still be able to feel the boy's warm fingertips, that comfortable temperature, and the delicate touch. In Shigong's face turned even redder.
He won't do this to me.
The girl's mind was in a mess, and she couldn't help but start to think wildly, recalling everything the two had experienced in the past. We haven't known each other for long, and it's only been a month.
Alright, Musu was introduced by my second uncle.
He is not a Real Guard. So what is his original identity? In Shigong is a very smart girl. In fact, she can guess some of the situations within the family and vaguely begins to doubt Su Mu's identity. Could it be that Mu Su is someone close to second uncle? Second uncle wants to strengthen his power. The girl was stunned for a moment, because she suddenly thought that one of the best ways to strengthen one's own power among the major families is to form an alliance through marriage. In Shigong slowly widened her beautiful eyes, feeling as if she had guessed a little bit of the truth. Yes. Musu's talent is not like that of a guard at all. Not only is he gifted, but his talent even surpasses that of most disciples of the Holy Land. Even though he had never practiced music, he was still able to guide me in this area day and night and was so patient with me. In Shigong suddenly thought, could it be that the other party was deliberately sent to her side by her uncle? It was just to let the two of them meet in advance and get familiar with each other, so as to facilitate the future. The girl was a little panicked for a moment. She thought that this kind of thing was far away from her. The other side. Sumu didn't know how much trouble his casual pinch had caused to the other party. He had reached the most critical moment at this moment. Are you ready? It'll be ready soon. Just the last bit. Xiaohong's childish voice sounded a little anxious, and the golden light on her little hands was so bright that it made it difficult to open one's eyes. They were still in the center of the main hall of Yuqin Palace. The golden patterns on the jade steel were now extremely sparse, but a frightening aura became stronger. Sumu sensed that this jade tablet not only contained a fragment of destiny, but also some other things. Although he couldn't tell what it was at the moment, he could still vaguely feel that if it was truly unblocked, the commotion would probably be quite significant. As the seal became thinner and thinner, Sumu suddenly sensed that the formation he had left in the room was triggered. Thousands of miles away, on the roof of the room next to In Shigong, two black figures were standing quietly. This is it. This is the man's room below. How dare he offend the young master in broad daylight? How audacious. Kidnap him directly? Or... The young master said, there's no need to go through so much trouble, just kill him directly. Okay. As soon as the two men finished speaking, a strong aura instantly brewed from their bodies. They turned out to be two earthly immortal cultivators. The two looked at each other, then slowly aimed downwards, and in an instant, they attacked at the same time. Boom! A burst of fire suddenly exploded into the sky. The two men who had attacked had their eyes wide open, faces filled with horror, because they had not had time to do anything yet and this was not their fault. Not good. The other party is a master. There is a formation here. No. It's not a simple formation. The white flame seemed to have its own intelligence. It rushed out from the room, then stared at the two people like a bloodthirsty beast, rushing up and biting them madly. Ah! A shrill scream sounded in the night sky. Chapter 312 Witness. The huge commotion outside naturally attracted In Shigong's attention. As the building began to shake, the girl woke up in an instant. She didn't care about being shy and rushed outside. What happened? She looked up and saw two white flaming figures struggling frantically in the sky not far away. Screams continued to be heard from their mouths. There was a faint smell of burning in the air. In Shigong stood there in a daze for a moment. What shocked her was not the miserable condition of the two people, but her own side. Mu Su. The room that originally belonged to Su Mu had become a mess. It looked like it had been blown apart, with debris flying everywhere, making it extremely messy. The most important thing is that In Shigong did not see Su Mu among them. Musu, where are you? Ignoring the heat wave that was coming towards her, the girl subconsciously dived into the flames, with an indescribable panic welling up in her heart. Here it is. A calm voice suddenly sounded from behind her. The girl's body stiffened and she quickly turned her head to look over. In the darkness, a leisurely figure slowly emerged. It was Sumu with a smile on his face. Don't worry, I'm fine. You. In Shigong felt mixed emotions in her heart. At that moment, she was completely panicked.
She didn't expect that the other party was safe and sound? What the hell is going on? What happened?
Those two people should be assassins. I discovered them a long time ago, but I didn't have time to inform you in advance.
Assassin.
In Shigong's face turned pale. This was the first time she had encountered such a scene since she was a child. Although she is a direct descendant of the Yin family, she rarely gets involved in major interest relationships, and no one has ever assassinated her. The girl naturally misinterpreted the true situation and felt nervous.
Who is it and why did you want to assassinate me? Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly and calmly took over the other party's words.
I can sense a familiar aura from him. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be related to Zhang Jun from the daytime.
Zhang Jun.
In Shigong was completely shocked. She didn't have much contact with the other party and they were not even particularly familiar with each other.
Why would he send someone to assassinate her? Is there any deep hatred between them?
The girl secretly clenched her fists, and for a moment she was at a loss, not knowing how to end the situation.
Musu, what should I do?
In Shigong raised her head pitifully. After all, she was just a teenage girl and she really couldn't think of how to deal with it in a short period of time. She subconsciously grabbed Sumu's sleeve, as if only this could make her feel more secure.
Do you believe me? Sumu asked calmly.
The expression on his face did not change much. Instead, he appeared and disappeared in the darkness, with a unique mysterious temperament.
Certainly. Okay, you wait here, and I will take care of the rest.
In Shigong slightly pursed her red lips, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she just nodded slightly, appearing quite well behaved.
Well, I'll listen to you.
Seeing the other person being so well behaved, Sumu suddenly smiled and couldn't help but touch the other person's head.
I'll be back soon. Before that, don't move around.
Before Sumu finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. As for the safety of Inchi Palace, Sumu's perception can easily cover the entire city, and even if it is thousands of miles away, it can be reached instantly, and no one can threaten the other party. In the darkness, Sumu's lips curled up into a smile that was not a smile. Not long ago, he and Xiaohong had indeed cracked the formation in the center of Yuqin Palace, but the noise was a bit too loud. After the formation was broken, the entire jade steel turned into a small jade ring, which Sumu now put into his storage ring. He sensed a familiar power on it. There is no doubt that there are indeed fragments of destiny inside, and there is more than one.
Sumu's figure disappeared instantly, and then appeared again, and this time, there was a panicked young man in front of him. It's you! Zhang Jun's expression changed drastically, and he stepped back repeatedly in fear at the sudden appearance of Sumu. You are not dead? How is this possible? The two assassins he sent out were both masters of his own clan, two earthly immortals, but the other party was actually safe and sound? And they showed up so quickly. Could it be that you are also a fairy? Sumu didn't say any more nonsense.
He just raised his palm, condensed the energy of heaven and earth around him, and then pressed hard towards the other party.
Save.
Before Zhang Jun could utter a complete sentence, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist, which filled the air and quickly dissipated into the darkness.
The aura that originally belonged to Zhang Jun also became weaker and weaker.
The corners of Sumu's mouth twitched slightly, and he slowly raised his head and looked towards the roof not far away, where a very powerful aura suddenly appeared. Two pale golden figures stood on the roof, their deep gazes as if real, staring at Sumu.
Who are you? Why are you attacking the Zhang family?
Sumu pretended not to notice the other party, but a look of vigilance suddenly appeared on his face, and he even took several steps back.
Who are you? Are you also the Zhang family's killers? Killer.
Among the mountain people, Shanrunwen looked at each other, frowned at the same time, and then looked at Sumu again.
What happened? Tell us in detail.
That's right. These two people were from the Shanrun clan, another immortal clan in the southern region. Sumu had known about their whereabouts several days ago. The reason why they were able to appear here at the right time was also the result of his advanced calculations.
A moment later.
Among the mountain people, Shenyuan had a grim look on his face. They had roughly understood what had happened. It turned out that this Zhang Jun had sent assassins to attack Miss Yin, but he did not expect to be killed by the opponent's guards. The other party even came to our door. The two of them glanced up and down at Sumu. Sumu had a strong aura of celestial immortal cultivation, and it seemed that he was only at the first or second level. But even so, it is more than enough to kill the two earthly immortals.
This is an internal matter between the two families.
We should not get involved.
I think so too.
We are here just to find the mysterious murderer who destroyed the Shang family. We should not create any unnecessary trouble. Although both of them are at the immortal king level, given the traditional customs in the southern territory, of course they would do whatever is easiest.
In that case, you can go now.
The two of them didn't say anything else, just memorized Sumu's face, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. Little did they know that the moment after the two disappeared, Sumu suddenly laughed.
We have evidence. Chapter 313, Expected Farewell. How are you, Musu? Are you okay? Are you hurt?
Seeing that Sumu had returned, although she didn't know how the other party appeared in her room, Yin Shigong still stood up immediately and greeted him. Don't worry, it's just Zhang Jun, he can't do anything to me. Sumu had a relaxed smile on his face, and there was some blood on the corner of his clothes that he had deliberately smeared, making him look a little tired. Yin Shigong vaguely guessed how Sumu handled it. Although she was a little touched, she didn't say much. She had long understood how cheap human life was. What's more, it was the other party who sent out the killer first.
If he didn't kill the other party, he would die.
Yin Shigong was not an indecisive woman, she just asked a question.
Are you sure it's clean?
Don't worry, I'm very experienced. Of course Sumu could create a perfect scene, but he didn't need to do so. He also needed some chaos afterwards.
That's good.
The girl didn't say much, and Sumu was about to turn around and leave. However, just as he was about to walk out the door, he was suddenly stopped by someone.
Etc.
Yin Shigong's face seemed to be slightly red, but the words she spoke were extremely firm. Don't leave tonight, just stay here.
Sumu frowned and thought for a moment, and soon understood what the other party meant.
Since the other party is able to send out killers, there is no guarantee that there will be no one to follow up, so it is better for the two of them to stay in the same room, at least they can take care of each other. However, Sumu's current identity is the other party's personal bodyguard, so he really cannot leave at this time.
Sumu nodded lightly and didn't say anything more.
Instead, he found a clean corner and sat down cross-legged, pretending to close his eyes and rest. Yin Shigong returned to her bed and looked at Sumu not far away. She suddenly lost all desire to sleep. It was not known whether it was because of the assassination or because Sumu was beside her, but the girl was so upset that she couldn't even enter a normal meditative state. No words were spoken that night. By the next day, Yin Shigong had sorted out all the necessary things early. After all, since this kind of thing had happened, she would definitely have to inform her master when she returned. And also inform your family. Now the communication jade token cannot be used, and there is no reliable means of communication for the time being. We can only wait until this period of time is over and return to the Holy Land first. Finish the task at hand first. In the next few days, Maoing and others who were originally on missions outside also returned one after another. After hearing about Zhang Jun, they all widened their eyes with disbelief on their faces.
He actually attacked his fellow disciples. Why? Isn't he secretly favoring junior sister Yin? Many people were confused, but they just frowned and didn't say anything else. When a person dies, it's like a light goes out. Besides, the other party was the first to kill, so why should they stand up for them? The rest of the mission went very smoothly, and the group intentionally sped up the progress of the mission. In less than 3 days, they had already embarked on the return journey. However, on the day of departure, Sumu's expression suddenly changed slightly, because he sensed two familiar auras in the sky. The other party's direction of movement was completely different from when they came, and there was a sense of urgency. It looks like it worked.
Sumu smiled slightly, then suddenly turned around and looked at In Shigong, who was packing her luggage.
I may not go back.
What? The girl was stunned when she heard this, and slowly raised her head with a puzzled look on her face.
What do you mean by not going back? That's what it means.
Sumu spoke calmly, trying to make himself look helpless.
You also know that my true identity is not just to be a guard.
I entered the Holy Land because I wanted to have a better development, but I'm afraid that's not possible now.
I killed Zhang Jun with my own hands. The Zhang family will not give up.
The power of the Zhang family is not much less than that of the Yin family. I can't afford to offend them.
No. That's not the case.
In Shigong stood up anxiously and grabbed Sumu's hand. She couldn't care less at this moment.
I can protect you, Musu. You're mine, and I won't let them do anything to you.
Although these words sounded somewhat ambiguous, Sumu still shook his head slowly. I know they won't threaten my life because you and the Yin family are behind me, but I'm not a member of the Yin family, and I'm weak. They may not threaten my life, but they will definitely not let me feel at ease. If that's the case, I will never get a good development if I don't stay in the Holy Land, so I have no choice but to leave.
But where can you go?
For some reason, In Shigong felt an extremely uncomfortable and sad feeling in her heart, which made her eyes slightly red and made her look a little pitiful.
Do you really have to go?
Yes.
Can you please not leave? I will protect you. You did that to protect me. They are not right. With my second uncle and I here, we can definitely protect you.
In Shigong herself didn't realize that a hint of pleading had appeared in her tone at some point. You can become a member of our Yin family. As long as you find someone in the family to marry, everything is still in time. If it really doesn't work,
Shigong.
Sumu interrupted the other party in a calm tone, and touched the other party's head again with a smile. Feeling the girl's soft hair, he couldn't help but touch it a few more times.
I know you want to save me, but our relationship should be that of friends, right? I will come back later. Don't worry, the southern region is so big, there are so many places to hide. The worst that can happen is that I can go to another place to practice. I don't want it.
In Shigong's eyes were slightly red, and she looked like a little girl whose beloved things were taken away, which was heartbreaking.
Sumu still just touched the other person's head. Don't worry, we will definitely meet again one day. By then, you might even become an earthly immortal. You are very talented.
In the dimness of dusk, the atmosphere gradually became quiet, and In Shigong also gradually calmed down.
Okay, I understand. I'll wait for you.
The girl raised her head again and wiped away her tears stubbornly, while staring at Sumu.
I know you are very strong. One day I will be stronger than you.
Then, can you come to the Yin family?
Good.
Sumu was slightly stunned, as if he had not expected the other party to be so persistent, even though they had only known each other for a month.
Perhaps, this is a fellow Taoist. See you someday. Chapter 314 Clearing Suspicion.
As the words fell, Sumu's figure gradually disappeared into the dusk. In Shigong watched his back go away, and at the same time sensed that his breath was becoming weaker and weaker. She reluctantly stretched out her hand to grab at nothing, but she could only grab empty air, nothing at all. In Shigong stood there in a daze for a moment, then suddenly clenched her fists, lowered her head and said nothing. It was at this time that Mao Ying and others suddenly came to the door.
Junior sister Shigong. Are you ready? Let's go, hey?
Where's your little guard?
Where did he go?
In Shigong and Sumu are inseparable, even too close, which is already normal in their eyes.
He's gone. Gone.
Everyone looked at each other in surprise when they heard this, and then quickly realized that the other party had killed a direct descendant of the Zhang family, and he was probably avoiding disaster.
Let's go back.
In Shigong suddenly smiled, looking no different from usual. She adjusted the storage ring on her hand, then turned around and walked out. But the moment the other person walked out the door, the loneliness in his eyes could not be concealed. In the next few days, In Shigong boarded the flying boat for the return trip. She seemed very quiet along the way. He didn't even communicate with his senior brothers and sisters, and often locked himself in a secret room to practice. The only rest is to go to the deck of the flying boat in the dead of night and look at the deep night sky in the distance. Those complex starlights seem to outline the figure of a young boy in her eyes. And on this day, boom! A loud rumbling noise woke the girl from her meditation. Her eyes widened instantly and she quickly came to the deck. What's going on? Could it be that the Zhang family is moving so quickly? But when she looked, she saw a woman with a very familiar face on the deck. Master? Why are you here? Shigong? You're actually here, just in time. In Shigong's master did not hide his immortal king cultivation at all. At this moment, he was frowning and looked as if something had happened. Have you noticed anything unusual recently? Or any strange people? Especially those related to the Holy Land. Don't miss any clues. Tell me everything. What happened? Master. In Shigong was a little confused for a moment. The artifact in the Holy Land was stolen. Even the Lord of the Holy Land was awakened and personally conveyed the order to us. We must find the artifact. The artifact was stolen and it was stolen to the Holy Land. The girl's eyes widened, and she instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. She then told the other party all the clues that she thought might be useful. However, when talking about Su Mu, the girl suddenly paused, and then her eyes turned red. What's wrong, Shigong? Is someone bullying you? When the woman saw In Shigong's appearance, her bad mood instantly became even worse. Master, you must make the decision for me. What about Zhang Jun? In Shigong told the story one by one with great grievance, saying that the other party not only assassinated her, but also forced away her good friend. The woman was indeed furious when she heard this. How dare you? The Zhang family is so brazen. How dare you attack my disciples? The woman's name was Xingla Immortal King. In fact, he had long wanted to take In Shigong as his personal disciple, but the other party's cultivation level was not up to standard for the time being, so he gave up. I didn't expect that the Zhang family would dare to attack her disciples. Do you really think she is made of dough? It was at this time that the Star Moon Immortal King seemed to suddenly think of something. By the way, is your good friend a handsome young man? A person who has reached the first level of the celestial immortal realm. Master, do you recognize him? In Shigong felt a surge of surprise in his heart. If the other party also recognized Musu and was willing to plead for him, then he wouldn't have to leave. You can stay by your side forever. But who would have thought that the Star Moon Immortal King just shook his head slowly? No, I don't know him. I just heard about him from the other two immortal kings. Afterwards, she told them what she had heard from the two immortal kings of the Shenyuan clan. In Shigong's originally bright expression suddenly dimmed again. So that's how it is. It turned out that when Musu was attacking Zhang Jun, he happened to be seen by the other party, and when he was checking the suspects, he happened to investigate the other party. It seems that the other party's suspicion can be ruled out now. After all, the Holy Land is still some distance away from here, and now the teleportation array is completely destroyed. It is impossible for someone to be so fast. The Xingla Immortal King nodded slowly and kept the matter in mind. Shigong, don't go out during this period of time. Something happened to the Shang family some time ago, and now the Holy Land has been visited by thieves. It's a troubled time. It's better to retreat early. Yes, I will obey your orders. The Xingla Immortal King nodded, then called other people to check, and after making sure that there was nothing unusual, he went straight to the next place. This incident caused quite a stir. Not only did the Lord of the Holy Land seem to be waking up again, but almost all the forces within the Holy Land were also mobilized. The storm won't stop anytime soon. Although the artifact was sealed and never used, it seemed to be very important to the Lord of the Holy Land. He even sent his personal servant to catch the murderer. The Xingla immortal king couldn't help but think of the old servant's terrifying strength, and was amazed. Even if I were to fight him, I don't think I would have much chance of winning. Who is he? In a city thousands of miles away from here. In a closed room, Su Mu's figure suddenly appeared and looked around. Master! Lei Xuan's small body immediately jumped up and cheered. You're finally back, Master. You've been gone for a long time this time. Su Mu smiled and touched the other person's head. At the same time, he looked at the other people who were coming towards him and smiled indifferently. It's done, we can go. Young Master. Brother Su Mu. A group of people waited in this city for more than half a month, during which time they kept a close eye on the movements of the Shenyuan clan, just to pass on the news to Su Mu as soon as possible. That's right, this city is right at the foot of the Shenyuan clan's territory, and they can clearly understand all of their movements. As for the method of transmission, Su Mu also chose a more primitive method, which was to directly extract a wisp of fire from his own white flame and give it to Su Dai. Although it is impossible to convey specific words, some simple codes can be agreed upon, just like sending a telegram. Relying on his extraordinary perception, Su Mu can understand information in real time and adjust his plans. Master, are we leaving? Where are we going? I'm going to meet some acquaintances. The destination is Central Region. Chapter 315 Zueziwan. Half a month later. Su Mu and his group have arrived at the northern border of the Southern Territory. They deliberately avoided the crowds and camped casually in the mountains. Looking at the pale flying snow in the distance, Su Mu sat cross-legged alone on the top of the mountain, feeling the biting cold wind from all directions, while constantly thinking in his heart. It has been only a year since he left the Su family. When he first set out, he had already sorted out everything. There were only 14 fragments of destiny wandering in the outside world. And he has now collected 6 of them. They are the 2 unknown fragments left on Shang's body, breaking the boundary and chasing the clouds, clear observation, marriage is like a dream, and the newly acquired spiritual wisdom. Speaking of this spiritual intelligence, Su Mu couldn't help but look strange, mainly because the effect of this thing was rather strange. Spiritual intelligence, this is also not a destiny fragment that increases combat power. Its function is to attach to certain objects, absorb and exhale the vitality of heaven and earth, and directly grant spiritual intelligence. The effect is that simple. Su Mu even found it a little hard to understand. For such a simple effect, why did it have to be refined into destiny fragments? There are obviously many ways to awaken spirits, is it really necessary to spend so much? It was also gradually that he gradually reacted and looked at the jade ring on his thumb. Wait, if this thing has spiritual intelligence attached to it, then it should be intelligent. Why is there no reaction at all? Although Su Mu used many methods, this thing behaved just like an ordinary object. Apart from being more beautiful, there was nothing special about it. Whatever, let's just leave it at that for now. Su Mu casually put the jade ring into the storage ring. The storage ring has the function of isolating the external environment and can prevent tracking from the Holy Land. Although we have checked it over and over again, who can guarantee that the other party does not have a backup plan? Young Master. At this moment, Su Tai appeared behind him respectfully and cupped his fists. I have found the information you asked me to check. Okay, tell me about it. Yes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Tai began to tell the news he had heard, which mainly included 2 aspects. First, the commotion between the Holy Land and the mountain people was so huge that it was almost driving them crazy. Shanran was fine. Although something unexpected happened, at least it did not threaten his family's safety. The Miaoyin Holy Land directly sent out a heavyweight figure. He was an old man named Shigu. It was said that he was the personal servant of the Lord of Miaoyin Holy Land and had the cultivation level of Immortal Venerable. In order to deal with the chaos caused by Su Mu, the other party even forced himself to come out early, risking a significant drop in strength and shortening his life. The opponent seems to be able to only exert the strength of a half-step immortal, but this is enough. At least at this stage, it will not be too difficult to sweep across the southern region. Su Mu listened and nodded slowly. This is normal.
If his base was stolen, his reaction would be similar. If the murderer is not caught, how will he save face in the future? Anything else?
Yes, young master, there is a second thing. Su Tai released the second piece of information he had found out, which was about the snowstorm in front of everyone. Young master, I have checked the nearby cities. The snowy area in front of us is the northern border of the southern region. Deep in the snowy area, there is a hidden boundary wall. If we want to pass through it, it seems that we will have to wait for a while. From the other party's intermittent words, Sumu gradually pieced together his impression of the snowstorm in front of him.
This nearby area is called Shenyuan.
It is said that it did not look like this in ancient times, but later the boundary wall underwent some changes.
This causes the temperature here to become extremely low.
For ordinary mortal cultivators, if they rashly go deep into it, it would be almost tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, the low temperature here not only affects the body of the cultivator, but also affects the vitality of heaven and earth, and even the circulation of vitality will become slow. Logically speaking, such a Jedi should be listed as a forbidden area, but the other party still left a glimmer of hope.
There is always a way out.
Every 20 years or so, there will be a period of time when the wind and snow in Zueziwan subside and the temperature rises.
Not only will many lives emerge, but there will also be a huge amount of opportunities.
Therefore, during this period of time, not only will certain beings be able to cross the boundary wall, but it will also be an opportunity for a large number of cultivators to become rich overnight.
Sumu looked up at the sky.
He didn't know when he started to develop the habit of looking up at the sky when thinking, which helped him concentrate.
In half a month, the snowstorm on Shueza Plain will weaken. We can cross it then.
Yes. In fact, if they want to go to the central region, they can also take a detour from other places, but it may waste a lot of time. All I can say is that fate is such a coincidence that it just happened to happen at this time, and there was a shortest way for him to choose. As long as you pass through the boundary wall in front of you, you can go directly to the central region. I hope there won't be any trouble. Sumu muttered to himself. This trip to the central region should be the most difficult part of Sumu's journey, because the central region is the territory of the Chun family and the Wang family, and these two families have very hostile relations with the Su family. Although Dad and others have already gone to the central region in advance, they haven't received any news for a long time, so the situation is probably not optimistic.
And most importantly,
Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly, but he had not forgotten what happened to him and the whole family before.
The end of Qian Badian, the head of the Qian family, is still vivid in our minds.
He is still in a coma and is only barely hanging on to his life with the help of Sumu. The root of everything is the black incense in the other party's ancestral temple. According to Qian Badian at the time, this kind of incense was not only in his family, but also in the Wang family. Sumu had never been to the Wang family, and he didn't even know who was in charge of the Wang family now. Therefore, this journey to the central region is bound to be full of dangers. Just when Sumu was immersed in thinking, the huge city not far from them was experiencing an unprecedented surge in traffic at this moment. There were monks everywhere, and all the inns in the city were already full. Although the innkeeper raised the price to dozens of times of the previous price, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of these visitors from afar.
Ha ha ha.
This time when the snowy plain opens, I will definitely obtain the blazing ice heart and be promoted to the celestial immortal realm soon.
I don't want anything else.
I just want to get the ice-locking snake bone so that I can heal the hidden injuries of my Taoist partner. I don't know what the situation is like for this year's Shenyuan trial conference. The situation outside is so turbulent. I wonder which companies will come to host it. I heard there seems to be a Meng family.
Chapter 316, I can't be so unlucky, right? Meng family? Which Meng family are you talking about?
Is there another person with the last name Meng in the southern region?
Hiss. Everyone gasped. The Meng family has a very special status in the southern region.
Although they are not as high-ranking as the Immortal Clan, nor as unknown as the more secretive Tsang family, no one dares to look down on the Meng family. It's just because the other party has mastered a special avenue, the Avenue of Dreams. Although the Meng family is a reclusive family, it is common to see members of the Meng family out and about, and countless people have witnessed the power of the Way of Dreams. In general, it is weird, there is basically no order in the battle, and it is difficult to deal with. I didn't expect that it would be someone from the Meng family this time.
I remember that the Yin family also participated in the last session. There are so many first-rate hidden families in the southern region, and there are always a few that stand out every year. By the way, I don't know if you've heard that the relationship between the Yin family and the Zhang family doesn't seem to be very good recently. In the inn, cultivators from all over the place were discussing with each other, sharing the information they had obtained. This was also a way for them to learn about the situation on the mainland. And in the corner of the crowd, two figures in black robes remained silent, quietly observing the expressions of the people around them. After listening for a while, one of them stretched his hand out of his cloak, slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip. This person's hands were extremely slender, with each knuckle clearly visible, as if they were white jade. It turned out to be a woman's. Second miss, if we secretly participate in this, will it be possible? What are you afraid of? If anything goes wrong, I'll just tell Dad. But miss. No buts. You all listen to me. Dad and the others never let me go out on adventures. It's a rare opportunity to catch up with this kind of event that only happens once every 20 years, I must participate. Okay. The maid's voice beside her was very helpless, but the girl didn't care at all. Instead, she looked towards the snowy field not far away with bright eyes. Through the gap in the cloak, one can catch a glimpse of the girl's delicate face. She looks to be only 28 years old, but she has a natural and peerless beauty. Unfortunately, the girl's cheeks were a little pale and her breath was very weak. Xiaohuan, I know I won't live long, so let me have a good time, okay? Miss. Xiaohuan's voice had a hint of crying in it. Thousands of miles away from Yuan, outside the mountain clan land, an old man in black robes appeared here by chance. The old man had no beard or hair, and was wearing a black suit. He had an extremely fierce look in his eyes as he looked down at the city below. There is the master's aura here. I won't be wrong. Why here of all places? Could it be that the Shenyuan clan is involved? No, this aura is too weak. The other party did not stay here for long. Instead, he went towards the north. The old man gritted his teeth secretly, and his heart was filled with anger. Wait for my master. I will definitely bring you back. Whenever he thought of this, Shiga felt a surge of rage in his heart, and he couldn't help but swear. Damn it! Thief! Don't let me catch you! How dare you steal my master's body? You and I cannot coexist. Then Shiga looked at the noisy city below and snorted coldly. Mountain Man, I will settle the score with you when I come back. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly tapped the air with the tip of his left foot. Ripples appeared in the air like water waves, and his figure disappeared in an instant. At the same time, inside the Shanren clan below, an old man slowly opened his eyes, looking helpless. Why did it have to be this old monster? What should I do? Who on earth is this? Why pick on these two stingy guys when there are so many people to pick on? The old man remembered very clearly that when he took over the position of the head of the Shanren family, the previous head of the family had given him earnest advice. If it's not necessary, don't provoke those two monsters from Niaoyin Holy Land. Both the master and the servant are mentally ill and extremely petty. Remember. The other person's voice, appearance and smile were still in front of his eyes, but the old man could only smile bitterly. Unforeseen disaster, alas. Then, he waved his hand and called over the two immortal kings in the clan. You two brothers can go out again and visit Zueziwan. You don't need to do anything. Just bring back any news you have. Yes. Among the mountain people, Shanrunwen bowed at the same time, and then suddenly looked strange, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. What's wrong? The old man frowned. Is there anything else you want to say? Haven't I warned you many times? No matter what happens, men must never panic, and certainly not hesitate. The two looked helpless. Godfather, it's just my little sister is missing again. What?
The old man no longer had any of his previous calmness. He stood up suddenly and almost burst into cursing.
What are the people down there doing? How did you let her escape again?
Don't you know her physical condition? How could you let her?
Godfather.
The two brothers looked particularly aggrieved. They were as tall as iron towers, but at this moment they were like little children. You can't blame us for this, you know my little sister's special physique. Even we can't keep an eye on her, let alone the people below. And my little sister didn't go alone, she brought Shenyuan with her. The old man snorted coldly.
Humph. It's useless. You won't watch it anymore.
What are you still standing there for?
Send someone to look for her.
If anything happens to her, let the people below prepare to be buried with her.
Yes.
The two felt even more helpless. Young master, how are we going to get in then? Sumu looked over when he heard that, looking a little confused.
How do you get in?
Of course you just walk in with a swagger. Is it really feasible? Sudai couldn't help but feel a little worried, mainly because there were too many people looking for them outside.
The monk's methods are very strange, who knows if anything will go wrong?
Don't worry. Brother Sutai and the others have already investigated the situation. There are a lot of people in Shenyuan during this period. Let's not talk about whether the people from the Holy Land and the Mountain Man clan can find us.
Even if they do, we have enough room to deal with them. Okay, I'll go make some more preparations then.
Su Dai is considered a relatively careful person in Su Mu's team. No matter what actions her side takes, the other side is always constantly patching and preventing various potential situations.
Sumu laughed in silence.
If the other party is willing to do it, let him do it.
Anyway, he didn't believe it.
He still had the fragment of destiny invisibility screen on him, so if the other party wanted to find him, they could only rely on luck.
I shouldn't be so unlucky. Sumu lowered his head and pondered. I think so. Chapter 317 Life. Sumu and his group didn't have to wait too long.
The so-called Shenyuan trial conference began with great fanfare. The referees of this conference were people from three first-rate forces.
They are Mengjia, Fengchi Pavilion, and Xuanzhong Tower.
Each of the three parties sent out two immortal kings to take charge here. When Sumu learned that there was someone from the Meng family, he couldn't help but think of Meng Xiaoxiao for a moment, so he couldn't help but look up and take a few more glances. Among the two former kings of the Meng family, there was a woman who looked to be in her 20s, with delicate features and extraordinary temperament. Most importantly, her eyebrows and eyes were vaguely similar to those of Meng Xiaoxiao. Sumu was in a trance for a moment, thinking of the women who were still waiting for him in the western region of Shenyuan Continent, and he immediately wanted to speed up the process.
This Shenyuan trial conference.
An old man from both sides was very excited and spoke in a loud voice, saying some so-called precautions, which was actually to give everyone some relevant information about Shenyuan. By the way, they also bring some private goods, such as promoting their own power. Sumu and the others listened to the other party's nonsense with helplessness on their faces. After waiting for a long time for the other party to finish speaking, with an order given, everyone began to march towards Shenyuan in a mighty manner. After this period of waiting, the wind and snow in Shenyuan have actually weakened a lot, and the ground under our feet has also become a little green. In fact, this so-called trial conference will last for as long as a year, and not everyone feels the time to rush in at this time. Because some resources take some time to develop. The goal of Sumu and his group was very clear. They had long since disguised their appearance and cultivation level, pretending to be a group of casual cultivators. They kept making detours and secretly headed towards the depths of the snowfield. In order to reduce the target size, Sumu and others acted separately. There were 4 teams in total, and they were not far apart and could still sense each other. Sumu had just entered when a deafening roar suddenly came in front of him. Roar! Right in front of him, there was a snow mountain about several dozen meters high. The entire mountain suddenly began to tremble with a rumbling sound, and then it actually stood up directly from the ground. Is this the snow giant? It's really huge. Sumu was amazed and kept looking the other person up and down.
There was a strong fluctuation of vitality emanating from the other party.
Although it was a bit messy, it was obvious that he was quite powerful.
But Sumu was not concerned about this.
For some reason, he vaguely saw some familiar features on this snow giant.
Like the indigenous people. Sumu frowned slightly.
He recalled the last experience of crossing the boundary wall, where he first learned the concept of indigenous people and saw a large number of indigenous corpses.
Yes.
It's the same boundary wall, so there's no reason why there shouldn't be one here. When the trees thought of those huge natives, their originally relaxed mood was shrouded in a layer of haze.
It's not good.
If there really are things left behind by the indigenous people inside the boundary wall, no matter what they are, I feel like this trip will not go smoothly. And Shang also said last time that every boundary wall contains the material she needs.
I wonder what will be here.
Shang hasn't spoken for a while, and no one knows what the other party has been busy with recently.
Sumu can only be vigilant and make preparations for response.
And just at this moment, Sumu suddenly heard a terrified scream in his ears.
Ah!
Help! Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he soon saw the scene in the distance. It turned out that he was not the one who alarmed the snow giant, but a group of wandering cultivators who had arrived here at some point in time. Faced with the sudden rise of the snow giant, those wandering cultivators fled in terror, regretting that their parents had not given them 2 more legs. However, what Sumu was concerned about was not these people, but 2 figures in black robes. Facing the extremely tall snow giant, they were not panicked at all, but stood quietly in place. Look, Shenyuan, this is the beauty of life, so tall and majestic, full of vigorous life. The girl's voice was full of envy, her eyes were as bright as stars, and she kept looking at the tall figure roaring in front of her. Shenyuan, tell me, it would be great if I could have such a tall figure. Father and the others wouldn't have to worry about me, and I wouldn't have to be a burden to the family.
Miss, you have never been a burden. Never.
Shenyuan looked at her young lady Shenyuan and felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling in her heart, which made her feel stuffy in her chest and her nose sore. Although Shenyuan looks only in her teens, she is actually almost 100 years old, but her body has stopped growing long ago. It's not because the other party's cultivation is so high, but because of the girl's special physique, the Shenyuan divine vein body. This physique is very special. When it comes to humans, it almost stops the traces of time. The benefits are very obvious, eternal youth and no traces of time, which sounds like a good thing. But the disadvantages are also extremely obvious. Time has stagnated, not only the appearance cannot change, but also the cultivation and life in the body. In other words, even though the girl is almost 100 years old, she has not had any new life in her body since she was a teenager, and her cultivation has been unable to improve. In short, the girl is actually immortal. Now that she is almost 100 years old, her life has actually come to an end and she is about to die. He was clearly born in the immortal clan, but he only lived for a short 100 years.
Isn't this a sad thing? Shenyuan once cried bitterly, felt resentment, and even despair, but in the end he still survived to this day. She couldn't die, at least not yet. She didn't want her father and siblings to cry when looking at his body, so she kept doing all kinds of rebellious behaviors and always behaved like a child. Willful, unruly, and indifferent. Maybe this way everyone will gradually get sick of her and forget about her, and when she dies, no one will shed tears. Shenyuan looked at the majestic snow giant in front of him, his eyes revealing a sincere envy, and then he suddenly spoke. Shenyuan, I want to sit on the top of this snow giant, is that okay? Of course. Go kill it now.
No. Please leave it alive. I just want to sit on its head and look at the world around me.
Miss.
Shenyuan suppressed the sadness in her heart, and then with a bit of fierceness in her eyes, she gradually looked towards the tall snow giant not far away. The young lady said that she wants to sit on your head today, and even the King of Heaven can't stop her. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong golden light suddenly burst out from Shenyuan's body, dyeing her entire body golden, and a vast aura of cultivation instantly spread out.
She is actually an immortal king. Chapter 318, Coming to Me So Soon?
as the opponent's momentum suddenly rose. The remaining snow around seemed to be boiling water, and it fluttered up in an instant. Looking at this scene, Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly.
Familiar. It's so familiar.
The other party's golden skin and the fiery aura made it clear that they were from the Shenyuan clan.
So soon? You've already found me. Sumu was a little surprised for a moment. He didn't expect that he had underestimated the other party. He could only say that they were worthy of being the immortal clan, and their foundation was really strong. It was during this moment of surprise that the situation not far away had changed drastically. Under the full firepower of the opponent, the confused snow giant was no match at all. At this moment, he was retreating step by step and his size had shrunk a lot. It was at this time. Snow giant? What a coincidence! Go and get his heart.
Shang spoke suddenly, as if he had just woken up, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Sumu was slightly stunned when he heard it.
A snow giant's heart? What am I going to do with this?
Just go get it. I'll tell you what it's for later.
Okay.
Sumu felt helpless.
From Shang's tone, this thing seemed to be quite important?
Otherwise, the other party would not have suddenly spoken at this moment. So he quietly hid his figure and began to slowly approach the other party.
Huff. Shenyuan had a little sweat on her face at the moment.
She didn't expect that this snow giant would be so difficult to deal with. His aura was obviously only at the celestial fairy level, but his strength was so powerful. But she will win in the end.
However, Shenyuan is not planning to kill the snow giant directly, but plans to defeat the other party first.
As long as the other party is willing to obey, there will be no problem. He threw another fierce punch. The snow giant was dizzy from the blow from the golden man in front of him. He couldn't help but step back repeatedly and shook his huge head.
Roar!
There was a hint of confusion in its huge eyes, and it looked like it didn't quite understand.
It's just a tiny thing, how can it burst out with such powerful strength? Damn it!
So it roared angrily, slowly built up its momentum on the spot, and was about to launch another charge.
Puff!
A very gentle voice suddenly came from my ear. The confused snow giant looked bewildered, but he felt his limbs becoming weak at a very fast speed, and his vision gradually became blurred. Looking down, I saw that a big hole had appeared on his chest, which was covered by thick ice armor.
Boom!
The snow giant fell down with a loud bang, raising thick snowflakes.
Shenyuan's eyes suddenly widened and she let out a loud roar. How dare you! You actually dare to rob right in front of me!
She saw it clearly just now.
At the moment when the snow giant was building up his momentum, a black shadow suddenly penetrated him from behind.
At the same time as a big hole appeared in the snow giant's chest, the ice crystal core that belonged to the opponent was also taken away. The black shadow was now fleeing into the distance at a very fast speed.
Shenyuan was so angry that she stomped her foot on the ground.
The whole ground began to tremble slightly, countless snowflakes exploded in an instant, and her figure disappeared immediately.
Stop right there!
Hearing the voice behind him, Sumu's mouth twitched.
How is it possible that I can stop just by asking you to?
Shenyuan's face turned even darker, and at the same time, golden light suddenly radiated from his body, and his speed increased significantly again.
Who the hell are you? Hand over what you have in your hand.
It would be fine if it happened at any other time, but it happened now, in front of the young lady. Not only did she fail to complete the young lady's request, but her spoils were even stolen by the other party.
She absolutely couldn't accept it. Sumu's expression was a little surprised.
He didn't expect that the person behind him, whose cultivation level was not particularly high, was so fast.
Moreover, the opponent's physical strength is so strong that it is simply unbelievable.
If we continue like this, the other party might really catch up with us. Sumu lowered his head in thought. When he was hesitating whether to use the fragment of destiny, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the girl not far away. The girl with the delicate face was now terrified, standing quietly under a big tree, looking extremely pitiful. Sumu came up with an idea and actually changed direction and rushed straight towards Shenyuan. Xiaowan's face suddenly changed.
Stop it, thief! What are you going to do? If you don't stop, I'm going to be rude to this little girl. Sumu's speed increased again. Xiaowan was extremely anxious. Thief! Get away from my lady! Otherwise, I will make sure you pay.
The opponent's speed was getting faster and faster, and Sumu's mouth twitched. To be honest, now that Shanrun has found Shuiziyuan, he really doesn't want to reveal his identity. This is also the main reason why he does not use the Fragments of Destiny. Without using the Fragments of Destiny, Sumu's cultivation level was only that of a celestial immortal. Being able to escape from the hands of the immortal king was already very powerful.
I can't take care of that anymore. Sumu was furious and came to the confused Shanren Ziyuan in an instant.
Then, in front of Xiaowan, he clamped him under his armpit. He stepped on the ground and then jumped straight into the air. Since the other party has discovered his whereabouts, he naturally needs to have some bargaining chips in his hands.
Miss!
Xiaowan let out a shrill cry and tried to catch up with the mysterious man in the distance, but found that the other party's speed had become even faster. It even disappeared from his perception in the blink of an eye. What kind of speed is this? He doesn't look like an ordinary immortal king at all.
Not good.
Xiaowan's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but think of the mysterious powerful man who had been roaming the southern region during this period of time. They destroyed the Shan family, stole the Holy Land's artifacts, and now they finally found the Shanrun clan? Seeing that there was no hope of catching up with the other party, Xiaowan was forced to stop with a gloomy face. Hateful. When Xiaowan thought about what might happen to the young lady, she felt an indescribable anxiety in her heart, and she immediately rushed in the opposite direction. Call for help.
We must get help quickly.
We must not let the other party continue to be so rampant. Feeling the breath behind him gradually disappear, Sumu hurriedly stopped. Looking at the unconscious girl under his armpit, he lowered his head and pondered for a moment.
What to do? Kill the victim directly? This might lead to more retaliation from the other party, which is really unnecessary. It seems we can only follow the convention. Sumu nodded slowly. Since he couldn't think of how to deal with it for the moment, he might as well carry it with him. He took out the space magic weapon from his arms, the kind that could be used to hold living things. The living creatures that were originally inside had long been cleared out, leaving only some wind spirits from the Fengzhou Forbidden Land, which were just right for temporary detention. However, at this moment, Sumu suddenly noticed something unusual. Chapter 319, I want to die, but I can't.
Sumu suddenly frowned because he found that the vitality of the girl in front of him was rapidly fading.
And the speed of the bull market is a bit abnormal, it's like dying of old age. What the hell?
Sumu widened his eyes and suddenly had a bad feeling.
What's going on? I haven't even thought of doing anything to you, why are you going to die? What the hell is this? A trap for cultivating immortals?
Sumu quickly probed his senses into the other person's body, carefully observing his physical condition, and soon got some results.
He couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. I'm really going to die of old age.
This girl, who looks only 28 years old, has bones that are nearly 100 years old. However, the vitality in her body is extremely scarce.
Almost the same as ordinary people. The other party is even worse than an ordinary person.
He does not have any vitality in his body and is a person who has never practiced cultivation.
For such a person, why did the immortal king just now call her Miss?
Sumu looked puzzled, but he didn't have time to think too much at the moment.
The most important thing now was how to keep the other party alive.
It's impossible for the hostages to die in our hands before we even start using them.
That would be a real problem. Sumu quickly came up with a solution in his mind. Isn't it just a lack of vitality?
Then he can just infuse it into the opponent. It just so happened that he still had half a 9 revolution life cloud on him. The vitality contained in this thing was the best in the entire continent.
There is no better choice than it. As the palm of her hand emitted a bright purple light, an extremely warm breath gradually flowed into the other person's body. The girl's weak breathing gradually stabilized, and she even let out a moan at the end. Shanren Ziyuan slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Where is this? Am I not dead? She vaguely remembered that the last scene she saw not long ago was herself in midair, flying away from the ground quickly. It was at that moment that she suddenly felt that the vitality in her body could no longer be maintained, and her consciousness fell into a scarlet space in a trance. That space was extremely strange. The whole world was red and filled with tall corpses. Just as she was about to pass through a tall door, she was pulled back by a huge force. Shanren Ziyuan looked around and felt the tenderness coming from her waist. She couldn't help but blush slightly, and at the same time she gradually figured out the situation. It turned out that she became someone else's hostage. It's fate that makes people play tricks on them. The girl looked helpless, and even had a slightly bitter smile on her face. She had already seen clearly that if nothing unexpected had happened, she should have exhausted the last bit of vitality in her body and should have died. But now he was rescued by the other party. She couldn't help but tilt her head and look at the stranger who was hugging her. The other person's facial features were very ordinary, the kind that you wouldn't even be able to recognize if he was thrown into a crowd. This look is obviously fake. Are they here to kidnap him? Unexpectedly, he was rescued by the other party. How did the other party do it? Shanren Ziyuan was slightly confused. She knew the special nature of her physique and that ordinary vitality infusions were useless, not even the most original vitality. Why can the other party do it? Little did he know that at this moment, Sumu also felt something strange and couldn't help but frown slightly. No, this person's physique is a little abnormal. The vitality I sent over was instantly swallowed up by the other party, just like a black hole that can never be filled. But once I stop the delivery, the other party probably won't live long. What's so expensive about this? Sumu soon discovered that no matter how much vitality he sent to the girl's complexion did not improve much. She just looked at him quietly. Just give up. I don't know what method you used, but you can't save me. Shanren Ziyuan looked calm. She had vaguely realized that she had already been to the gates of hell, so there was nothing to be afraid of. If you still don't give up, I can tell you directly that my physique is the body of the year-destroying divine vein. The heaven and earth have destined me to stay at that moment, and nothing can be changed. The family has extended my life many times, spending a huge amount of resources. What else can you do? I know you must be someone sent by other forces, but all this is meaningless. It's better to stop as soon as possible. The other party was still chattering, but Sumu was slightly stunned when he heard it. Sui Yin Shin, my body, what a coincidence. He had heard of this thing, and he also knew what this physique represented. This made him frown. This is not good. Of course, it is possible for me to give up on the girl in front of me, but the probability of unexpected risks will be infinitely magnified. By then, in the eyes of Shanren, I would no longer be an ordinary kidnapper, but the mortal enemy who killed his young lady. Who can bear to be blamed for no reason? Sumu's face darkened and he tightened his armpits a little more. The girl couldn't help but let out a groan and her words paused. Stop talking nonsense. I don't believe you can die in my hands. Sumu looked around and quickly found a suitable place. He quickly appeared in front of a tall snow-capped mountain, raised his palm casually, and blasted a huge hole in the mountain. Then he rushed in with the girl, held his breath, and sat cross-legged facing each other. Don't worry, I'm here today, you can't die even if you want to. Although he only had half a 9 reincarnation mist in his hand, Sumu was now serious about it, so gradually, some faint mist suddenly rose up beside the two of them. Shanren Ziyuan looked helpless. She had already tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen. Even her father couldn't help, and the others. How is that possible? The girl suddenly screamed, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, feeling the warmth in her body. An extremely powerful vitality was transmitted through his palm, and he could feel that his body, which was like a dead tree, was rejuvenated. Although it was only a moment, it had never happened before. You, who are you? Shanren Ziyuan looked over blankly, and carefully examined Sumu's facial features once again. Sumu curled the corner of his mouth. Well, I told you, as long as I don't let you die, you can't die even if you want to, and don't even think about putting the blame on me. The hermit knew that Yuan wanted to speak but stopped. Although I don't know what the other party is saying, my internal condition has obviously improved. If I hold on a little longer, maybe I don't have to die. The girl's beautiful eyes suddenly shone brightly, and life reappeared in her eyes. Chapter 320. You asked for this. No one ever wants to die if they can live. It's nothing more than suffering great pain, setbacks, and even final despair. This is what Shanren Ziyuan is like. She has only lived for a few decades, and in the entire cultivation world, she might not even be considered a junior. This means that she still has a bright future ahead of her and the whole world is waiting for her to explore. Her previous depressed look was mostly out of helplessness. But now it's different. With the help of the mysterious man in front of him, Shanren Ziyuan could clearly feel that the condition in his body was getting better and better. The originally dry body functions gradually regained vitality, like an old machine, gradually returning to its former glory. Thank you. Shanren Ziyuan suddenly spoke softly. No matter what the other party's original purpose was, at least now, the other party is her savior. The girl had even made up her mind that after this incident, no matter what the reason was for the kidnapper to kidnap her, she would take the initiative to plead with her father on their behalf. Don't hide anymore. Even though you kidnapped me, you saved my life now. I won't let my father embarrass you. The girl started blabbering on again like a chatterbox. Sumu did not respond at all, just immersed in his own world. In just a short while, he had injected a huge amount of vitality into the other person's body, but the black hole was still not filled. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly, he just didn't believe it. Today, he just had to fight with this thing. He wanted to see who could last until the end. Just as Sumu was concentrating on transmitting vitality, an old figure suddenly appeared outside Shuiziyuan. I sensed it. It's the master's breath. The master is here. Shiga's fierce look suddenly relaxed, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. There is no doubt that the thief who stole his master's body is here. The other party came to Shuiziyuan at this time, and his purpose is naturally self-evident. The other party wants to escape. Not good. Shiga increased his speed again. If he didn't hurry up, it would be disastrous if his master's real body was taken away from the southern region. The difficulty of getting it back will undoubtedly increase dramatically. His figure flashed frequently in the void, and soon he came to a huge snow-capped mountain. He couldn't help but tremble slightly, his face full of excitement. Right in front of him, there was a large hole with fresh traces still on it, and the breath of the owner was wafting out of the hole. Extremely strong. There is no doubt that the master is in here. Thief, I finally found you, die. An extremely strong aura suddenly burst out from Shiga's body, as if burning the mountains and boiling the sea. The whole world became dim, and countless snowflakes evaporated in an instant, turning into a drizzle. As the rain fell, Shiga's face became grim. In a trance, it seemed as if a dull sound was transmitted from the void around him. In the cave. Sumu, who was concentrating on transmitting vitality, suddenly opened his eyes. The mountain man Ziyuan in front of him was slightly stunned and was about to ask what happened. Then he fainted in an instant, leaving no room for reaction at all. Sumu's face changed drastically, and he quickly put the other party into the space magic weapon, and then was about to use break the boundary and chase the clouds to dodge out. But it was too late. Everything in front of him turned to dust in an instant, and an extremely dull sound came to his ears, as if the world had turned into a war drum. At this moment, it was being beaten fiercely. Puff! Sumu suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, knelt down on one knee, his body cracked inch by inch, and raised his head to look up at the sky with difficulty. Right in midair, there was an old man with no hair and no shadows, looking down at him, with murderous intent in his eyes not concealed at all. Are you the thief? Hand over my master now. The other party's master? When did I kidnap the other party's master?
Sumu was confused and immediately began to suspect whether it was the girl from before, but he felt that it didn't look like the girl.
The girl just now was from the Shenyuan clan.
Most of the people in this family were physical cultivators, and they didn't seem to have such strange methods. The fighting style of the old man in black in front of him was obviously that of a powerful cultivator who practiced the way of music. If you must say, he looked a bit like someone from the holy land of Miaoyin.
Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly.
He was just attacked by a surprise attack and was seriously injured.
It doesn't mean that he can't beat the other party. Who are you? Who sent you?
While speaking, Sumu had used the fragments of destiny to quickly repair the injuries in his body, and his aura gradually rose. He hadn't been injured so badly in a long time, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. It would be fine if it was a head-on battle, but the key is that the other party didn't follow the ethics of martial arts and launched a sneak attack, and started to use their ultimate skills as soon as they met.
This is intolerable. What else can we not tolerate? Humph! You filthy thief, you are not worthy of knowing my name. My name was given by the great master. It is not meant for people like you. Since you are unwilling to hand it over, fine. After I kill you, I will take it myself.
Without saying anything, the other party stood in mid-air and suddenly opened his arms. With a sudden fist clench, the shirt burst apart, revealing the man's upper body that looked as if it was carved by a knife or an axe.
Shiga raised his hand and swung it down heavily.
A dull sound came from the air again, and Sumu couldn't help but groan.
He actually suffered internal injuries instantly.
Although the injury was quickly healed under the influence of the destiny fragment, it still surprised him a little.
What a powerful attack method! Shiga had no intention of stopping at all.
He kept waving his hands heavily, as if he was treating the entire world as a huge war drum. The rumbling sound spread in all directions, and the originally snow-covered world revealed its original desolate scene.
The sky was shaking, the earth was cracking, it looked like the end of the world no matter how you looked at it. Sumu's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but snorted coldly. Okay. Since you want to fight, I'll knock you down first and then ask.
In an instant, an extremely strong white flame ignited on Sumu's body, and a formation plate emitting purple smoke rose above his head. He had grasped the golden halberd in his hand at some point. He no longer cared about hiding his identity and just wanted to defeat the other party as soon as possible.
You asked for this.
Sumu had a blank expression on his face and stomped his feet heavily. The ground suddenly cracked, and he rushed towards the opponent like a cannonball. Unexpectedly, Shiga didn't collide with him directly, but dodged directly, and at the same time, the frequency of swinging his arms became faster.
Oh.
After a slight pause, Sumu's lips curled up into a smile that was not a smile.
So that's what's going on. I found your weakness. Chapter 321. Who are you? Sumu almost forgot.
It had been so long since he had come into contact with monks who practiced the way of music that he almost forgot the biggest weakness of this type of monk. That is, they are afraid of being approached by others and have basically no ability to fight in close combat. The last time he watched the battle between music monks was when Chen Shu fought against Nangongshi in the Yaofeng Holy Land. Although the old man in front of him was countless times stronger than Nangongshi, in the final analysis, he also had the fatal weakness of being afraid of being approached by others.
Isn't this a coincidence? Sumu suddenly laughed.
He is best at close combat, although he has not experienced many battles and has rarely learned combat methods systematically.
However, Sumu Tian's fighting talent is all in this aspect.
For him, there is no need to deliberately learn boxing and kicking techniques. He can learn these things by himself. Therefore, after understanding the truth, the form of combat in the sky suddenly changed. Sumu began to use all his strength on defense regardless of everything, while trying his best to get close to Shiga's real body. Shiga certainly couldn't let Sumu have his way. Every time the other party was about to get close to him, he would deflect away just at the right time, just like a loach that slipped in his hand. After going back and forth several times, Sumu gradually understood that the other party was probably using some magical power to dodge his attacks time and time again.
I want to see if you can dodge this move. Sumu didn't have enough patience to continue to waste time with the other party. Since the other party had used a big move to attack him, he didn't need to use martial ethics. The white flames on his body suddenly converged, and the rumbling sound of the earth shaking came directly into his ears. The formation plate above his head suddenly enlarged, as if something was brewing. Shiga's heart was trembling violently at this moment. He simply couldn't understand why someone could withstand his heavenly drum for so long. How is this possible? His heavenly drum magical power was at the limit of the 4th grade, and could even be called the magical power of a half-step immortal emperor. Yet, the other party was not hurt at all. Sumu had no idea what the other person was thinking and was completely immersed in his own world at this moment. If someone else heard this kind of trembling sound between heaven and earth, they would probably be frightened by the power of heaven and earth. Not only would they be unable to resist, but they would also feel frightened in their hearts. But Sumu is different. The connection between him and heaven and earth is too close. A large number of destiny fragments, and the most important one favored by heaven, and many more things that are hard to explain, such as his fairyland, and the reason why Shang chose him. These things fundamentally determine that heaven and earth favor him, so this method of attack that relies on the power of heaven and earth is actually the most useless. It's just that Shiga doesn't know all this. Sumu originally wanted to use daytime burning to end the battle quickly, but suddenly he thought of the black and white small bell that his senior brother gave him some time ago, and suddenly he had an epiphany. He took out the small bell directly, and feeling the vibration of the sound of heaven and earth in his ears, he seemed to gradually understand the use of this small black and white bell. With a flip of his hand, a small bell appeared in the palm of his hand. He gently pinched it with 2 fingers and then shook it gently towards Shiga not far away. Buzz. It was not the sound of a bell in the traditional sense, but seemed to be some kind of higher frequency existence. Sumu himself could not feel anything, but Shiga, who was not far away, suddenly changed his expression. Puff! He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face turned as pale as gold paper, and for a moment he was swaying in the air. What is this? Just at that moment, Shiga discovered something very terrifying. As the strange buzzing sound began, the musical rhythm in his body that connected the heaven and earth suddenly came to a standstill. It was as if someone had pinched his vital points, and no matter how he called out, his own Tao principles ignored him. How is this possible? Why would a cultivator's spiritual path, which is more reliable than his body, suddenly fail? What kind of thing can achieve this effect? Etc. It seems that there really is one. Shiga slowly widened his eyes. Long ago, when his master had not yet fallen into a deep sleep, he had the honor of hearing him mention this in casual conversation. Shigu, do you know what methods each of the immortal emperors in this world has? Master, how could I know all this, he. Shiga was very young at that time and looked like a boy. He followed his master all day long. He raised his head and looked not far away. His master looked a little thin. He always liked to stand in the sun, as if he was about to ascend to heaven at the next moment. Hearing this, the other party shook his head helplessly. Yes, people of your age certainly don't know how glorious this world once was. Let's talk about the Shang family, which is the closest to us. There was once a death bell immortal emperor in the other family. He held the Shenyuan Urki bell in his hand. When the bell rang, all things were annihilated. This is because the path that the other party cultivates is death. Death is the fate of everyone, but not his. Shiga was confused at the time, but now he suddenly remembered the Shenyuan Urki bell, an imperial weapon that restrained all the laws of the world and made everything fall into deathly silence. The most important thing is that there has been no news about this thing after the disappearance of the Death Bell Emperor. Why are you here now? Who are you? Why do you hold the Shenyuan Urki bell? Shenyuan Urki bell. Sumu was slightly stunned when he heard this. This was the first time he knew the name of the small clock in his hand. It sounded very cool. You don't need to know who I am. As for this little clock, it was given to me by its owner. Its owner. Deathstroke Immortal Emperor. Shiga's eyes widened, the shock in his heart was even stronger than before,
and he even froze in place for a moment. The Death Bell Emperor, at least he was a figure from nearly 200,000 years ago, not from this era at all. What is he talking about? Are you lying to me? No, when he took out the Tianyuan Erki bell, I could no longer be his opponent, and there was no need for him to lie to me. That can only mean one thing. Shiga's heart trembled slightly. That immortal emperor is not dead, he is even still alive. What is the identity of this person in front of me? To be able to receive a gift from the immortal emperor, could he be the immortal emperor's descendant? Shiga stopped what he was doing for a moment, not knowing whether he should continue fighting. Just keep fighting. Regardless of whether you can win or not, the opponent's identity is a big problem. If we don't fight, what will happen to the master's true body? At the same time, a wave suddenly came into his heart, causing his expression to move slightly. Chapter 322. Something is wrong. Sumu didn't know what was going on. After he took out the Tianyuan Erki bell, the mysterious bald man in front of him stopped taking any action. Instead, he stood not far away and just looked at him quietly. After staying for a while, the other party slowly retracted his aura, intending to settle the matter peacefully. What's going on? Sumu frowned slightly, but he did not let down his guard. Who are you? Why are you chasing me? Are you sent by the Mountain Clan? Mr. Yamato. Shiga was slightly stunned when he heard this, then his eyes turned and a good idea came to his mind. As long as he continued this misunderstanding, he could complete the task that his master had just assigned him. He just laughed out loud and spoke loudly. That's right. I am the reinforcements that Shenrun invited. Do you know what you have done wrong? Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. It turns out that we should not underestimate the people in the world. Even though he was carrying the fragments of destiny to hide his tracks, he was still discovered so quickly? It's really terrifying. I didn't expect your reinforcements to come so quickly and find me so quickly, but you can't keep me today. I don't intend to keep you here. Shiga touched his big bald head and revealed a wicked smile, looking like a grinning boiled egg. I have completed my mission. By delaying a little, I am repaying the favor. Let them worry about the rest. Sumu suddenly felt that the bald old man in front of him was quite interesting. If the occasion was different, the two sides might be able to have a good chat. It's just that the opponent's fighting style is too vulgar. This is despicable. Thinking of this, Sumu was suddenly stunned. The old man in front of him practices the way of music, which means that there are basically no secrets about the music in the world in front of him, and he is undoubtedly a master of music theory. Logically speaking, he should be considered an artist, but this image. He had no beard or hair, his head was completely bald, he looked very fierce, and he was dressed in black. He looked more like some kind of bandit than an artist. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched slightly. Since you don't intend to block my way, then get out of the way quickly. I have something important to do. Okay. Shiga agreed very readily and even bowed. You go now. Sumu was a little uncomfortable for a moment. The other party's behavior was too abnormal. Why did he suddenly become so easy to talk to? Didn't he just look like he was ready to fight me to the death? Just when he was about to turn around and leave tentatively, he was suddenly stopped by the other party. By the way, can you tell me your name? Don't worry, I'm not here to curse you or anything, I'm just curious. Name. Sumu thought about it for a moment, and suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I am Chen Shu from the Chen family. See you later. When Shiga heard this, his heart trembled slightly and he looked a little shocked. Chen family? The other party was holding the immortal weapons and imperial artifacts of the Shang family's immortal emperor, and it was obvious that he had offended the Shenrun clan. What is going on? Although he had not been awake for long, he had vaguely heard some news before that the Chang family seemed to be in conflict with other immortal clans. Could it be that this is some kind of plan by the immortal emperor? In a trance, Shiga suddenly felt that he was sucked into a huge vortex. If he didn't pay attention, he would be in danger of life and death. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That was a close call. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Shiga showed an expression of lingering fear. No wonder the master deliberately sent him a message, telling him not to get involved in this matter anymore. It turned out that he did it for his life. He decided that he would no longer get involved in such matters in the future. Let the immortals deal with the mess on their own. After figuring out the key point, Shiga actually turned around and left without showing any reluctance at all. Sumu, who was hiding in the dark and observing, was stunned for a moment. So straightforward. Is this person outsourced? Sumu was a little confused, but after feeling the gradually weakening aura in his space magic weapon, he didn't want to delay any longer. Instead, he found a new cave and took the mountain man Ziyuan out again, continuing to pass on his vitality. The girl's complexion had improved a lot at this moment, but a lot of the vitality in her body had been lost again. He seemed a little uncomfortable with the sudden movement in and out. Well, I'm talking about vitality, not anything else. Shanrun Ziyuan felt the tremendous vitality surging into his body again, and a comfortable expression appeared on his face, and his mind gradually recovered from his trance. What just happened? The girl vaguely remembered that before she lost consciousness, she seemed to see a figure in the sky. It's your family that came to visit. My family? Could it be my father and his family? So soon. Shanrun Ziyuan's heart tightened, and he quickly looked Sumu up and down, asking him with concern. Are you okay? Are you injured? Actually, you can let my father and I. No. Sumu interrupted the other party. He's probably not one of your people. He's just an outsourced bald old man. But why are you concerned about a kidnapper like me? Shanrun Ziyuan was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he put on a shy smile and lifted the hair behind his ears. Although you kidnapped me, in the final analysis, you are my savior. If it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago and wouldn't have survived until now. Why did you save me? Was it to report to the people behind you? Shanrun Ziyuan thought that Sumu was sent by some force and that he must be brought back alive to report. No. Sumu looked a little strange. I'm just afraid that you'll die in my hands. Then your family will think it was me who did it, and they don't want to take the blame. Shanrun Ziyuan. The girl seemed to be choked and was stunned for a long time before she pouted slightly. You don't have to worry. My family knows about my situation. Why don't you send me back? Since you have helped me survive, maybe my father and his family will forgive me and give you a lot of rewards. Go to the other person's house? Of course not. Sumu finally arrived at Shueziyuan. Wouldn't it be giving away his life if he went back now? Besides, the Shanrun clan is probably looking for him all over the world now, and there is also the Miaoyin Holy Land, so the best thing to do is to run away. Shanrun Ziyuan suddenly thought of something very crucial. Since you are unwilling to send me back and have no intention of killing me for the time being, are you planning to hand me over to the people behind you? Sumu was also stunned. Yes, it is impossible for him to send Shanrun Ziyuan back on his own initiative. Does he have to keep her with him? This doesn't feel right. Chapter 323 I'm such a good person. Sumu frowned and thought for a while. If the mountain man comes too slowly, I might really have no choice but to keep him with me. It is impossible to go back. The only goal now is to get out of the southern region as soon as possible. Do you still have one last hope? What Shanrun Ziyuan tilted his head slightly, looking a little confused. Then pray that your family will come soon. Otherwise, you will stay with me from now on. When Shanrun Ziyuan heard this, he felt that this was a little strange for some reason. It sounded not like kidnapping, but more like elopement. The girl couldn't help but think of the many mortal books she had read, which contained a large number of similar plots. She never expected that she would encounter such a thing one day. If we follow the development described in those books, wouldn't it be like this in the end? I don't know what he was thinking about, but Shanrun Ziyuan's cheeks were a little red, or maybe it was because of the cold wind. Sumu no longer talked to the other party, but focused on injecting vitality. After such a long period of continuous transfer, he gradually figured out the condition inside the girl's body. The vitality injected into it did not dissipate, but was rejected by the opponent's physique, as if it had an extraordinary immune system that prevented all foreign things from entering. Sumu thought about it for a moment and realized that if he wanted to keep the other person alive, there seemed to be only one way. So he just grabbed the other person's hand. Shenyuan's delicate body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. What are you going to do to me? Could it be that those things are really going to happen? Sumu did not reply. Instead, after thinking for a while, he began to draw on the other person's palm with his fingertips. As his fingertips moved, a somewhat complicated pattern gradually appeared on the other person's body. As the mark gradually took shape, Shenyuan also felt a steady stream of vitality beginning to surge out of his body. What is this? You can think of it as a small teleportation array, transferring the vitality in my body to you so that you won't die. Sumu himself was not proficient in formations, and all this was done under the leadership of Xiao Hong. As for future maintenance, it was of course left to the other party. From now on, you cannot leave the 100-foot radius around me, or you will die. Shenyuan pursed his lips slightly, and a mist appeared in his eyes without him noticing. He just looked at Sumu quietly. Although the other party may be a killer, there is no doubt that he should be a good person. Transferring one's vitality to another is no different from a mortal donating his blood to another. Such selflessness is truly great love. Even though he was just a prisoner of the other party was willing to risk his life to save him. The vitality is connected to each other. Isn't this a kind of life and death relationship? Shenyuan was in a trance and felt that there was a mysterious connection between him and Sumu, the kind that could not be severed at the moment. Thank you. When Sumu heard the other party suddenly thank him, he was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think much about it and just nodded slowly. In fact, the little bit of vitality that is transferred to the other party is just a drop in the bucket for him. After all, the other party is just a mortal, no different from an ant to him. What's more, Sumu still has eternal juting and half of 9 turns rising cloud in his body, both of which can guarantee his own condition. This is also why, although he had suffered a sneak attack from Shiga before, he recovered his combat effectiveness in an instant. This kind of recovery ability has exceeded the scope of normal cultivators. It can almost be said that as long as you don't kill Sumu instantly, you will have to face him in full condition the next moment. Even if he could really kill instantly, Sean was not sleeping all the time, so he would definitely be able to stop the opponent. Suppose it is more extreme, encountering a powerful enemy that is difficult to deal with, and even Shang is no match for the opponent, then Sumu still has the system. Although this thing has little presence, it is surprisingly useful when it comes to life and death, because he still has a chance to restart. Let me ask you whether you are gloomy or not. If other people knew this information, I'm afraid no one in the entire continent would be willing to be his enemy. An enemy who is impossible to kill. After you kill him, he can restart and kill you when you are young. It's no different than opening it. Sumu glanced at the sky outside and thought that he had been delayed for a while and had to speed up. It's time to set off. Where are we going? Shenyuan looked at Sumu's profile affectionately. But who would have thought that Sumu would look at him with a strange expression? Not us, just me. Ah. Before the girl could react, Sumu simply put her into the space magic weapon. Anyway, there are enough resources in the magic weapon, the other party will definitely not die, and there are also a lot of small wind chimes to play with her, so her physical and spiritual needs are met. Sumu sometimes felt that he was a good person because he was so gentle to the hostages. As his mind moved, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and was then gradually submerged by the deep snowstorm. The wind and snow around were getting more and more intense, and Sumu was encountering more and more living creatures. It seemed that all of these were brewed by this world. Collect 1 core of each. Sean's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Good. Sumu agreed casually while thinking in his mind. Recently, some remarkable changes seem to have taken place in Shang. The most obvious manifestation is that he is not as active as before. Could it be that he was heartbroken by his apprentice's betrayal?
Sumu couldn't help but think of the death bell immortal emperor from some time ago. Although the other party was nominally his senior brother, he also gave him a Tianyuan Erki bell. But he had a hunch that his relationship with the other party might not be very harmonious. There might come a day when we will have to take action. As for why we used the Tianyuan Erki bell to fight just now, it was of course to cause trouble for the opponent. Although it may not be useful, doing things that annoy the enemy always makes people feel happy. Sumu traveled through the wind and snow, and saw all kinds of strange creatures along the way. There were phoenixes covered in ice crystals, azure blue kuanping flying in the snow clouds, and the snow giants we had encountered earlier. There were all kinds of strange creatures. Sumu was not polite at all. When he encountered an opponent of a different kind, he would rush up and beat him up, then take away the opponent's core. Soon, there was a large pile of them in his storage ring. It was at this time that Shang spoke again. Okay, this amount is enough, leave the rest to me. Chapter 324 Another Material. As the other party finished speaking, Sumu took the initiative to let go of his control over his body, and Shang gradually took over the initiative. Call. He exhaled a breath of pure white-hot air, lowered his head and tried to move his hands and feet. Shang tried his best to appear calm. If nothing unexpected happened, he might see another acquaintance later. However, before taking any formal action, Shang first lowered his head and glanced at the storage ring in his hand. The being hidden in it seemed to sense her gaze, and despite being in a hazy state of half asleep, it still took the initiative to restrain its breath. Shang snorted lightly and ignored it. As the figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, the surrounding scenery changed in an instant, and soon appeared at the foot of a tall snow wall. Shang looked up and saw that the surroundings had turned pure white without him knowing when. Everything was silent except for the tall snow wall in front of him. If you look closely, you will find that the strange state of this snow wall is not simply composed of accumulated snowflakes. These snowflakes seem to be bound by some force, floating quietly in the air until they covered the entire sky and earth. This is the boundary wall here. Sumu had done his homework before, so he understood the situation here. Sure enough, the place Shang wanted to take him this time was also deep in the boundary wall. Shang took the initiative to touch the snow wall in front of him with his fingers, and then his whole body seemed to be sucked in and merged into it. I raised my hand and waved. Even though there were snowflakes everywhere, I felt as if I was swimming under the water. Shang seemed to be extremely familiar with this place. He turned around a few times with ease, as if he was trying to identify the direction, and then suddenly accelerated towards a certain place. During the acceleration process, the cloud breaking technique will be used from time to time. The scene in front of him changed too quickly, and Sumu gradually couldn't keep up with the rhythm. He could only watch the other party's movements until there was suddenly nothing in front of him. Shang suddenly stopped and looked at the scene in front of him. He didn't know when he had come to an empty space, surrounded by white snow walls, but here there was a vast hemispherical area. There was no white snow floating in the area, only a towering ice crystal palace standing in the center. The ice crystal palace is ice blue all over. Although we haven't gotten close to it, we can already feel the intense chill contained in it, as well as an even stronger power of heaven and earth. Shang slowly exhaled a breath, his figure flashed a few times, and soon he appeared directly at the entrance of the hall. Boom! Accompanied by a loud dull sound, the entire ice crystal palace seemed to come alive in an instant, emitting a faint blue fluorescence. The door opened, as if welcoming guests from afar. Shang walked in slowly. She seemed to be very familiar with the place and was particularly familiar with the layout of the palace. Along the way, she ignored the various strange statues in the palace and walked straight to the deepest part. Sumu was a little frightened. This is because this hall is filled with densely packed ice crystal statues, which are lifelike and include men, women, young and old. Looking around at this moment, one actually has the illusion that these statues seem to be alive, and one can even vaguely feel the powerful aura contained in these statues themselves. There is no doubt that the owners of these statues must have been extremely powerful practitioners during their lifetime. Sumu observed them carefully and found that most of the faces were unclear, with only a few exceptions. He saw a somewhat familiar face among them. He was a young man who looked like a scholar, with a faint smile on his lips.
He stood with his hands behind his back. Sun Tzu was floating a huge divine bell.
It was the death knell immortal emperor.
The other party's statue was so vivid that Su Mu was in a trance for a moment and thought that the other party himself was present. Moreover, this statue is located very near the front of the hall, basically in the first row. Su Mu counted carefully and found that there were a total of 38 statues.
Who are these people?
In the end, he couldn't help but ask because of his inner doubts. They are all your predecessors, monks who have made great contributions to the human race. Shang responded softly with an expressionless face, as if he was intentionally avoiding looking at the statues for fear of evoking memories deep in his heart. She moved lightly and soon arrived at the center of the hall, where there was a small spring.
Above the spring, an extremely huge ice chute hung upside down on the dome of the hall.
Some golden lines spread in it like cracks, until they finally converged at the top of the ice chute. At this time, Shang also took out the cores he had collected earlier, and then poured them all into the spring water below.
In an instant, the spring water began to boil. Gulp!
White mist soon emerged from the boiling spring water, and the ice chutes above seemed to sense it and began to tremble slightly. Especially the golden silk thread above, which actually emitted an extremely bright light in an instant, and then gradually gathered from the top to the bottom. It was not until a long time later that the momentum was finally brewing, and a drop of pure golden liquid dripped down from the tip of the ice chute.
Shang was quick-witted and quick-handed. He took out a jade bottle and put it away.
Then he quickly formed seals and applied layer upon layer of seals on it to prevent its power from being lost.
Call!
After doing all this, Shang finally breathed a sigh of relief.
What is this? Su Mu couldn't help but ask curiously. The ice marrow of all spirits is a very rare spiritual material. The quantity in each era is very limited. It seems that we are quite lucky.
Shang seemed to be in a better mood at this moment, and his words were not as heavy as before.
Keep this thing for now. It will definitely be useful to you in the future. Don't lose it.
Just as she was about to turn around and leave as she spoke, an extremely gentle voice came from behind her.
Teacher, is that you? Shang's body trembled slightly, and the expression on his face became extremely complicated in an instant. To Su Mu's surprise, Shang's first reaction after hearing this voice was to run away directly.
However, before she could activate the fragment of destiny, the entire hall suddenly trembled slightly. Then, the surrounding walls were covered with golden threads.
Teacher, you are like this again. Why do you keep hiding from me? Shang was very helpless.
Seeing that this place had been sealed and he could not escape in a short time, he could only turn around slowly and look at the other party.
Su Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. What a beauty!
In front of her was a woman in a veil. She had a beautiful face, graceful posture, and perfect body curves. But at this moment, the expression on the other person's face was a little resentful.
Teacher, why do you have to hide from me? Chapter 325 Immortal Emperor Zhuan? Shang seemed to be very reluctant to face this person.
Su Mu could clearly feel Shang's inner struggle. Just when he was full of doubts about the relationship between the two, the woman in the veil said something shocking.
Teacher, you still don't want to be my Taoist partner. Su Mu's eyes widened. What the hell? Me? Beauty?
As he observed carefully, Su Mu gradually discovered something strange about the woman in front of him. It seemed that this was not her real body, but just an incarnation.
Shoji, you know I don't mean that.
Shang seemed to be feeling very uncomfortable, and even the sound of his voice became a little strange.
But teacher, why, after so many years, are you still sticking to your original plan? Why don't you follow us? Obviously, this world has long been. Little Zika.
Shang's heart suddenly calmed down, and he slowly spoke to interrupt the other party.
You know I can't give up this world.
It has been like this for nearly 1,000,000 years.
I won't change, just like you. You haven't changed your original ideals, right?
The other party suddenly fell silent. Yes, when they reach this level, the Tao heart is even more difficult to change than the rules of heaven and earth. It is the foundation of their practice, and it is also something that absolutely cannot be changed.
I understand, teacher. Finally, the other person's gaze suddenly turned to Sumu. Although it was the same body, Sumu could tell that the other person was looking at him. I've heard Shang Zhong talk about him. He is indeed talented. I hope you can succeed, teacher. Shang didn't say anything else, but just turned around and left. Etc. Suddenly, the other party spoke again to persuade him to stay, still with that extremely gentle voice. Sumu was very sure that this was definitely the most gentle voice he had ever heard in his life, not even one better. There seemed to be something special about the other person, and his voice was filled with an indescribable charm. Fortunately, he was now in the realm of celestial immortal and had a firm heart in the Tao. If it were an ordinary mortal, he would probably have been affected by this enchanting voice and completely lost his mind. Teacher. Something happened that Sumu had never expected. After the other party called out to Shang, he didn't say much, but threw himself directly into Shang's arms. But the key is that this body now belongs to Sumu, and Sumu can feel it as well. The other person's body was soft and boneless, and a faint fragrance instantly rushed into the nose, making people's heartbeats speed up subconsciously, and the blood in the body seemed to boil. The woman hugged him gently, then let go of him reluctantly. Teacher, can you hug me again next time we meet? Shang's mouth corners twitched very unnaturally. Without saying anything more, he turned around and left. The moment she turned around, the figure of the woman in front of her disappeared instantly as if weathered. Sumu was confused. To be honest, the charm of that woman just now was a bit weird. Not only was she top-notch in appearance, but she also had an indescribable attraction. If we only talk about appearance, the other party is definitely one of the most beautiful women Sumu has ever seen, even comparable to Shang. Who was that person just now? Your junior sister, Yu Zongningji. Hearing this name, Sumu's doubts became even stronger. Who? Shang. Immortal Jade Frost Emperor. After hearing this title, Sumu finally understood the other party's origins, but he was even more surprised. Damn. Yu Shuang Immortal Emperor is one of the immortal emperors closest to the present. It is said that before this era, he was the last cultivator to cultivate to the realm of immortal emperor. As for the other party's background, it is actually the Wang family. But why is the other party's surname Yuzong? As if he knew Sumu's doubts, Shang took the initiative to explain. Her background is different from what you think. Although she achieved breakthrough in the Wang family, she was actually a casual cultivator before that. Self-cultivator. Sumu's eyes widened. If a casual cultivator wants to cultivate to a high level, the difficulties he faces are almost unimaginable for ordinary people. How could the other party actually cultivate to the level of Immortal Emperor? So cool. Sumu's expression became slightly solemn. It seemed that from what he could see so far, every one of Shang's students was extremely powerful, and the relationship between teacher and student was also very strange. Will I be like this in the future? Sumu was a little unsure for a moment. Finally, he suddenly thought of Yu Zongningji's attitude just now, and a little strangeness emerged in his heart. He actually wanted to ask about the things between her and Shang. But he was afraid that Shang would turn hostile, as Shang seemed to be a straight woman. Just when he was hesitating whether to speak, Shang suddenly spoke. I advise you not to ask. I can hardly guarantee that I won't hit you. Sumu. Look at you, you are being serious again. The corners of Sumu's mouth twitched slightly. I didn't say I wanted to ask. I don't understand what you are talking about. Shang chuckled and glanced at him with a smile, then his figure suddenly flashed on the spot and returned to the foot of the snow wall. Okay, I've finished what I needed to do, I need to sleep for a while. For some reason, the other party seemed to be sleeping quite frequently during this period. Although Sumu was a little confused, he did not ask much. After figuring out the direction, he flew directly to the place everyone had agreed on, and soon landed on the top of a snowy mountain. Without waiting for long, Su Dai and others arrived from all directions, and the whole team quickly reunited. After counting the number of people and making sure no one was left out, Sumu took out his flying boat again. Okay, let's go, it's time to leave the southern territory. Yes, young master.
Everyone boarded the flying boat quickly and efficiently, and then immediately summoned their vital energy. The flying boat made a rumbling sound and began to fly slowly towards the depths of the snow wall.
However, shortly after everyone left,
a naked figure landed here and slowly frowned.
Was there anyone here just now? And there are quite a few of them.
This person's mind was racing. Since the young lady disappeared, they rushed here as quickly as possible.
Although they could not detect the young lady's presence, they discovered that some scattered figures were moving deep in the Shenyuan. This location is a bit too deep, and there is obviously something abnormal.
However, the other party's stealth technology is also very advanced. They can only use a carpet search method, and now they finally found some traces. He looked up at the snow wall not far away, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he used the secret method without hesitation to contact the rest of the people. I may have found the young lady's location. At worst, there must be something wrong with these people, otherwise they would not choose to leave the southern region at this time.
Come quickly. Chapter 326 Little Tale.
Sumu has returned to his room at this moment. After finishing all his work, he finally had some time to rest. In recent days, his mind has never relaxed for a moment and he dared not reveal any abnormality. But now, he can finally relax his vigilance. After carefully checking the destiny fragment hidden screen on my body and making sure it was always on, Sumu boldly took out the jade ring from the storage ring. Hold it in the palm of your hand and observe it carefully. After squeezing it with a little force, I found that this emerald green jade seemed to be quite special. Even if it was squeezed to the point of deformation, not a single crack would appear. This material is strange. Sumu became addicted to pinching it. He used both hands to pinch it back and forth, and made it into various shapes. Soon he discovered something. Although most of the place was constantly changing shape, only a small area at the core remained motionless. His eyes gradually focused and after careful observation, he discovered the secret. In the center of a pile of soft jade, there is a small piece of stone that looks quite simple and rustic. There are some flowers, plants, birds and animals carved on it, which has a natural and simple feeling. Sumu looked excited, not because of this small piece of ancient stone, but because he noticed a tiny purple line on it. This is exactly the fragment of destiny he has always dreamed of.
How do I get it out?
Sumu hesitated for a moment, then began to tentatively tear the soft jade apart, and then took out the stone that had obviously been shrunk by external force. However, no matter what he did, he was unable to tear the soft jade into pieces. The other party's toughness seemed to be beyond his imagination. Sumu was slightly stunned. To be honest, with his current level of cultivation, he could tear apart most materials in this world even with his bare hands. But the thing in my hand didn't change at all. No matter how hard he tried, even though the other party was stretched very long, there was still no sign of tearing. Instead, it wrapped the stone tightly.
Sumu gradually frowned.
As expected of a sacred artifact from the Holy Land, it does have some secrets.
Sumu was in a dilemma for a moment. Should he use more violent means?
He has many such methods.
For the simplest one, he can directly use Shan's formation plate to grind it.
He believes the effect will be very significant. But just when he was about to take action, his movements suddenly paused, and then he looked in a certain direction with some disbelief. Wait, why are there still pursuers? Sumu was very sure that since he had the invisibility screen on him, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to detect his whereabouts. Unless someone else reveals their whereabouts.
Sumu frowned slightly.
In fact, there is no way to deal with this kind of thing. Previously, we could only act separately, so that we could reduce the size of the target as much as possible. Although everyone has the means to conceal their aura, they only have one fragment of destiny, so the aura of others will definitely be exposed. They are so fast no matter which side they are from, they must be very powerful to be here at this time.
It looks like we're going to do it again.
Sumu was on high alert, and as soon as he thought of it, he called everyone else and asked them to get ready. In order to avoid direct contact, Sumu relied on his perception that far surpassed that of the other party and still tried to avoid the other party's route, but unfortunately with little success. He could feel that every time the other party lost track of them, they would stay where they were for a moment, then correct their direction and continue chasing in their direction.
The purpose is self-evident. Sumu's face gradually became ugly.
Seeing the other party getting closer and closer, he was about to strike first, but suddenly he was stunned.
This doesn't seem right. Not far away.
A huge flying boat was moving with difficulty in the snow wall.
Everyone on the boat looked tired and exhausted. Come on.
As long as we pass through this section of the boundary wall, we can reach the central region. The leader was a woman wearing a slightly tight dress.
She was shouting loudly and constantly encouraging everyone.
And just behind her, a huge flag was flying on the flying boat, with one big word written on it: dream.
That's right, they are the people from the Meng family.
As for why I appeared here, my story started a long time ago. About half a year ago, Miss Meng Xiaoxiao from their clan led her people out of the Blue region alone, passed through the central region, and then went to the eastern region where the Su family was located. Everything was fine at first, but not long after the other party left, he suddenly lost contact with the family and there was no news from him at all. The head of the Meng family was in a state of panic for a moment, thinking that the other party had encountered some irresistible crisis, and was planning to send people out to search. But then bad news came from the southern region.
The Meng family was destroyed.
The power structure of the entire southern region was thrown into chaos in an instant, and the Meng family was also busy, and they finally had some free time. As a result, several major events happened one after another at this time. The Shang family was wiped out overnight, the Holy Land's sacred artifact was stolen, and I heard in the past 2 days that the Shanren clan also seemed to have sent a large number of people, as if they were searching for something. For a moment, an atmosphere of impending storm enveloped the entire southern region. After weighing the pros and cons, the head of the Meng family decided to send a group of people to the Su family to at least find out what had happened. It's just that due to various delays, it has been delayed until now. It just so happened that the Meng family would send people to the Shenyuan trial conference this time, so they just quietly followed along. As a result, they had just entered the boundary wall and encountered many dangers one after another. Various ice and snow creatures and the natural disasters here made them miserable.
Fortunately, there is always a way out.
They discovered that there seemed to be a team ahead of them, and they could avoid most of the dangers by simply following the other team's advance traces. This is just great. So, everyone in the Meng family followed.
I don't know who the person in front of me is.
I'd better say hello to him, her later, to avoid being misunderstood. Menjing patted her plump chest, looking somewhat relieved, her eyes always looking forward. However, at this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded from behind them.
Who are you? Why are you here?
Meng Ying's body trembled slightly, and she quickly turned her head to look over. I saw tall figures standing in the air at this moment. They exuded a strong aura, their skin was full of essence, and they looked very impatient.
Immortal King or the peak of Immortal King?
Menjing opened her eyes wide.
Chapter 327. The pursuers are arriving.
Menjing and her group were confused. They could only stare blankly at the figures in the sky. They really couldn't understand why at this time and place, there would be 4 powerful cultivators at the peak of the Immortal King stage.
Could it be that the other party is here to intercept me?
Thinking of this, Meng Ying's face turned pale and a strong bad premonition arose in her heart.
May I ask what is the matter, seniors? Who are you?
High in the sky, a tall figure with golden skin spoke expressionlessly. The sound waves seemed to be tangible, penetrating the air and bringing a strong sense of oppression to everyone's hearts.
Why are you in this place? Tell me quickly.
Although the other party's attitude was very impolite, the situation was stronger than the person, so Meng Ying was stunned for a moment and then began to tell the truth.
Senior, we are from the Meng family.
We are here just to cross the boundary wall to find the lost young lady of our family.
Meng family.
When hearing this name, the person above suddenly frowned, and his expression clearly showed that he was correct. Obviously, even they had to be serious when they heard the name of this family. As for Miss Meng, he had never heard of her. But even so, their attitude is still very tough, even very impolite. Words are not enough. We still have to go aboard and search the ship. Otherwise, we won't be able to be sure. Senior, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Meng Ying frowned slightly. She had made her words so clearly, but the other party still had this attitude? Nothing is inappropriate. The voice sounded again, and this time it suddenly appeared beside Meng Ying. The other party ignored its protective formation and actually penetrated directly. The man looked around and was able to notice the changes in expression on everyone's face, including their fleeting flashes of anger and fear. But he didn't care. Instead, he observed it carefully. Especially when he noticed the Meng family flag hanging above, there was a hint of sneer on the corner of his mouth. Although he did have to treat the people of the Meng family seriously, the prerequisite was that the other party was qualified to have an equal dialogue with him. Right now, the most powerful people on this flying boat are just a few earthly immortals, which is really a bit ridiculous. Seeing that the other party didn't take them seriously, everyone was filled with anger, but they had to grit their teeth and endure it. Without strength, there is naturally no dignity. The hermit winked at his three companions, and the remaining three then dispersed to the surrounding areas to be on guard, while he continued to explore on the flying boat. He took light steps and seemed relaxed, but he was actually still extremely alert in his heart. According to common sense, these people are too weak to attract his attention. But it is abnormal enough that the other party can appear here at this time. How did you get here? While investigating the specific situation inside the flying boat, he quietly asked Meng Ying beside him, while his eyes couldn't stop glancing around. In response to Shan Rongong's question, Meng Ying secretly gritted her teeth, suppressed the discomfort in her body, and forced a smile. Senior, we have been using flying boats all the way here. You can send someone to check it out. There is absolutely no trick. No, that's not what I'm asking. The mountain man frowned slightly. I'm asking why a small team of Earth immortals like you were able to reach the center of the boundary wall safely. The boundary wall of the Shenyuan Continent is a very peculiar thing. It has a very strong suppressive effect on cultivators. It is basically not easy to pass through it safely. However, the people in front of him obviously did not have such strength. After hesitating for a while, Meng Ying reluctantly revealed the truth and had no intention of hiding it. In fact, we are also quite lucky. It seems that we have discovered a route that our predecessors have passed through here, so we avoided many risks along the way. What? The mountain man's face changed drastically. What did you just say? I said we are lucky. No. You said you were following someone else. The mountain man's face suddenly turned ugly. Yes, now everything made sense. His previous vigilance was just flirting with a blind man. The real target is not the people in front of us, but the group of people walking in front of them. The other party is the real suspicious one. The mountain man just had a thought and his figure immediately disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already met up with the other three companions and they had exchanged information with each other. Chase them quickly. The people here are not important. There is another group of people ahead. Accelerate. Everyone's figures suddenly disappeared from the spot, and their speed increased dramatically to a terrifying level. And just some distance ahead of them. In the cabin of the flying boat, Sumu opened his eyes helplessly and sighed. You came to me so soon, what a hassle. Sudai, Sujin Saiked, you guys should all use your strength to control the flying boat and continue to move forward. I will come to find you later. His words suddenly rang in everyone's mind. After receiving the other party's response, Sumo's body seemed to suddenly become ethereal and directly penetrated the cabin of the flying boat. Suddenly, it stood directly in the snow and wind. At this point, there were more and more snowflakes floating in the air around us, and it was so dense that it was terrifying. If a normal person stood here, he would probably be squeezed into a bloody mist by the heavy snow. But for Sumu, everything was like a gentle breeze on his face.
We're all going to leave, so it looks like we still have to fight.
Sumu used hidden breath screen calmly to hide his breath and began to prepare for battle. Without waiting for long, 4 figures soon appeared not far from him. The 4 people originally planned to pass Sumu directly, but suddenly stopped in an instant and looked towards Sumu's location with horror.
Oh my god! The mountain man cursed out loud. It was because he just realized now that there was someone else here? When did you come? How come I didn't sense anything at all?
You know, the 2 sides are now at a very delicate distance. If the other side launches a sneak attack, they will definitely be caught off guard.
How could they get so close without making any noise? Could it be an ambush?
The Shanren Gong's face changed drastically, and he was about to shout loudly, but Sumu suddenly moved.
A blazing white flame burned on his body.
He seemed to have merged into one with the world and teleported directly to the faces of these people. I say, you guys are such trouble.
Sumu spoke expressionlessly. Chapter 328, Fourth Brother. Sumu's words fell.
He simply raised his hand and condensed it into a fist, and smashed it hard into the space in front of everyone.
A terrifying wave exploded instantly.
The 4 people's faces changed drastically, and they all dodged to the surroundings. Then they quickly turned their heads to look at the hole not far away with serious expressions.
Good job! What a terrifying power!
It was clear that the aura from this person was not that strong, but with just one punch, he created a large open space in front of everyone.
You have to know that this is within a boundary wall, even movements are suppressed, but the other party is like nothing happened? Who are you?
The mountain man had a solemn expression on his face as he built up his own aura. His skin radiated a dazzling golden glow and even his hair turned pure gold, dancing in the wind. At the same time, he was extremely alert and slowly took out his weapon, a small string of handbells, which jingled when worn on his hands.
Sumu did not respond to the other party's thoughts. Just by looking at their appearance, you can guess where they came from. They are mountain people.
If that's the case, there seems to be no need to explain further.
We have to fight first. Sumu was very clear that his current identity was the kidnapper who had kidnapped their young lady. Who would talk nicely to a kidnapper?
This is a world of cultivation, and taking action is basically a prerequisite for peace talks.
If you don't have enough strength, the best option is to crush you to death. Sumu had a blank expression on his face.
The white flames on his body suddenly burned to an extremely exaggerated degree. He looked like a meteor falling into the earth. It was dragging long white flame tails all around, moving quickly through the snow wall, bursting out with terrifying momentum, and for a moment it actually suppressed 4 people. The 4 of them were also feeling very aggrieved.
This area was too special.
They simply could not display their full strength and could only barely fend off the opponent.
We can't go on like this. Quick! Let's meet up in one place.
And fight him at the same time.
Good.
The voices of the other 3 people came at the same time, and the 4 of them pressed their backs together in an instant, and the situation changed in an instant.
Sumu frowned slightly.
I can only say that he is worthy of being the peak immortal king.
His combat skills are truly extraordinary and he found a solution in an instant. But it's better this way, this is what he wants to see. The opponent is forced to take a defensive posture, so naturally he cannot use offense to delay his pace.
He can now fight when he wants and leave when he wants. After carefully sensing that the flying boat had not yet used the boundary wall, Sumu was naturally in no hurry to leave. He even revealed a wicked smile, wanting to have some good fun with these people.
Sumu's whole body moved extremely fast.
This was not only the effect of Bai Xiao Flame Puppet, but he also incorporated some of his own understanding of the environment, as well as the effect of the Destiny Fragment breaking the boundary and chasing the clouds. It can be said that this is the fastest time that Sumu has ever moved. In the past, he just crossed the void directly without using any magical powers to assist in movement. Of course, because Bai Xiao Flame Puppet is a relatively versatile magical skill, he cannot use it most of the time. Sumu could feel that as time went by, his shortcomings were being made up one by one. His cultivation breakthrough was too fast. In less than 100 years, He had already reached the 5th level of the heavenly immortal realm and was about to enter the late heavenly immortal realm. And this is because he had been taking advantage of the situation for the past few decades. If we have to count the time he spent in cultivation, it is probably less than 10 years in total. In less than 10 years, he broke through to the middle stage of the heavenly immortal realm, and his actual combat power was already comparable to that of the immortal king. If you tell this to others, people will laugh their heads off, but it actually happened to Sumu. This also led to many shortcomings in him. In short, his foundation was not strong enough. Although he had enough talent, he still needed time to adapt. So Sumu has been deliberately increasing the frequency of his battles. Only through fighting can he test his own strength. Sumu's figure flashed faster and faster, and he pinned 4 people down and beat them. Although these people gradually adapted to his rhythm, Sumu's movements became faster and faster. The 4 Shanrengong also gradually realized that this kid was using them to practice his skills. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel humiliated and angry. Okay. They are 4 powerful immortal kings at the peak of their powers, with the highest combat power in the entire continent. How could the other party not take them seriously? Although he couldn't sense the cultivation level of the person in front of him, he was at most at the same immortal king realm. 1 versus 4. Even the number 1 person in the world, Su Ningye, might not be as arrogant as the person in front of him. He must be taught a lesson. The 4 of them quickly came to a consensus and gradually used their signature abilities. The golden light on their bodies gradually merged into one and gradually radiated in all directions. The golden light seemed to have its own intelligence, and soon dyed the surrounding snowflakes into pure gold. The surroundings gradually turned into a golden world. Sumu frowned slightly, because he found that when moving in this golden snowflake, his body shape began to be restricted. The drastic drop in speed was only one aspect. Even his sense of the great Tao of heaven and earth gradually weakened. The fairyland again? Why does everyone like to use this trick? Sumu was secretly shocked, and a little unhappy appeared on his face. Due to the special circumstances of his own fairyland, it was basically unable to provide any help in the battle, and he could only rely on hard power. But the other party has no moral principles. I can't help it if I continue to drag on like this, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. I better find a chance to get out of here quickly. However, just as he was thinking this, the 4 people in front of him suddenly shouted, and then the leader threw his handbell into the sky. Amid the tinkling sounds, the snowflakes in the entire space began to tremble slightly, as if they were under tremendous pressure. Sumu paused and almost half knelt down, his eyes widened instantly. This is such a strong pressure. And it acts directly on the body. What kind of magical power is this? Seeing that the mysterious man's movements slowed down instantly, the hermit was overjoyed and let out a long roar towards the sky. Ha ha ha! Once you're trapped in my mountain man's great array, even if you're an immortal, I'll still compete with you in physical strength. As soon as the words fell, the 4 of them actually began to take the initiative to attack. The golden light on their bodies became stronger and stronger. They moved at will, and their clothes were torn in an instant, revealing their huge muscles. Sumu's heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. Oh no, these are 4 brothers. Chapter 329 Alchemist Stone. Sumu's voice had just fallen. He saw 4 people's fists falling towards him like raindrops, the air was crackling, and he could even vaguely see the space being torn apart. Sumu's face changed drastically and he wanted to dodge immediately, but his body was pressed in place and he couldn't move. It's not that it can't move at all, it's just that its speed is too slow. In the eyes of several people, this speed is tantamount to a sitting duck. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Sumu had no choice but to use the fragment of destiny breaking boundaries and chasing clouds to allow himself to move instantly in a small area. The hermit's expression changed slightly, and it was obvious that he had not expected such a change. Good job. Who is this person? Can he move freely within their formation? Who are you, kid? In fact, at the moment they took action, they had already guessed the identity of the person in front of them. The information Shenyuan passed back to them was relatively comprehensive, among which there was a very important feature, that is, the person who kidnapped the lady looked very ordinary.
It was so ordinary that it was too standard, and another thing was that the other person's aura was almost undetectable. For any normal person, their aura would always dissipate into the surrounding space, but the other person seemed to be non-existent.
Such an obvious abnormality actually became the opponent's signature feature, allowing the four of them to better track each other. Although it is impossible to detect by other means, the naked eye becomes the best tool at this moment. This is why they act without hesitation when they meet.
Sumu looked solemn at this moment.
For the first time, he began to realize an important shortcoming of his own, which was his physical strength.
Yes.
All along, he has focused on cultivating the great Tao, using the fragments of destiny, and even various magical skills and formations.
I have never systematically strengthened my body. And now, this shortcoming has finally been exposed. Trouble. Sumu frowned slightly.
Being in the opponent's formation, he can only compete with the opponent in physical strength, but he was unable to win. He had no doubt that if he came into contact with the other party for a moment, his body would be shattered in an instant. Although he had the fragment of destiny and strong recovery ability, so he didn't have to worry about his life, but he collapsed at the slightest touch and it was difficult for him to cause any harm to the enemy. Just as Sumu was hesitating about how to exert his strength, Shang's voice sounded in his heart.
Don't hesitate.
Now is the best time to practice. You just need to use multiple destiny fragments at the same time. As the other party's words continued to echo in his mind, Sumu's expression gradually changed from sullen to relaxed, and finally he suddenly realized.
I see.
He only needs to use the Destiny Fragment's Eternal Summit in 9 turns to Rising Clouds at the same time to ensure the recovery speed of his body and keep improving it. This actually has a prerequisite, that is to keep fighting with the opponent, so that you can use the opponent's power to break your own body and then rebuild it. This is undoubtedly a very risky plan, but it is also an excellent plan.
Sumu has never been a timid person.
He is cautious but not timid. The moment he figured out the plan, Sumu turned around and chose to take the initiative. Seeing that the opponent's momentum suddenly changed, Shenyuan was cautious for a moment, wondering if the opponent was cheating. However, when he discovered that the opponent's body was so weak that he could break it with just a slight touch, he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Ha ha ha. So that's it.
With this kind of body, you dare to directly compete with me. You know, the Shenyuan clan he belongs to is most famous for its physical training, which is basically an absolute horizontal training school. Under such circumstances, they can still reach the peak of Immortal King. You can imagine how strong his physical body is.
That is basically an existence that can break everything with one force. Boy! You want to compete with me in physical strength? Maybe in the next life.
The accidental collision between the two accelerated their movement, and the other three also cooperated on the side.
Sumu was suppressed and couldn't raise his head for a while. Bang, bang, bang. There were constant crackling sounds in the air.
Sumu's body was constantly collapsing. Although he always recovered in the first time, the air was soon filled with his blood. Blood spread everywhere, dyeing a small area of the pure golden space red, which looked extremely miserable. But Sumu's eyes were shining, and he laughed loudly towards the sky.
Ha ha ha. It feels so good. It really feels so good. Come again, come again.
Although this constant collision contained intense pain and he himself was beaten very badly, he could clearly feel that his body was getting stronger. The 4 people in front of him are the machines that forged him, and he is the piece of refined steel. Sumu gradually began to take the initiative, and although he was beaten so hard that he couldn't raise his head most of the time, he gradually adapted to this rhythm.
What a terrifying fighting talent! The Shenyuan's expression suddenly changed.
As the battle progressed, he had actually almost realized it. The person in front of him was an absolute novice, especially when it came to close combat. He basically knew nothing about it.
But the opponent's progress is so terrifying.
The horror was beyond words.
What is going on?
The person in front of them was obviously extremely ordinary, but he quickly adapted to the attacks of the four of them and even began to find his own characteristics. The opponent's counterattacks from time to time made the four of them look a little flustered, and there was also a very strange thing. That is, why does this person's physical strength gradually become stronger? Etc. The mountain man reacted quickly. His face suddenly darkened. My goodness, this guy is using us as a philosopher's stone, right? He actually dares to hone himself by fighting with us? He is really brave. The mountain man's face turned pale, and a feeling of humiliation surged into his heart, making his face flush red. You know, he himself is an absolutely skilled cultivator, and he has even reached the pinnacle on this path. But now, facing a novice, the other party actually dares to use him to train himself. This is absolutely an insult. The hermit sneered immediately. Okay. He said the word good 3 times in a row, his voice getting louder and louder, revealing the intense anger in his heart. Boy! I admit that you are very talented, but you must die here today no matter what. I have traveled across the continent for thousands of years, and have never suffered such humiliation. You must die today. Boy! Watch my fist. His momentum suddenly rose to a terrifying level, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. Chapter 330 Encounter. The breath of the mountain man was as surging as the sea. The remaining 3 people also understood what he meant, and immediately punched out like dragons, with each blow carrying the momentum of tearing the sky and the earth apart. But the more they fought, the more frightened they became. What a terrifying talent! Everyone's expression changed, and they looked at Sumu as if they were looking at a monster. Naturally, the murderous intent in their hearts became stronger. No matter what, the relationship between the two sides is definitely a fight to the death. Since we have already offended him, there is no reason to hold back. We must kill him. The attacks of the 4 Shenyuan men became more and more intense. Sumu struggled to hold on, his body constantly exploded in the strong collision, and his upper clothes had long been torn, revealing his strong muscles. The air became thick and filled with his blood, dyeing the space red. Feeling that the people behind him were gradually moving away, Sumu gradually began to have the idea of retreating. Although fighting in this way could indeed improve his physical body, he had never been fond of self-abuse. Moreover, the extent of this improvement is still limited. No matter how much he improves, it is impossible for him to catch up with the strength of the 4 people in front of him. It can only be said that it provides him with a way of thinking. Sumu immediately decided to fight and retreat. And just when he was thinking of retreating, the 4 people in front of him immediately noticed it and their expressions were overjoyed. Ha ha ha! This kid is scared. I feel his momentum is weakening. We can't let him go. We must keep him here today. Try harder. As a result, the momentum of the 4 people became even more crazy. They broke all the snowflakes around them, and deep pits appeared on the ground one after another. Sumu was very helpless and didn't know what was wrong with these 4 people. He took a step back and the people in front of him wanted to catch up with him 2 or 3 steps. They were really too arrogant. But he couldn't retreat too quickly. If he retreated too quickly, if these 4 people caught up with the flying boat, they would probably only need 1 punch to cut the flying boat in half. Thus, the situation came to a standstill. This process was even longer than he had imagined, and it dragged on for 3 whole days. The Shenyuan and his men looked normal and their morale was getting higher and higher. They are all veteran 9th level Immortal King cultivators who are used to this kind of battle rhythm. The battles between high-level cultivators are often not able to be ended in a short period of time. But Sumu was a little uncomfortable. Although he already had enough fighting power, he usually ended the battle quickly and rarely got into a tug-of-war. But he quickly regained his footing, and apart from feeling a little annoyed, everything else was fine. Finally, after another 2 or 3 days, the pressure on the 5 people's hearts suddenly eased. This is about to go beyond the boundary wall. Sumu's expression brightened. It had been delayed for so long, Su Dai and the others must have gone far away long ago, and maybe they had already successfully reunited with others.
As long as you get out of the boundary wall, you don't have to hold back anymore. Coincidentally, the four Shanrangon thought the same way. As long as they get out of the boundary wall, they can go all out without being suppressed. By then, the kid in front of them will definitely not be their opponent. In fact, the four of them were also very surprised. Even with the suppressive effect of the boundary wall, the opponent could fight 1 against 4 and persist for so long. In any case, he can be called a genius. Boy, I admit that you are very strong, but once you get out there, you will definitely not be my opponent. If you surrender now, I may consider sparing your life. Sumu didn't even bother to reply. This level of trash talk had no impact on him. He just sneered in his heart. Humph, when we really get out, it's still unclear who will spare whose life. And they didn't have to wait long for this moment. When they approached the edge of the snow wall, everyone understood what he meant and burst out at an unprecedented speed without hesitation. In just a blink of an eye, 5 people appeared outside the snow wall. The hermit laughed loudly toward the sky, and his aura suddenly increased several times. Ha ha ha! Boy! Today is the day you die. Sumu was stunned for a moment. His eyes gradually passed over the other person and looked at the sky not far away. It was at this moment that an extremely huge pressure suddenly pressed towards the 4 mountain men. The surrounding mountains collapsed in an instant and the rocks turned into powder. Who do you think will die today? An extremely cold voice suddenly appeared beside the crowd. The 4 of them looked terrified and turned their heads with difficulty to look. Let me ask you, who is going to die today? Su Ningye walked towards him step by step with an expressionless face. After not seeing each other for a while, the other person's temperament has undergone tremendous changes. The once gentle aura has basically disappeared, replaced by a strong murderous aura. Su Ningye. The 4 Shanrangon stared with their eyes wide open, extremely horrified. They could never imagine why the head of the Su family would appear in such a place. Isn't this the central region? Isn't this the territory of the Chun family and the Wang family? Isn't the relationship between these 2 families and the Su family not good? Why did you come to someone else's territory? However, Su Ningye had no mood to answer them. Instead, he gradually turned his gaze towards Su Mu, and a hint of tenderness finally appeared on his face. You little brat, you're making quite a noise. The other person's eyes pointed at him meaningfully. Su Mu's mouth twitched and he smiled angrily. No, it's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. Su Ningye, I'm not actually praising you. Su Mu. Dad has also learned to be a hermaphrodite. Being at the same level of Immortal King, Shan Ringgong and his 3 companions had almost no power to resist Su Ningye, as if they were firmly fixed in the sky by an invisible giant hand. Apart from the fact that his eyeballs could move, he was unable to absorb even a bit of the vital energy from heaven and earth and could only stare blankly. Su Ningye didn't seem to be in a hurry either. Instead, he chatted with Su Mu about family matters. Su Mu was a little confused. Dad, why are you here? Over there on the crack in the boundary wall. The boundary wall he was referring to was not the area separating the 5 major domains, but the border of the entire Shenyuan Continent. Su Dai and the others just happened to run into me, so I came over here. As for the crack, Su Ningye seemed to be hesitant to speak, his expression very solemn. You'll know when you come here. The situation is not optimistic. Su Mu's expression froze, he suddenly frowned, and nodded solemnly. Good. As for you, Su Ningye suddenly turned his head and looked at the 4 Shanrangon who were still suspended in the air, and sneered. I'll also arrange a good place for you. The hermit was startled. He had just overheard the entire conversation and naturally guessed Su Mu's identity. Everyone knows very well that Su Ningye has only one son, and that is Su Mu. But when did he grow into an immortal king? And with such a terrifying talent, why haven't I heard of it before? The most important thing is, why did the other party attack their young lady? Is a war about to start? The hermit was complaining bitterly in his heart. Chapter 331, Critical Situation. After controlling the 4 mountain men,
Sumu followed his father's steps and moved quickly towards the distance. There was a hint of surprise in Su Ningye's eyes. He didn't expect that even though he was moving at full speed, Sumu could still keep up effortlessly. How much strength did this kid hide before? Are you still playing this trick on me? With a helpless smile, Su Ningye quickly brought the trees to a high altitude. Sumu's eyes gradually widened. As the two flew higher and higher, he gradually saw the outline of an entire building complex in front of him. This was a palace built in the distant sky. There is no doubt that this is their stronghold as a front line. The most important thing is not this majestic building, but what is right above this building. It was a sunny day, but there was a deep darkness in the sky. Countless black shadows kept rising and falling in the darkness, making heart-pounding sounds. This the crack in the boundary wall. That's right. Su Ningye looked solemn. Now that things have come to this, I will tell you that the situation here is even worse than I imagined. Not only have many forces from outside the domain infiltrated in advance, but even creatures from outside the domain pour in every once in a while. We are starting to run out of steam. So fast. Sumu was shocked. He remembered that when he set out, his father had promised him solemnly that there would not be any major problems within at least 100 years. It's only been less than a year and you're already giving up. Sumu immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. But I haven't collected them all yet. Oh? How much have you collected? Su Ningye was a little curious. Not many, if you count carefully marriages like a dream, breaking the boundary and chasing the cloud, and there are 2 unknown ones. The jade ring and the storage ring also counts as one, and there is also clear observation. As for the others, including the golden stone sea and the 9 transformation rising cloud, there are 4 in total. In total, there are 10 of them, of which only half is in the 9 reincarnations of the clouds, the other half is in Ziyi's hands, and there is also the incomplete heavenly Dao favor. Su Ningye was stunned and almost couldn't help but swear. What the hell? So much. How long has it been? Less than a year at most, and Sumu has already collected 10 of them. 10 complete fragments of destiny, plus 1 incomplete one. With this number, he can even rival 3 immortals at the same time. Even with Su Ningye's mentality, he was shocked to the point of being completely shattered for a moment. Ahem. He quickly coughed a few times to hide his shock. This is indeed efficient. I was right to leave this matter to you. Su Ningye really didn't expect Sumu to be so fast. According to his original estimate, it would be a good thing for the other party to collect 3. The father and son spent some time reconciling the accounts. Sumu selectively told the other party part of the truth. Su Ningye gradually frowned and fell silent. You mean, during this period of time, you also directly encountered forces from outside the domain? You even faced the remaining forces of the 2 immortal emperors. The Shang family was wiped out by you. You also sneaked into the Miaoyin Holy Land and stole their divine weapon. I even saw the most fundamental part of this world, the remains of the former mother tree of heaven and earth. Su Ningye was silent. He looked at Sumu with strange eyes. For the first time, he felt that his son was so strange. It was not that he felt that the other party had gone too far. The main thing is he is less than 100 years old now. How can he have such rich experience? When I was his age, I was still cultivating in the clan. Let me correct you, Dad. The Shang family's affairs really have nothing to do with me. It was purely the work of the Death Bell Immortal Emperor himself. Sumu shrugged helplessly, determined not to take the blame. It took Su Ningye a long time to fully digest the news, and then he sighed. I see. I didn't expect you to have gone through so much. Thank you for your hard work. Sumu was a little uncomfortable for a moment when he suddenly heard his father's serious consolation, and couldn't help but look strange. Just when he was about to say something, his father led him directly into the palace complex. The two sat opposite each other, the other had a serious expression, and Sumu also stopped joking. Is there something wrong? Yeah. Su Ningye hesitated to speak. Tell me, what do you want me to do?
More Suningya's tone was helpless, but he finally spoke slowly. The current situation is worse than we imagined. It's too late to collect the fragments of destiny bit by bit. Do you have any better ideas? Sumu was stunned for a moment, then gradually frowned. In the past, at times like this, Dad would always come up with the most perfect solution himself, but now he suddenly started asking for his opinion. What this means is self-evident. It means that things are gradually beyond the control of the other party. Is the power outside the domain about to invade in full force? What about the Chen and Wang families? The Chen family's land is shrouded in darkness. Out of caution, I have not moved for the time being. As for the Wang family, Zi told me about the situation of the Wang family's ancestral hall, but I am not free now, so naturally I can't help. Sumu frowned again. After thinking for a moment, he asked in his heart, "Do you have any good ideas?" "Yes, it depends on whether you are willing to do it." Shang seemed to have anticipated this and his voice came out softly. "What?" Sumu was just asking tentatively, but he didn't expect that the other party actually had a solution. "What is the solution?" "Create another immortal emperor for Shenyuan Continent." "Ah." Sumu was suddenly stunned, and then as he listened to the other party talking, the doubts in his heart not only did not decrease, but became even stronger. "You mean to say that you actually have a way to collect the remaining fragments of destiny? And you want to act separately from me? For a period of time?" "Yes." "You can sense the location of the destiny fragment." "I can't sense it, but I have a way." "Then why didn't you tell me earlier?" Sumu's face darkened. Shang looked puzzled. "You didn't ask me." Sumu. He was really convinced. Shang then suddenly spoke again. "Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. Actually, I also need time to prepare. It just so happens that I have almost finished preparing recently. I do have a solution for the current situation in Shenyuan Continent, and I do need to act separately from you. Don't the mainland's rules accommodate you? It's fine for a short time, it just costs a little." She spoke the latter part of this sentence particularly lightly, as if she wanted Sumu to ignore it. Sumu gradually frowned. "How exactly do we do this?" Chapter 332 Plan. As the other party talked, Sumu gradually pieced together the outline of this plan in his mind. In short, this plan needs to be implemented in multiple steps. First, repair the teleportation array on the continent. Since the Tsung family was destroyed too thoroughly, there is basically no hope of repairing the communications on the continent, so we must rely on the teleportation array. Because the teleportation array's array spirit Xiaohong is still there, and it has also been merged with another immortal emperor level array spirit, there is still a possibility of repairing it. However, this process may consume a huge amount of resources, may take nearly half a year, and requires two key things. What is it? The Tianyuan Erki bell in your hand, and that jade ring. Sumu couldn't help but feel confused when he heard this. He then took out the jade ring from the storage ring and examined it carefully in his palm. What on earth is this thing? Shang seemed to be smiling but not laughing. You'll know when the time comes. Sumu gritted his teeth. He knew that Shang was a riddle man from the first time he met him, but he just couldn't get used to it. All the riddlers should die. How abominable. Then the other party began to explain the rest of the matter. Secondly, Sumu needs to bring Meng Xiaoxiao and the others back. They will play a very important role in this plan. Sumu was stunned when he heard this. Meng Xiaoxiao and the others were mostly at the level of celestial immortals and earthly immortals. Why could they play such an important role? Is it because the other person was once the heroine of this world, so there is something special about her? That's not a big problem. After all, I have the breaking boundary in chasing clouds. You have to give me the breaking boundary in chasing clouds. I want to go to more places than you. Shang suddenly interrupted. What? That's the third aspect of the plan. The third aspect is that Shang will take action personally. While she is out searching for the fragments of destiny, she will also retrieve some things that belong to her. And these things will play a key role in subsequent battles. Sumu gradually fell silent. After careful consideration, he decided to tell his father everything. I have an idea. What method? Su Ningya's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. I need to go out again, and it will take some time. Dad, please cooperate with me. Several days and nights passed in the blink of an eye. The father and son stayed in the room the whole time, discussing the details of the plan and finally finalizing the outline. Dad sent a group of people back to the Su family immediately, taking Xiaohong with him, to start repairing the Su family's protective formation as soon as possible. Sumu took Xiaohong out of the formation plate very solemnly. The first thing he did when the other party came out was to open his mouth and prepare to say his signature catchphrase. But he stopped abruptly because he noticed the solemn atmosphere at the scene. As for Su Ningye himself, he will need to hold on for a while before the crack in the boundary wall. Sumu will help him deal with the troubles with the Chen and Wang families under his feet. After finishing the work, Sumu will go to the western regions and bring back some important people. The whole plan is not complicated. In fact, there are only 3 core characters, Sumu, Su Ningye, and Shang. Sumu did not tell the other party about Shang's existence, but only said that his master would come to help. Su Ningye did not ask any more questions, but chose to believe Sumu without reservation. In his opinion, Sumu had grown up and even possessed a maturity far beyond his peers. So he can trust the other party. This reunion was extremely short. The father and son didn't even have time to chat about family matters before they had to separate again. Sumu quickly calmed himself down and immediately immersed himself in the plan he had arranged previously. Before parting with Shang, he borrowed the fragment of destiny breaking the boundary and chasing the clouds for the last time, with the purpose of returning to the Su family and finding Qian Ziyi. Qian Ziyi was extremely surprised at Sumu's sudden return and immediately threw herself into his arms. Why are you back? Sumu wanted to say something but stopped himself. As if he had noticed something strange about the young man, Qian Ziyi slowly raised his head. Is there something wrong? Yes, I would like to borrow one of your things. Qian Ziyi was stunned for a moment, then she smiled sweetly and understood what he meant. Good. She didn't even ask what it was, and just revealed the purple lines on the palm of her hand. Is this correct? How do you know? I know you are doing something very important right now, and I can't help you with anything. As for this half of the 9 reincarnation mist, I can actually tell that you kept it with me just to give me peace of mind. If the situation had not reached a point of no return, you wouldn't have come back to ask me for it. Give me. Sumu stood there in a daze for a moment, looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, and couldn't help but look up and touch her cheek. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Thank you, Ziyi. You're welcome, husband. Time was running out and Sumu didn't even have time to say goodbye properly. He could only meet with others in a hurry. Mo Xuanxing, Sheng Jingru, Nangongxi, Nangonglu, and Jiang Haining. And the 4 sisters Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu. Sumu could only look at them deeply, say a few words to each of them, and then had to leave quickly. In the Su family hall, Jiang Haining looked at the young man's departing back, stroking the storage ring that still retained the other's warmth, and a premonition gradually arose in her heart. Time is almost up, it seems to be faster than in the last life. Sumu, do you remember what I said, that I would protect you well? The day when that will come true is coming soon. Before leaving, Sumu went to the cave where Chen Shu was imprisoned. No one knew what he did in there. All we know is that when Sumu came out, the corners of his clothes were stained with blood, and the completeness of Favored by Heaven was greatly improved. Even Lei Yishuan, who was far away in the central region, suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment in his heart and looked up at the distant sky. Standing outside the gate of the Su family's land, Sumu seemed to have sensed something. He looked back at his own house and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. After obtaining the complete fragment of Destiny 9 transformations to Rising Clouds, Sumu was able to deal with the predicaments of the Chen and Wang families. This was the last thing he had to do before leaving. He had to clear up the threat behind his father. He was still driving his own flying boat, but this time there was no one else with him, only him.
The flying boat was very fast and it didn't take him much time to arrive alone in front of a magnificent complex of buildings.
Sumu looked up and sighed. There's always a sense of urgency, and it's finally here. This is the Wang family's land. Chapter 333 Fateful Encounter. Some of it was beyond Sumu's expectations. The result of this trip was even smoother than he had imagined. The situation of the Chen family was actually very similar to what he had previously guessed. The current head of the family was deeply trapped in the vortex of power and had no time to care about anything else. Even though the entire family had been eroded by external forces, they were still busy fighting for power. As for the Chen family's ancestral temple, it could basically be described as a complete annihilation. This was no longer something that could be solved by Sumu's strength alone, and Shang naturally took over everything. Sumu didn't wait long.
The only thing he knew was that when he took over control of the body again, the entire Chen family became unusually quiet. When he walked out of this huge family, he actually saw a somewhat familiar figure. On a hill not far away, Chen Ruizong and his father Chen Fuxing looked a little pale, but they were also standing on the top of the mountain, bowing in the direction of Sumu.
It seems like expressing gratitude. Sumu was stunned for a moment, nodded casually, then turned and left. The Wang family's situation is similar to that of the Qian family.
The other party was unwilling to communicate at first, but after being beaten, he became much more obedient. After Sumu explained his purpose, the head of the Wang family's face changed drastically. He took Sumu to his ancestral temple without hesitation, where the familiar long black incense stick was still standing. With the complete version of the Destiny Fragment 9 transformations to Ascension, Sumu did not spend much effort to deal with all of this, not to mention that Shang provided him with follow-up support. Compared to the last time at the Qian family, I seemed a lot more familiar with the place. It took him less than 3 days to complete all of this. Before Sumu could say goodbye to his father, his figure had already disappeared in the central region. Su Ningye, who was far away in the sky, just had a slightly moved expression and glanced downwards. When the young man's figure became clear again, he had once again arrived in the western regions.
I can only send you here. You have to walk the rest of the way by yourself.
By the time you find them all, the teleportation array will probably be almost repaired. Shang left these words at the end, and then they slowly floated out from between Sumu's brows. The white flame mark between the boy's eyebrows gradually dissipated, turning into white particles, and then outlining the figure of Shang. White hair and white eyes, with an extraordinary temperament. Although it was not the first time he had seen her, Sumu still felt that the other person was like an immortal, and did not seem to be from this world at all.
See you later.
After a slight hesitation, Shang smiled for the first time in a long time, as if because they were about to say goodbye, and even waved at Sumu playfully.
Sumu was slightly stunned, and an unintentional smile appeared on his face. See you later, dear master.
As soon as the words fell, the other party's figure disappeared in an instant, and his breath gradually dissipated until it became completely undetectable. Sumu calmed himself down and turned to look at the vast land behind him.
He pondered for a moment.
When he set out for the western regions, he did not bring many people with him, namely the Su family headed by Su Huijin and others, and Meng Xiaoxiao and others. If I think about it carefully, they should have been divided into several teams at that time, and their current locations should be scattered all over the world.
It will probably take some time to find them all.
However, just as he was thinking about how to start his action, at the limit of his perception, he suddenly caught a very familiar breath.
It can't be such a coincidence, right?
Sumu raised his head with a strange expression, a little bit of disbelief, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. Deep in the mountains not far away, a young girl slowly opened her eyes, raised her hand and stroked the jade rui placed beside her. Her expression was extremely complicated.
Has it been almost a year? Yi Yan murmured to herself.
Sometimes she couldn't help but wonder if her decision to follow Sumu and leave the Su family was a wrong one.
If I had been more patient and willing to stay in the Su family, would I be with him now?
Instead of staying in such a place, holding on alone and waiting for news from the other party. Yi Yan didn't dare to leave rashly, nor did she want to be like her two companions at the beginning and stay in seclusion there, waiting quietly. During this time, she concentrated on practicing and improving her skills, and at the same time began a secluded life in the mountains.
This was an experience she had never had before.
She relied on her own hands to take care of her food, clothing, housing and transportation, just like a real mortal. Although this made her life richer, every night Yi Yan would still sit alone in front of the window, quietly reminiscing about the past.
It always feels like everything is fast.
Where was I at this time in my previous life?
Oh right, I'm by Master's side. She should be awake by now.
However, at this moment, the girl suddenly frowned, her empty eyes suddenly solidified, and a sense of vigilance rose in her heart.
Someone's coming. I have set up a simple formation here. It is impossible for ordinary people to find it. There is no aura of cultivation on the other party. Who is it?
Yi Yan raised her hand slightly, and Yurui floated beside her. She appeared in front of the bamboo building she had built in a flash. Not far away, a figure slowly walked over. "Sir, if you have nothing else to do, please take another route." Hearing Yi Yan's voice appearing in his ears, Sumu, who had concealed his own breath, curled the corners of his mouth.
What if I don't want to?
Yi Yan frowned slowly and began to wonder if she had been exposed at some point.
In that case, I will help you leave. Yi Yan has never been a good-tempered person, which can be seen from the way she treated Chen Shu.
At this moment, facing this man's frivolous provocation, a surge of anger rose in his heart, and he directly mobilized the vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth. Her cultivation has also improved a lot. Sumu smiled slightly in his heart, and the aura on his body gradually rose, confronting the opponent head-on.
That's perfect. I'm just trying to learn from you. I hope you won't hold back. Ha 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 ha.
With a loud laugh, Sumu took the initiative to rush towards the opponent, even intentionally hiding his own moves and relying purely on physical strength. Yi Yan actually sensed something was not right, but she couldn't tell what it was for a moment, and she watched the other party getting closer and closer to her. Her fighting instinct made her react instantly, and she raised the jade rui in her hand and smashed it out fiercely. Suddenly, there was a sound of strong wind coming from all around, and all the rocks and plants along the way collapsed, with unparalleled momentum, directly hitting Sumu's chest.
Puff!
Sumu suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the whole person fell backwards like a kite with a broken string, and finally fell to the ground without a sound.
Yi Yan? Chapter 334, Long Time No See, Father-in-Law. Yi Yan was stunned.
Looking at the gradually weakening figure in the distance, her mouth widened slightly, obviously not expecting it. When he first appeared, he looked so powerful, but how come he was defeated in just one move?
Was it a trick?
Just when she was thinking about whether to go forward to check, the aura of the figure suddenly changed, and Yi Yan's face suddenly changed.
Sumu.
As the figure's body flashed with light, the disguise on the other party's body disappeared in an instant, revealing his true face.
Yi Yan suddenly panicked, an extremely absurd feeling surged in her heart, and she rushed forward quickly.
But all he touched was the boy's cold body. Yi Yan froze in place, her face blank.
I accidentally killed him. No, this is not true, it's impossible.
The girl was so shocked that her vision went dark and she was about to faint on the spot. Her fingers were trembling as she was about to put them close to the boy's nose to examine it carefully. At this time, even she subconsciously used this primitive method. But at this moment,
snap!
Sumu suddenly grabbed the girl's hand, with a playful smile on his face, and suddenly opened his eyes.
How's it going? Did you miss me? Yi Yan was stunned with red eyes.
After a brief silence, a scream like a pig being slaughtered suddenly came from the spot.
Ah!
It hurts, it hurts. I won't play next time, I won't play next time.
Relax quickly.
A moment later, Sumu was sitting in Yi Yan's small bamboo house. He watched her stroking her teeth marks with guilt on her face, and noticed her red eyes.
You bad guy.
Yi Yan looked a little aggrieved, pouting her lips, with a look of heartache in her eyes as she stroked the teeth marks on Sumu's body.
Okay, I won't tease you next time. It's been a while since we last met, so I wanted to play a joke on you, right? Sumu smiled awkwardly.
He had never expected that the other party's first reaction after realizing the truth would be to bite him directly. And he really used a lot of force. If Sumu hadn't improved his physical body some time ago, his end would probably be even worse than it is now.
Yi Yan stopped talking at this time.
Instead, she took the initiative to move closer to Sumu, half knelt beside him, and then put her head in Sumu's arms.
You.
Sumu was about to say something, but was stopped by the other party.
Don't talk, let me feel you.
Looking at the other person's eyes so close to him, Sumu was speechless for a moment and just stared at each other in silence. From time to time, the two would talk to each other, and Sumu patiently explained to him his experiences during this period and the reasons why he was unable to return in time. Of course, in order to prevent accidents, he deliberately concealed the part about Qian Ziyi. As for this part, the other party will naturally know it when we return to the Su family.
Sumu didn't mean to deceive the other party.
It was mainly because of his previous experience that he knew how troublesome it was to explain such things to a woman. As for the close relationship between the two, no one thought it was unusual, as it was already a tacit understanding between the two. It's just that the last layer of window paper has never been broken. Now that they meet again after a long separation, naturally they don't want to suppress themselves anymore.
Sumu.
Taking advantage of the dusk outside the window, Yi Yan raised her soft hand to touch Sumu's cheek, but still kept her head on Sumu's thigh.
An ambiguous atmosphere quietly arose between the two of them.
Sumu had a smile on his face, and he held the other's cheeks with both hands, responding enthusiastically. Suddenly, I felt a little warmth between my lips, and then my eyes went dark, and there was a surge of love and rain, which lasted for a long time. Sumu did not stay here for long, and then he took Yi Yan and set out on the journey again, but now there were two other people with him. These two people are both members of the Su family. The moment they saw Sumu, they could hardly hide their inner excitement. Before entering the Qian family's territory, Sumu and his group were divided into several teams, each with 3 people. They now knew very well that their young master had come to take them home. Sumu held the hand of the girl beside him, the two smiled at each other, and then set off on the road again.
The Shenyuan Continent is a very wonderful place.
It seems that in order to balance the power of all parties, there are 2 major immortal clans in each region, and the ones located in the western region are the Qian family and the Feng family. Sumu knew that if he searched alone, it would be too slow after all, so Yi Yan was just an unexpected surprise. Even if he had the Destiny Fragment clear insight, it was impossible for him to search the entire area by himself, so he needed the help of more forces.
Sumu then went to the Qian family first.
The head of the Qian family was very shocked when he saw him. He didn't know why the other party had returned in less than a year. Until Sumu explained his purpose and then said that he could take care of Qian Baishan's injuries now.
Qian Bati widened his eyes with excitement, and quickly invited Sumu to the ancestral temple. Half a month later,
Sumu walked out of the Qian family ancestral temple with a tired look on his face, followed by Qian Batian with a complicated expression.
To be honest, Qian Batian was a little confused. He didn't know what had happened.
When he woke up, he suddenly found that his only daughter had been married off.
And the son-in-law happened to be this kid.
Qian Batian always felt an inexplicable toothache, and saw that Sumu's expression was very strange, but he couldn't get angry and could only hold it in. Sumu was actually a little embarrassed. He could guess what the other person was thinking at the moment. The situation at that time was also quite complicated and it was difficult to explain it clearly at the moment.
I could only quickly change the subject and express my needs. First, I need you to help me find someone, or spread the news. I will tell you the details later.
Secondly, I hope you can help me get in touch with the Feng family. In half a year at most, the continental teleportation array will be repaired. By then, I need both of your big families to go to the central region together to participate in the decisive battle. After hearing Sumu's words, Qian Batian and his brother looked at each other and caught the solemnity in each other's eyes. The power from outside the domain is almost unstoppable, and they, the immortals, must unite quickly.
When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? This principle is still easy to understand.
Everyone also knew that now was not the time to worry about gains and losses, so they immediately got busy. A few days later, Sumu walked out of the Fong family with an expressionless face.
The other family elder personally saw him out, showing an extremely respectful attitude.
However, at this moment, Sumu suddenly received good news.
It seems we found the person you were looking for.
When Sumu saw the message sent by Chen Badian, his eyes immediately lit up.
Chapter 335 Everything will come to an end.
Sumu hurried back to the Qian family. When he returned to his courtyard, he soon discovered several figures standing in the courtyard, all of whom were familiar to him. Meng Xiaoxiao, Su Daika, and 3 other members of the Su family.
Brother Mu! Are you really back?
Meng Xiaoxiao suddenly stood up from her seat, and then threw herself into Sumu's arms without hesitation, greedily sucking the warm breath from the boy's body. Sumu smiled and touched the other person's head, comforting him softly.
Yes, I'm back. I'm here to take you home.
Meng Xiaoxiao's body trembled slightly, and her arms became even stronger, as if she wanted to embed herself into Sumu. After spending some time, Sumu explained to them everything that had happened recently and the changes in the situation on the continent. When Sumu saw Su Daika, he was stunned for a moment, and then asked the questions that had been in his mind for a long time. Speaking of which, there is an immortal king cultivator named Su Dai in our Su family.
Do you know him?
Su Dai. Su Daika was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then a smile appeared on her face.
That's my mother.
I didn't expect that the young master actually knew my mother.
When did this happen?
Sumu's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he seemed to want to say something but stopped himself several times. He really couldn't understand what the other party's motive was for giving himself and his daughter such similar names. Su Dai, the immortal king monk, this is mother.
Su Daika, a 9th-level cultivator in the celestial realm, is my daughter.
Sumu just felt something strange in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud, otherwise it would seem a little strange.
That was the same moment when Sumu was busy.
At the boundary wall of the Northern Territory, a pure white figure suddenly appeared in mid-air, and then looked up at the sky.
This is the last material. We have finally collected it all.
Shang had a blank expression on his face, and a halo like moonlight emanated from his body. He looked otherworldly, without a trace of dust. Recently, he has traveled across all the boundaries of the Abyss continent and obtained what he wanted from every secret realm of heaven and earth.
During this time, I also met many familiar people.
Some of them are still alive, while others have fallen into the realm of life and death forever, and are trapped in eternal damnation.
This is the last time.
There was a gleam in Shang's eyes. She had been waiting for too many epochs for this plan.
There are 49 pieces of destiny. We only need this last one to reach the perfect number of 50.
There are 50 great ways, 49 are derived from heaven, and 1 is missing.
And now, this last one is the key for this continent to break free from its fate.
Shang couldn't help but recall the young man's back in his mind, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. She had waited too long for this day. Too many people have sacrificed their lives along the way, but as long as this plan succeeds, the entire world will be turned upside down.
Wait for me, Sumu, it will be ready soon.
Sumu suddenly felt a little dazed. He found that the recent period of time seemed to have passed particularly quickly. When he came to his senses, he found that 5 months had passed without him noticing. He lowered his head and looked inward at his own cultivation.
He had unknowingly reached the 8th level of the heavenly immortal realm.
At the same time, the people around him also changed.
Meng Xiaoxiao, Yin Yanxiu, Yi Yan, they are all back.
During this time, the girls have learned to get along with each other and have gradually begun to tolerate each other accompanying Sumu.
They even agreed on the time to spend together. For example, today is actually Yin Yanxiu's turn.
In Sumu's room, there was a faint sound of soft singing, followed by gentle applause. The boy had a gentle smile on his face as he looked at the girl not far away.
It sounds good. As long as you like it, I will sing it to you every day from now on.
Yin Yanxiu's face turned slightly red, and she leaned against Sumu shyly, fully feeling the boy's body temperature. By now, the relationship between the two has long been established, and they have accepted each other. This is also an important reason why Su Mu's cultivation has made rapid progress during this period. It is precisely because of the company of the three women around him that the fairyland in his body has also undergone earth-shaking changes. He has now realized the eighth of the 9 wonders of the heavenly fairyland and is on the verge of a breakthrough. Sumu also had a vague understanding, and he knew where his opportunity for breakthrough lay. She was a girl whom Sumu hadn't seen for a long time, so long that Sumu hadn't seen her for several years.
Luo-yi, I don't know how she is now.
Sumu looked up at the sky. He had developed this habit unconsciously, especially when thinking. He was deeply impressed by the lively girl. He once regarded her as one of the heroines. Now, as his cultivation gradually deepened, his understanding of cause and effect and fate became more thorough. Naturally, I gradually saw the connection between myself and the other person.
There has never been any protagonist or supporting role.
The bond between us seems to have been established long ago.
Including with them as well. Sumu gradually thought of the female protagonists including Qing Jingru. He suddenly understood something and his aura became calmer. Finally.
After waiting for another 2 months, good news finally came. The teleportation array has been repaired.
We can go back now.
That's great.
Everyone cheered.
By now, all the people who were separated had returned to Sumu, and they all became familiar faces to each other. Everyone quickly decided on their itinerary and headed to the central region immediately. Not only the Su family will be on this trip, but people from the Qian family and the Fang family will also arrive soon and bring the fragments of the clan's destiny with them, which is also a very important part of the plan. If nothing unexpected happens, Shang should have gathered all the lost fragments of destiny by now, and is just waiting for those in the hands of the 10 great immortal clans. Although everyone was jubilant, Sumu did not plan to return to the central region first. He wanted to go back to the Su family first.
Going back to meet some people is also the final preparation.
After a brief preparation, Sumu brought Meng Xiaoxiao and the other 2 girls back to the Su family. After settling the 3 girls down, Sumu returned to his room alone.
"You're back."
A pure white figure had been waiting here for a long time, with a long-lost friendly smile on his face.
The other person's temperament is still so extraordinary, as if they are not in the same dimension.
Sumu smiled softly.
"Well, I'm back to pick you up. Do you still want to live in my body?"
"Of course,
this is the master's privilege, why not?"
There was a flash of light, and the flame mark appeared again between the boy's eyebrows. Also appearing in his body were a large number of destiny fragments.
Chapter 336, Reunion. In a moment.
Sumu only felt a powerful force surging in his body, which even had a tendency to surpass his original cultivation level. He widened his eyes slightly, carefully feeling the various fragments of destiny in his body, and suddenly froze for a moment. The external manifestation of the fragments of destiny was the purple lines attached to the surface of his body, but now, these lines on his body seemed to be vaguely connecting together. These purple lines have now covered half of his body. A different kind of aura gradually rose within Sumu's body, so much so that he could now clearly feel the difference from before.
That is the most fundamental difference in the level of life. 14 fragments of destiny,
Why are there only 13-inch? Sumu was slightly stunned. Shang seemed to have anticipated his doubts and spoke with a chuckle.
The 14th one is actually in your possession. Do you remember the jade ring?
That thing is actually the true body of the Lord of Miaoyin Holy Land. It was cultivated by divine consciousness countless years ago.
The fragment of destiny has long been integrated with it.
It's actually very difficult to take it out, and after taking it out, the other party will most likely die.
It doesn't affect the use at all now. Sumu's eyes widened instantly. Holy shit.
He now understood why the bald old man had been chasing him and beating him, and asked him to return his master's body. At that time, he thought the other party was talking about Shanren Ziyuan. Feeling a little embarrassed, Sumu's mouth twitched, then he subconsciously took out the jade ring and put it on his hand. The other party has been carrying this jade ring with him for such a long time, but the nominal master of Miaoyin Holy Land did not react at all. It can be seen that the other party's cultivation must be extremely powerful, otherwise he would not be suppressed to this extent by the rules of heaven and earth. The Lord of the Miaoyin Holy Land is probably one of the most powerful people among the immortal lords. If it were before, Sumu might still be worried whether keeping the other person close to him would pose a threat to himself. But now, with the support of 14 fragments of destiny, he has developed a sense of induction in the dark, a sense that concerns the origin of the entire heaven and earth. Shang was floating in his mind at this moment, and there was a hint of appreciation and expectation in the look in his eyes, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Boom! As a sudden tremor came from the outside world, Sumu suddenly came back to his senses. He didn't even try to sense it carefully, but soon found the source of the movement. Central region so fast. He widened his eyes slightly, because from his perspective, he found that the sky in the central area of Shenyuan Continent was shattered in an instant. As if it was agreed upon, he had just obtained the fragment of destiny when the creatures outside the domain instantly opened up the passage between the two worlds. They swarmed in like locusts. The strange aura on his body permeated the entire land. Su Ningye and the others immediately began to fight back, but they were still at a disadvantage for a moment. Just when Sumu stood up to provide support, he discovered that the situation had changed. The teleportation array in the central area suddenly flashed with dazzling light, and a large number of human figures poured out from it, then roared and rushed towards the sky. Charge! Fight these bastards from outside the domain. I've been patient for so long. The teleportation array has finally been repaired. Now is the time to make achievements. Ha 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 ha. I want to go first, no one else can snatch it from me. The sounds of fighting and roaring rose to the sky at once, making the entire central region extremely lively. Sumu recognized the origins of these people. Most of them were from the other 8 immortal clans. Even the Chen family of Yuanqi Great Sage sent their own people. Chen Fuxing burst out with the aura of a 9th-level immortal king, and fought side by side with Su Ningye to fight against the creatures outside the domain. For a moment, there was actually a tendency to briefly suppress the opponent. Sumu's heart trembled slightly. Seeing so many creatures fighting, the world had finally been turned into a millstone that strangled flesh and blood. In just this moment, countless lives died and blood filled the sky. Sumu knew that this advantage was only temporary. The restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth of Shenyuan Continent are there. The highest combat force they can mobilize is the Immortal King, and if they try their best, they can only reach the first level of the Immortal Lord realm. If one's cultivation level is a little higher, the damage to oneself will be greater if a fight is started. But creatures outside the domain do not have this restriction. The reason why they did not send out more advanced combat forces is simply because the current channel is not big enough. It is only a matter of time before they launch a full-scale invasion. Sumu let out a breath. Although they were far away, he still saw many familiar figures in the crowd. Among them was his good brother Luo Haicheng, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Since he has shown up, it means she is back too. Sumu's heart moved slightly, and then he felt a familiar breath near the Su family. The other party seemed to be very excited and was rushing towards the Su family. Instead of standing there waiting, Sumu's mind moved, and the whole person disappeared from the spot in an instant, and then appeared in front of the other party. Ah! Luo Yi was startled by the sudden noise, and he took several steps back like a kitten with its fur standing on end. The Tao principles on his body also flickered in an instant. But when she saw the face of the person in front of her clearly, her eyes instantly turned red and she immediately pounced on him. Sumu! The girl's voice was a little tearful, and contained the joy of reunion after a long separation. Sumu smiled slightly, walked up to the other person, picked him up, and then turned him around several times. Long time no see. Sumu! I missed you so much. I thought I would never see you again. Luo Yi pouted her lips, unable to stop crying, and looked aggrieved. You know, if she hadn't brought Sumu to the forbidden area at that time, Sumu would not have fallen into the abyss at the bottom of the forbidden area, and would not have disappeared for a year. Even though it was Sumu who kidnapped her at the time, she still felt guilty about it. After all, in her opinion, she was actually actively cooperating in the action at that time, and was even guiding the other party.
Okay, I'm back, aren't I? Luo Yi's eyes were slightly red.
She looked at the boy's cheek and without hesitation, she put her hands on it and then tiptoed.
Sumu lowered his head slightly and responded to the girl's thoughts enthusiastically.
After not seeing for a long time, Luo Yi has also reached the realm of Celestial Immortal. Although it is only the third level of Celestial Immortal, it is enough to show his natural beauty. This place is not far from the Su family, but when the two returned to the Su family, it was already noon the next day. Luo Yi's face turned slightly red, with a hint of sweetness on the corners of her mouth. Sumu was also very satisfied because his cultivation had broken through again and reached the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm.
Chapter 337 Their Little Secret. After settling Luo Yi in his own house,
Sumu originally planned to go directly to the central region. He had to get to the battlefield quickly. Now, he has collected 14 of the 49 fragments of destiny, and the remaining 35 are all in the hands of the major immortal clans.
Oh, Sumu almost forgot about this.
The Shang family no longer exists, and the fragments of destiny in the other party's hands are currently in his hands, which means that the total number in his hands has reached 17. There were 17 of them in total, almost the size of 5 or 6 immortals.
Sumu couldn't help but feel excited.
Although his current cultivation level was only at the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm, he was certain that even if he were to face the immortal lord now, he would not have no chance of winning.
A combat capability that directly spans 2 realms? I'm afraid it's more than that.
Sumu muttered to himself.
The cultivation system of Shenyuan Continent is quite special.
As time goes by, the gap between the various realms will become larger and larger. After becoming an immortal cultivator, the level of cultivation is directly in contact with the great Tao of heaven and earth, and is almost reaching the combat power ceiling of this world. If there were more upper limits, Sumu, who possessed so many fragments of destiny, would probably have a qualitative leap in combat power. Now, he has begun to realize the suppression of cultivators by the rules of heaven and earth. To be more precise, this is not suppression, but this world is too old and can no longer bear such a powerful force.
Well.
Sumu sighed slightly and was about to get up, but found that his door was knocked.
Huh? Why are they here?
He opened the door with a wave of his hand, and then saw Liang Jimei and her 3 younger sisters walk in.
What's wrong? Is there anything you want to tell me?
Looking at the 4 sisters' hesitant expressions, Sumu was a little confused. The 4 sisters looked at each other, their faces blushing slightly, and finally Liang Jimei spoke first.
Sumu, actually, we have been hiding something from you. It's about us 4 sisters.
Oh?
What?
In fact, the 4 of us sisters are all connected in spirit. We have been like this since we were young, which means we can communicate with each other regardless of the distance. Hearing this, Sumu was slightly stunned. In fact, he knew about this matter. After all, he had read the original novel of Shenyuan Continent. But he was still a little confused.
It didn't seem worth it for the other party to say just this little thing?
Well, now I know, but what's the problem? Actually, there is one more very important thing. Liang Jimei, who was always very open and confident, blushed rarely, then quietly leaned over to Sumu's ear and whispered. In fact, the 4 of us sisters have a special ability, which is that each of us has a special power of Yuan Yin in our bodies. If anyone can gather these 4 powers, it will be enough to support the other person to break through to the immortal king realm.
Sumu was stunned. Damn! What kind of furnace cauldron constitution is this? How can it be like this?
Seeing Sumu's shocked face, Liang Jimei hurriedly explained with a blushing face.
I don't mean anything else. I just want to tell you this secret because I think you might need it.
In fact, the reason why Liang Jimei chose to tell this secret at this time was to make Sumu fall in love with her and then let the 4 sisters stay with peace of mind. In their previous life, the 4 sisters also knew the secret, but they did not discover it themselves. I learned it from Chen Shu. When the other party learned about this, he was shocked and was almost crazy with jealousy. However, because he was practicing the boy's kung fu, he could only watch over such a treasure mountain. But even so, he still wanted to use various means to extract the power from the four sisters' bodies. He didn't care about their life or death at all.
Sumu fell silent at this moment.
He now understood the reason why the four sisters told him what they were saying at this time. What a coincidence, he was now at the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm, and what he lacked was the strength to break through to the immortal king realm. But after thinking about it for a while, Sumu slowly shook his head.
If that's the reason, I don't want you to put yourself in a difficult position.
The current situation cannot be resolved by adding another immortal king. He wanted to explain it to the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party would get angry after listening.
Sumu.
Why? Why are you willing to be with others? Why can't we?
Liang Jimei suddenly pouted, looking a little angry, then gritted her teeth, looking unhappy. Humph. We four sisters are not bad, right? Why are you unwilling? It's not that I don't want to, I just don't want to let you down. It's not unfair. If you don't agree, then you're wronging us.
But... The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched. He didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so strong, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Before he could say anything more, Liang Jimei seemed not to want to listen, and directly called her sisters to rush over.
There's a saying that's true. If you want something, you have to fight for it yourself. It's the same with men. Sumu's eyes went dark, and the expression on his face became even weirder.
At the same time, in the hall not far from him, there were already many beautiful figures gathered. Jiang Haining, Chen Zi, Yi Yan, Meng Xiaoxiao, Nangongxi, Nangonlu, Luoi, Yin Nianxiu,
and Qing Jingru. Everyone had a complicated look on their face.
They had gradually sensed recently that each of them was hiding a secret from the other.
Moreover, the secret they are hiding seems to be the same.
As for how they discovered it, it was because the preparations they were making were too similar.
Could it be you too? I should be the one asking you this. Actually, I wanted to ask this too.
The women had complicated expressions and fell silent at this moment, gradually understanding each other's fate.
Don't you think this is too coincidental? When we got together, we just happened to reach that level. Yeah, what a coincidence, it's like it was arranged by someone. But even if this is the case, I will do it without hesitation. Me too.
The girls were all in sync with each other, except Xian Zi, who looked confused and didn't quite understand what they were saying. They all fell into silence, as if they were thinking about something, and no one noticed the aura surging from Qing Jingru at this moment. For her, who practices the way of heaven, the rules of the continent seem to have changed recently. Although she has not practiced much, her cultivation has begun to improve rapidly. It has only been less than a year, but Qing Jingru is the first among all people to reach the realm of half-step Immortal King.
Chapter 338, Immortal Emperor, Within Reach.
Sumu finally broke through the realm of Immortal King. Feeling the unprecedented powerful aura in his body, and at the same time looking at the few people around him who seemed a little embarrassed, he felt extremely complicated in his heart.
Thank you.
Liang Jimei and others did not respond to him, but just buried their heads in the quilt with red faces, without saying a word. Sumu raised his hand and stroked the other person's cheek, with extreme tenderness on his face. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came again, and Sumu's face suddenly changed.
At the same time. Mid-range. Snap.
The sky, which was already torn into pieces, was once again filled with a crisp sound.
Countless monks looked up in horror, and then saw a scene that made them tremble with fear.
The sky shattered once again, and the huge hole that had already occupied the vast space became even more obvious, and dozens of powerful auras were gradually emerging from it.
Oh no! It's an immortal from outside the domain. This number at least a dozen. How do I fight this?
Countless people were terrified and their faces turned pale, and some even turned around and wanted to escape. At the critical moment, Su Ningye immediately stood up and shouted,
"Don't be afraid. We are here to support you."
He is just an immortal from outside the region, it's not a big problem. Our 9 great immortal clans have protected the Shenyuan Continent for countless years, and we will also make it through today. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple light shone from his body.
These were the 3 fragments of destiny of the Su family.
Recently, in order to ensure combat effectiveness, Sumu has given Hangju Juding to his father, and also gave him the means to freely transfer the fragments of destiny.
As Su Ningye took the lead in the attack, the other ancestral families also understood and began to build up their momentum.
In an instant, the entire sky was filled with purple clouds, and an extremely powerful force was concentrated in this small space, and everyone's heart was trembling. The immortals, they are worthy of being called the immortals, they are the protagonists of every era.
I feel like I'm witnessing history.
As the 35 fragments of destiny worked together, it seemed that the will of the world also awakened in an instant.
Finally, he suddenly let out an unwilling roar. In an instant, the speed at which the sky was shattering stopped instantly, and it even began to repair itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. The immortal from outside the domain, who was already between the passages of the 2 worlds, suddenly let out an unwilling roar and struggled to rush over quickly. No!
They roared loudly, even at the risk of burning their own lives. If they were blocked in the passage at this time, they would have no way out. They struggled hard, but they were destroyed in the face of the might of heaven and earth. However, some of them still managed to escape.
Bang!
At the last moment before the passage closed, a big bloody hand suddenly stretched out from it and tore it apart with all its might. The sky was torn apart like a curtain.
It squeezed in instantly. Ha 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 ha. I'm finally in. I'm finally in.
What a vast world, and so much delicious blood to eat, ha ha ha. The faces of everyone on the Shenyuan Continent changed drastically because they felt the aura of the figure in front of them.
The Immortal Lord, it is undoubtedly the Immortal Lord. And he is not just an ordinary Immortal Lord.
His cultivation is definitely at least at the 7th level of Immortal Lord. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the opponent is not suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth of the Abyss Continent and can exert his full combat power. This is basically a crushing situation. How to fight this?
Everyone couldn't help but feel despair. Su Ningye and others also looked despairing.
They were all ready for a fight, but the immortal from outside the realm seemed to have no desire to fight with them, and began to frantically beat on the passage between the 2 worlds. The cracks in the sky spread wildly again, and everyone could only watch but were unable to stop it.
Stop!
A calm voice suddenly sounded beside this person. His face suddenly changed and he quickly turned around to look over.
Who are you?
Looking at the young face so close to him, the immortal from outside the realm frowned, looking puzzled.
Su Mu. Su Mu didn't want to waste time talking to the other party.
He just raised his hand and punched the other party. At the same time, the flame between his eyebrows jumped up in an instant, and then burned all over his body. The immortal lord from outer realm's face changed drastically, and he quickly raised his arms to resist. The battle entered a white-hot state right from the start. Su Ningye's heart trembled, and just as he was about to step forward to help, he heard Su Mu's voice again.
Give me the fragments of destiny.
All the fragments of destiny. Su Mu's voice rang in the ears of the heads of various families at the same time.
After a slight hesitation, they all nodded in agreement.
They are not like Su Ningye, who has the means to peel off the fragments of his own destiny.
They can only release their protection and let Su Mu do it.
In an instant, more than 30 purple lights rose from the crowd and poured into Su Mu's body with a strong momentum. Su Mu's aura suddenly became extremely powerful, and he actually beat the immortal lord in front of him back step by step.
Good. Great. Who is this person? How could he get the full support of the 9 immortal clans? What a powerful fighting force. It's Su Mu. Su Mu from the Su family. Su Mu.
Everyone's face was filled with shock, and at this moment they all remembered this name firmly in their minds. Su Mu's power at this moment has already formed a crushing force on the enemy. I believe that with a few more moves, the enemy can be killed here. But at this moment, the immortal suddenly laughed towards the sky.
Ha ha ha. Looks like I won't survive today. If that's the case, you guys forced me to do this.
His figure swelled up instantly, and a great fear instantly surged into everyone's hearts.
Oh no! He's going to self-destruct.
Sumu widened his eyes and was about to stop the other party, but found it was too late. The figure of the local being suddenly expanded, and then blew a hole in the entire sky. Countless creatures from outside the domain looked up from another space. At this point, the passage between the two worlds was completely destroyed. There is no possibility of repair. A feeling of despair surged in everyone's heart. They felt countless powerful auras rushing in frantically from the passage, carrying with them undisguised malice. Sumu was stunned for a moment, but at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears.
Shang spoke softly. Sumu, do you remember what I told you a long time ago?
If you want to completely resolve the crisis of Shenyuan Continent, you must condense your own destiny fragments.
But isn't this something that only the immortal emperor can do? I'm just an immortal king who has just broken through.
Don't worry, you could have become the immortal emperor a long time ago. The other party suddenly laughed.
Chapter 339. We'll see you again. Sumu looked confused, not knowing what the other party meant by suddenly saying this. What do you mean I could have broken through to the immortal emperor level a long time ago?
That is the realm of the immortal emperor, the most powerful realm in this world.
How can one break through it just like that?
However, at this moment, a force suddenly arose in his body, and Sumu's face suddenly changed.
What is this?
He soon discovered that the source of this power was his fairyland, or more precisely, the 9 wonders in this fairyland and the Yuanine power from the 4 sisters plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. All these forces surged up in an instant, like boiling water, and the heaven and earth began to shake in an instant. Sumu seemed to realize something and soon understood it.
This is their gift to me, but why? How did they do this?
Sumu had a bad premonition in his heart, but he had no time to check and could only passively accept this power. The 9 wonders were instantly projected onto the outside world, including a huge golden tower that reached the sky and a rushing river in the void. At the very center of everything, the ancient golden tree swayed gently, receiving a response from the entire world. All the creatures on the Shenyuan continent raised their heads in an instant. They felt it, they felt the call from the most original source. This was the call from the Emperor of Heaven.
The Su family at the same time.
There was a strong golden color in the eyes of all the girls, and finally they looked at each other and smiled slightly.
Sisters, it looks like it will be a long time before we meet again. When the time comes, I won't lose to you. Sumu will definitely be mine, hee. How cunning. I am one of them.
Everyone had smiles on their faces, and even though their auras were getting stronger, their vitality was getting weaker and weaker.
Xianzi below was shocked and stood there for a moment.
Only at this moment did she understand what kind of people who had always been around Sumu were. They are the daughters of heaven and earth. At the center of everyone, Qing Jingru slowly opened her eyes. The auras of all the girls were connected because of her, and then merged into the body of the young man in the distance.
Sumu, don't forget us. Mid-range. Sumu could do nothing.
He found that he could not resist this inexplicable power, which also vaguely echoed the fragments of destiny in his body. It was like a perfect system that began to operate on its own within his body, and his cultivation level began to rise steadily.
The 2nd level of the Immortal King Realm. The 5th level of the Immortal King Realm.
The 9th peak of the Immortal King Realm. But even so, it hasn't stopped. The 1st level of the Immortal Realm. The 5th level of the Immortal Realm. The peak of the 9th level of the Immortal Realm.
Sumu's eyes widened.
His cultivation had now broken through the shackles of heaven and earth. He was no longer restricted by the laws of nature and rushed forward at the highest level.
Finally, an unprecedented sense of enlightenment rose in Sumu's heart.
When he looked around, he found that no secrets could be hidden from him anymore. The whole world is like a book to him, from ancient times to the present, from every corner.
Have you reached the realm of Immortal Emperor already?
Sumu should have been happy, feeling the powerful aura in his body and the power to destroy a world with just a wave of his hand. But he couldn't laugh for a moment. He felt a sense of loss in his heart, as if he had lost something particularly important.
Sumu, come on, there is only one last step left.
Shang's voice was still ethereal, but this time it did not sound inside his body, but right beside him. Sumu turned his head and found that the other party had already formed a physical form without him knowing when. The pure white figure was so beautiful and so otherworldly. The other party waved his hand, and all kinds of materials came out in an instant. Condense your own fragments of destiny.
Sumu was slightly stunned, then nodded.
He immediately closed his eyes, and a purple light suddenly flashed with him as the center. At the same time, in the big hole above his head, countless creatures from outside the domain were rushing in frantically with bloodthirsty smiles on their faces.
Ha 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 ha. Great, great. We can finally enter this continent. It's finally our turn to be the masters. So much rich blood food. Such a rich element of heaven and earth. I must achieve the supreme path, ha 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 ha.
Ferocious, crazy, bloodthirsty.
This seems to be their normal state.
However, at this moment, a pair of extremely huge blood-red eyes suddenly opened behind them.
Immortal Emperor. This continent can actually cultivate an immortal emperor. How is this possible? This is different from what is prophesied.
But then, these eyes revealed a strong hatred.
So what if the immortal emperor? You have suppressed me for countless epochs. How can I let you get your way today? Now is the time when this continent is at its most vulnerable. This is a golden opportunity.
Instantly, the blood-red eyeball began to move, crushing countless lives along the way with its powerful aura.
It is also an immortal emperor.
As it moved, there were actually several figures following it, and their aura was comparable to its. In the Shenyuan Continent. It didn't take long for Sumu to open his eyes.
It's much easier than I thought, alas.
Looking at the brand new purple gold destiny fragment in his hand, Sumu had a blank expression on his face. He felt that, at this point, the rules of heaven and earth had become completely complete and no longer had any flaws. Looking up at the sky, he raised his hand and took back some of the remaining fragments of destiny, mainly the fragments of favored by heaven. Now, Sumu already has a total of 50 fragments of destiny, and the path to perfection. Sumu sighed, looked at the hole above his head, raised his hand lightly and waved it, and it was filled up directly. The immortal from outside the domain didn't even have time to rush to the cave entrance. He was directly sealed in the passage between the two realms.
Sumu didn't hesitate too much and walked straight in. He wanted to eliminate these threats completely. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed.
Sumu was standing between the passages of the two domains at this moment, his body covered in blood, with countless broken limbs around him, but he had no expression on his face. The threat here has been eliminated, but there is still. Sumu turned his head and looked behind him. That was the continent where he had always lived. He now had to clean up some of the last troubles. The Forbidden Land, and the will of the immortal emperor that was once left behind.
These are actually not important.
Sumu looked at his panel in silence, on which there was a very conspicuous golden text.
Congratulations to the host, the main mission has been completed. Destiny Fragment Collection Progress, 50-50.
The host has obtained all the rights of this world.
From now on, your will is the will of heaven and earth. Sumu was silent.
Since he has completely mastered this world, the threats from others are nothing.
Now, he has to bring them back first.
A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the boy seemed to have returned to the day when he first traveled to this continent.
I'm suddenly looking forward to seeing them. End of the book.